Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome everybody. Oh, something's broken. Welcome to my stream. Something's broken. Hold on a second, everybody. I can see my green screen is not kicking in. Always something. Hold on one second as I magically disappear and I shall be right back. And I'm back. There we go. Hello and welcome, everybody. Welcome to FICSIT Corporate, where stuff doesn't always work. Thanks for being here, everybody. Let me scoot myself over just a little bit. There we go. Thanks for being here, everybody. Woo, man, it's been an awesome day today. I got so much stuff done today, everybody. I got to deal with my garage stuff tomorrow, but today I got a lot done. I went out and I sent a lot of love to my patrons over there. I'll be watching a lot of love coming to you every single day. That's right, every single day. Lots of love to my patrons over there. Man, I worked on that for like 8 hours a day, everybody, just nonstop. One after another. One project after another all day long. Pretty crazy. But hopefully you guys enjoy all of that. Now, again, put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. And then that will show up right over here. Oh, you look at you guys already doing it. Look at you guys already ahead of me as always. Nice job, chat. Nice job. Hope you're all doing fantastic tonight. I'm really excited to get back in. Keep on working on our oil power. Now, what we're doing is we went in and we got our oil power established, made ourselves a bunch of plastic and stuff previously, and then used those resources to forward ourselves to the point in which now we can go in and we can really get serious now. Now we can go in and basically boost all of our stuff to incredible heights now, because we can overclock our extractors. And see, use the power to overclock your extractors so you can make more power so you can overclock your extractors. And then that cycle just continues. And we're also using our coal power and our mini factories, our factories that are just the smallest amount of factories, to allow us to keep some of our basic resources going while we're building out our oil power. And that just reduces the overall strain on the power grid itself. So it gives you lots of freedom to build all sorts of things and just have a great old time right about this stage of the game. I'm not in any hurry. I'm not trying to just rush to the end, everybody. I take my time and enjoy every single step of the way, which is very fun for sure. But we're going to get into it a big time. So let's go in and say hello to everybody. I saw Paul in there. Poor Paul actually got into my highlight thing today, and then I had to reset because my sound wasn't working. That's why it suddenly disappeared and then reappeared, if you notice that, because my sound was off, and I had to reset everything, get everything back up and working again. But there we go. But thanks, Paul. I do see that you were the first person in the chat today. I do appreciate you. I saw Wombat in there as well. Let's give the chat some kids caps for them being in the chat and being awesome. I see Dragon Wolf in there. What's up, Dragon Wolf? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. We got King Leon. King Lion. What? Come on, brain. We got lots to do today, brain. Let's stay focused. Sometimes I talk to my own brain, everybody, because it gets all off track. King Lion, thanks for coming in and hanging out, putting them ones in there and saying hi. Thank you. Let's see. Who else we got? We got Troll Treader in here saying evening all. Hello. Welcome. Rotisserie G coming in, showing some love as well. I now know why that's up there sometimes and down here sometimes. Because in this layout, it's up there, but in my other layout, it's down here. I just figured that out, everybody. I just figured that out. Just this very second. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't think of that earlier. Need double highlight layout for vault door room. There we go. All right, something I need to fix later, everybody. There's always something I got to work on, whether it's IRL or here on the stream or just a whole bunch of stuff. I've been working like a crazy man, but we're going to crush it. Let's see. Paul, Foggy, Dragon Wolf, Jonkers, Fantastic, Troll, Hair Luna, Blitz, Space Budgie. Wow, what is that? Like a 53 times combo? That's a lot. Jonkers coming in. What's up, Jonkers? I love that little salute. I should really get that animated, everybody, where it does the little salute. Love that. Space Budgie coming in, bringing that Tycoon twist in. Always nice. King Lion with the one. Fantastic again with the one. Thanks, everybody, for putting those ones in the chat. Let me give you guys some love right there. 1,000 kids caps. Get you guys started off in the chat. Blitz coming in, saying hello, Blitz. Thanks for chilling out in the channel. Thanks for checking those retweets there too, Jonkers. How we doing? We're at 4 retweets right now. Go out there, hit that like button, hit that retweet button right there, everybody. Follow that link. It does tremendously help the stream. At any time, by the way, you can always type exclamation RT for retweet and go out there and show some love over there on Twitter, because the more you guys do that, the more kids caps I give to you, the more chance you have of winning giveaways. You know there's one coming up this weekend. We're still waiting on that poll for 7 Days to Die, and whatever you guys choose, that's the one I'm going to choose, and then give out a copy of 7 Days to Die. That's right. This weekend with my crew. It's going to be fun. Space Budgie, again, saying hi to Blitz there. Seth in the chat. What's up, Seth? Bringing that hype. I like it. There you go. I love when you guys all talk to each other, too. It's very fun. Paul coming in. What's up, Paul? Good evening, Kismet and chat. Says Sudsmaster, or Sud Maker. Come on, Braid. Said, get the names right. So thanks for hanging out in the chat there as well. All right. Yes, there you go. Get those retweets going on. We're so close. We're 4 retweets. You get one more. Going to show you guys some love. Oh, there's Dio in there getting that dancing on. There we go. I don't know. We might get some love going on today. We get the Kismet love train fired up. We might even do a dance party, everybody. But for right now, we got to get in because FICSIT Corporate has brought me here to help you guys become the best factory builders that ever was. And not get lasers from space in case you were being inefficient. But I don't do the lasering part. I just do the training part. All right, here we go. Away we go. I'm just amazed this stream works every time I start up, everybody. That's the most amazing thing. because it is so incredibly complex. Again, streaming live to 6 different platforms at the same time, to Twitch, to YouTube, to X.com, to Kick, Facebook, and to Trovo, all at the same time, everybody, at 1080 HD to all of them. Again, thanks everybody for coming in and hanging out. Yeah, retweets are good. All right, well, let's give you guys some more love. In fact, I'm going to triple it up today for you guys being awesome, being right here at the top of the stream. Oh, man, I'm ready to play some Satisfactory. I don't know, I got too much IRL stuff. I was doing a lot of stuff today, everybody, again, for my patrons out there. So if you are an awesome patron at patreon.com/Kismet, or maybe you want to be one so you can get all these cool blueprints and all this other cool stuff, including this cool stuff right there. You can see over there, which are those floor plans, which are going to drop tomorrow, because I'm going to work on those tomorrow. I'm working on a bunch of other stuff today. A lot of love is going to last all the rest of the year, everybody. All that love from my patrons over there, and probably into next year, too. But right now, it's queued up all the way to the end of the year. So again, that's a lot of hard work, everybody. That was like 8 hours of work today. That's not counting the 8 hours and the 8 hours and the 8 hours and the 8 hours before that. All of those time before that too. If it wasn't the day I did it, everybody, I don't remember how much time I put into it. I just put as much time as it takes to get it done, and then it's like one thing just clicked off the list, you know. That one thing, by the way, could be an hour, or it could be 15 hours, or it could be 100 hours, and I got that one thing clicked off, and then I go and I do the next thing, and then sometimes I have to prioritize and I have to switch into this other thing because this thing is more high priority than that thing. But there we go. All right, so we got our oil power going. There we go. That's the shot I'm looking for. Look at that, everybody. Ooh, mama. That is a lot of power. It's about 5,000 power running right now. Let's get up here on the tippy top. Whee! And take a look at that. Now that's how you get her going. Let's take a look at how our power is doing right now. Right now, actually 4,900. So this is actually about 4,000 power. Let's see. And let's double check we have as many as we should have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's just count the little green things. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, yes. There's 20 there. Now, the problem is I kind of feel like this is not flowing enough of the fuel down here, so we got to figure out what's going on over here. Is this going out pretty nice? Yep, that's good. I feel like this all should be flowing in there nicely. Yeah, this would be backlogging if it wasn't. Yeah, see, that's showing fuel there. Right over here. Again, when it hits the end here, it'll show a little bit of fuel there. Yep. All right. See, that one stopped. There's something going on with that one. Oh, I know what's going on with that one. It's not connected. Just what happens when you build factories late at night, everybody. I always miss at least one, because I can tell because those ones at the end are not getting enough fuel. So that's definitely telling me something was not kosher there. And now we know. Now we know. That's why I jump up on the top of the factories and check them. I mean, it's green light, but it's not running out that fuel. There it goes. All right, now it's running out that fuel. And now we got this one going. All right, we just missed that one. That's good. Let's go double check all of these. Maybe I did the same mistake over here. No, that's running out nicely. Well, actually, even a little backlog there. Very nice. And then over here, now we have 5 of these and 5 of those. Yes, oh, down I go. Yeah, even this one's a little backlog back here. Yeah, see, that's backlogged there too, so why is that so backlogged? Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going out of there very quickly. Probably because it's at the end of the line. Yeah, this one too. This one's 43. Okay, this one's not really pumping out of there fast enough. So I'm gonna do a little trick, everybody. This is one of the little tricks I like to do. If I feel like it's not pumping well enough, I just go to the end here and I stick a pump on it. When in doubt, stick a pump on it, everybody. Oh, I put a bunch of my... Oh, I must have sorted my resources. This is exactly what I did. I went and sorted my resources at the end of the day, and I put them in my big old sorter over here. And whatnot. What do we got over here? Yeah, a bunch of these. Bunch of those. And this must be full of whatever it is that's supposed to go into the depot, because the rest of the stuff's not flowing in there. Let's see. All right, that's all doing its stuff there. So we need a pump, so we need to get our resources here. Motor and heavy modular frame. So motor should have went back into the motor box. Yeah, it kind of looks like it did. Might still be sorting over here. What did I do with all that loot? I think I set it down somewhere. See, I'm the type of person that makes these boxes and I set them down and then I forget where the heck I set them down. That's not good, because that means there's a whole box of resources laying around somewhere. And then this is plastic and fuel. And then this one probably... Yeah, just waiting on that, dude. Makes a noise. Oh, it makes a noise. I never heard that noise before. It's like... making a wee 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 noise. Okay, and this should have went over here and then went up to the top and then worked its way down into there. Yes. Anything in here we could use? There's some computers in here. Could use those. I don't see any heavy modular frames. Now we're going to rework all of this later on. And I have just this here parked here because it's cool looking. That's the only reason why it's there. And then we must have put some resources down somewhere. Let's go take a look. Maybe I just sorted it. I could have just sorted it. But let's go make some more heavy modular frames. Very strange that I don't have a box. I think at the end last time we put that down. See, I don't even remember, but I was getting real tired toward the end there. I was like, okay, I pushed myself enough climbing around in my garage. That was rough, everybody. All right, what do we need? We need encased industrial beams. Okay. Let's go ahead and slide a little bit, and then we'll use our jetpack and then slide and jump. See how you build that momentum? It works so well. It works so well up here. I'm a very visual person, so that's why I like to have the signs on there. Again, you only got to get close to where you can grab the stuff out and then you're good. Now, the whole point of what we're doing here is to produce enough resources that we can, or enough power so we can make all the resources. Oh, that's full too. Very nice. Okay. So now we want to, now that we've got that problem fixed back there and we have an overflow, and that was the reason why our ones at the end were not working. We can go ahead and now start up these ones at the end so they start to burn up a little bit of that, and then they'll start to equalize a little bit more. So we'll turn this back on and try to get our 1,000 more power here, because each one of these is 250 megawatts. So this is, you know, this is 1,000 power right here. Just these four. And again, our fuel buffer, which I consider should be called a fuel balancer. And again, the ones at the end are always the ones that are struggling because they usually don't have enough resources. But again, if we're having trouble getting it all the way to the end, I don't see any pumps on here. I don't remember adding any. So we want to go to the beginning and push it that way so that it is going. And that's why I brought out that little spot that we did. And again, we should double check all of this stuff. Yeah, that's why I brought this out so I can go ahead and run that there. But anywhere I'm at, by the way, I can just throw down a little crafting bench. I throw them down all over the place because every now and again you need one more of this thing or one more of that thing. We need to get some heavy modular frames too. Make sure it's going in the right direction. I'm gonna put it real close like this. And then the cool thing is, once you put your thing down, you can take that out, boom, and it just cuts and leaves the The piece left, oh boy. Yikes. Okay, we got to redo all this power eventually. We'll get to that. Right now, we're just trying to get this power up and get this a pumping. No? Yeah, there it goes. There it goes. Yeah, 11.6. Okay, now it's pushing all the fuel that way. Through the fuel buffer and should make its way all the way to the end. And now we should have 5,900 power once we check our power over here. Yes, see, the 900 is from my coal plant, and that's what helps me keep stuff going. But the 5,000 is now from all of this. Now, what's going to happen is it's going to start to use some from the fuel buffer here, which is what you want it to do. And start to, wow, it's still full. Start to use that up, and then as that goes down, the rest of this overflow will start to fill that back up again. And now you have the pipes completely full, and that's what you want. You want to fill those pipes first, then start it up. Otherwise, you have it on and off and whatnot, and it just kind of goes on this roller coaster of you constantly have to go, why does my power keep fluctuating like that? If you don't want it to fluctuate, then definitely fill all the pipes first. And that's not just for oil, by the way, everybody. That's for all fluids and gas and everything. Make sure those pipes are nice and full first, and then start your stuff up. And there we go. Nice, solid rocking. Look at that. We're using 1,300, by the way, to run all this power, and we have 5,900 right there to use. So we have basically, we have about 4,000 what's known as headroom, or 4,000 overhead. Really, we have 1,000 overhead with 4,000 extra left over. But that's us just getting started. Now what we're going to do is double this power again, everybody. You're like, dang, Kismet. Yeah, because at this point, everybody, you know what happens if you do it the other way? Is your powers constantly go off, and then you got to go fix your power. And you got to go, thing goes off, and you fix your power. And you're just doing that all the time. You're just running back and forth doing that. It takes you a lot of time. So best thing to do is to reduce when you're going to transition from your beginning to your kind of middle stage, which is where I'm at now. The best thing to do is reduce those factories down to just bare minimum, where they're just making a little bit of plates and whatnot, and you've already got a backlog of them. You got plenty of them around. Now I have them automatically going into the dimensional depot, so a lot of those plates and concrete and all that stuff will automatically go in there when I use them up. And I never have to think about them. It just automatically does it now. It's all automated. They're on their own separate factories over there that I've run the power from over here. All my power is connected. And then, of course, I also have my backup power over there, too. That's 5,000 backup power right there. So that's enough to restart everything that I have going pretty much now, which is awesome. And again, we'll put this all on separate priority lines as well. Now, all of this, everybody, all of this stuff and my train and all of my oil now should be on its own priority lines. And we'll get all that going once we get our other oil going. We actually have our two oil things separate from each other, but the oil extraction is part of the process of producing that power. So that definitely needs to be prioritized in your switches so that it doesn't turn itself off. The things you want to turn off are like your plate factory and your concrete and stuff like that that you don't really need in the moment, more importantly than when you need your actual power. So there we go. So now we just do this again. Watch as I press this magic button. It does the whole thing again. No, it doesn't do that. It don't do that, everybody, but I'm going to do it right over here. Now, we've got another double stack here. We need to add another stack, but I'm going to kind of set it off over here. And we're going to go ahead and use our foundations here. I like the fact that I don't have to constantly go back and put stuff in my inventory now. Again, since you have the dimensional depot, you can see that most of those resources there are actually in my dimensional depot and not in my inventory. So I can just go like that, pull out a bunch of foundations without having to run back and say, oh, I got to get some plates, or oh, I got to get this, that, or the other thing. And again, these are also 5x5 blueprints here, which just do an amazing job of doing this. Oh, this is all off from this other one. Oh, this whole side is off. These are different from these other ones. Oh, well, I'll just go with it. I'll go with it. Doesn't really matter in the end. You're going to be in here messing around with all this later anyway. Right now, we're going to need some room. And so, what are we doing? 2 this way, 2 that way. Yeah, and I hit, because the blueprint is so large, I always hit H just in case. I hit that wrong. Yeah, seeing their offset that way, so these are okay. These are okay, and again, this is so much faster, everybody. It's so much faster to put these foundations down. And again, we're going to need a lot of room over here. Again, I like to build out high. Now, the cool thing is, while I'm doing this, everybody, I'm steadily getting closer and closer to that area over there, which means that it just makes it easier for me to grab resources from there later. And you can see we ain't messing around, everybody. We're doing a huge thing. Now, am I going to build a big old enclosing factory for this right now and do all of that? No. Because really I'm more about progression than about mega building at this stage. We are somewhat mega building. This is some serious building here. But that's not as important as getting this stuff going. So I'm going to put this one on this side. I'm going to put my little mini things under here because they're cool. All right, I'm going to bring this one forward just a bit. Just kind of out by itself over here. And then we'll get up here and see if we can get this thing to rotate the way we want it to go. There we go. Oh, yeah, now it's doing it. And then middle mouse button. And again, we'll do the same thing that we did over there, except we're going to offset this one. This one's going to be for later, which is our plastic and rubber factories. A little bit back that way. There we go. And then we're going to stack them. And then what we're going to do, of course, do the same thing we're doing here, where we bring it in on the low side, except for this one's going to end up going like this and going like that. So if you stack them 3 high, the input is on one side and the output is on the other side. And I want the output to be at the top so that if anything goes wrong, at least the top one will flow out of there. Wait, I did 1, 2, 3. Yes, okay. And then we want to go to our pipes here. And then we'll do the same thing again. You can see I'm bringing it over the top. This is actually supposed to be my road here, so I can kind of go through there. It looks very cool when you kind of drive down the road and you have all these cool pipes running up above. Very, very cool. All right, our output is right here, so let's go ahead and utilize our output. And let's say there. Yeah, that feels good to me right there. And then we're going to run that out to here and let this run down into there. And we're going to need another crafting bench. Now, again, if you do have any comments or questions, hey, Sammy, what's up? That looks awesome. I would forget where everything is every time I needed something. Yes, again, I do build stuff in a certain way that helps me remember where most of my stuff is, but not everything. Sometimes I go, okay, what was I doing right here, right? That's probably the toughest thing about coming back to stuff, is that you go, okay, what was I trying to do? Okay, how many connections do we have? This is a Mark 1. Now, again, anytime you need more power, now, again, I'm going to come back and rework this power. What we really need to do is get this all set up in such a way that I can start to build out all my other resources so I can complete my phase 3. Now, if we do this right today and we get all of our different steps going, we should be able to start on our phase 3. So we'll see. It's going to be some work. But this part is easy because now this is just a duplicate of what we've already done, right? We've already done this now a few times. 2 more heavy modular frames, and I'm going to need Oop, hit the pipe there. Again, see what I do is I slide a little bit and then I jump, and I'm using my jetpack a little bit too to keep myself up in the air, and that just keeps that forward momentum going. And then we can run over here. Oh, none in there. Oh, see, that's when we got to run over here and do a little offline processing. Let's see what we were making over here. Yep, making the very thing that I needed there. Let's just take them all. Grab them all. And again, I do a little offline production. Again, it uses the minimum power. It's the most efficient way of building and progressing at this stage and then invest all of those resources into your power. And then from your power, you can produce all of the resources that you need to produce more power. Because that's pretty much what you're doing in this game all the time, is producing more of whatever it is you're trying to produce. You're trying to produce more power because that allows you to do more things. And let's go in here and again make a few heavy modular frames. And you can see my screws and my pipes are coming from my dimensional depot. And the second I use them up, by the way, it'll run more in there. And that'll just be in that perpetual mode. And we go look for some more Mercer and have even more things running in there. But again, you only got so much time, everybody. So my most precious thing is always my time. So I try to maximize my time. For sure. Where'd that pole go? Right there. Okay. Now those pumps should start going once this starts filling up. Yep. And that's going to pump that up and fill that up so that this can keep running out that oil. Otherwise, the oil just sits in here and doesn't get used up. And then the train is just going back and forth, not doing anything. So it's burning up our power. You got to think that's comes out of our power costs. So we definitely want to backlog that, just like we backlogged a bunch of this. We can see that that's backlogged way, way good in there. These are all really nicely backlogged. And again, these ones over here should be getting used up a bit. Let's go up here to the top. I always like to have a lot of fluid buffers, the big ones for my oil. Yeah, it's still completely full. And that's running down into there, which is running these ones. This one's running down into those. Now, we had backlogged a ton of oil previously, and this is more oil than it can actually process at the moment, because by the time this oil starts to go down, here comes my train. My train comes and brings some more. Yes, bring us the oil. Bring us the oil. Whee! Let's get up here and watch it from up here. Never stops being cool, everybody. Again, I played this game for thousands of hours, and those trains are cool every single time. Let's see how many it unloads. Oh, yeah. See, it's unloading the first one and the last two because we've been using up some of this oil. Remember, it also stores oil also in the fluid container there. And so that's another one of these big containers right there. It's about 2,400 in there as well. So yeah, see, it dropped that whole thing in there, which means that one was empty. And then you can see them start to pump. You can see this stuff starting to move. And train's going to go off and give me some more oil. Go get it, brother. And again, start to backlog that and keep our power running beautifully. Okay, now we just need to duplicate the same thing we just did. And we know what to do. So we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to go ahead and take our stuff and we're going to run it like this inward. And we'll just go ahead and line that up. Let's say right there. See, that looks good. And so we need that. We need this to face toward the center. We have 2 on that side and 3 on this side. Okay, so this is a little close. So I'm going to go ahead and move this back. Again, it doesn't have to be so close, but we also want to think that we're also going to do some plastic and stuff out here. So maybe a little bit further back. I'm going to take one and I'm just going to put one right here. And that one's going to be there just to kind of give me an offset of where I'm currently running this one. And I'm just going to say, yeah, it's not bad. And then we'll do this one. Again, we're going to have 3 on this side. And we should be snapping nicely. Yes, there we go. There's 2 there. And then again, we got to make sure we leave room, though, that we can get that going on. Also want to go ahead and look at the offset of this over here. Now, this one's back 1 on that one, and then this one's back 1 on that one, which tells you that's the same thing we should do over here. And that should be back 1 more. Yeah, and sometimes I just put it down just to get an idea of its offsets and stuff. I'm going to hit H, nudge it over just a little bit. Actually, I should probably move this one over just a little bit. So we'll snap it to this. We'll hit H, and then we'll back it up just a little bit. So, see, it has that kind of distance right here, this distance, back. See that little metal distance there? Then if I go compare it to this, it allows me to do the same offset I did over here, because look right down here. See, that has the same offset right there. See, that same offset. So that tells us that that would be the exact proper distance between one and the other one over here. And so we'll put this over here. We'll snap that in place somehow. And then move this to the side. There we go. And then we'll look at this, and we'll move it back. We'll put that down, and then we got to look at the back to see if we're too close. Yeah, too close. Too close there. So one more whole foundation back, I would say, would get that done. And then again, make sure we're putting it. Let's go. That's right. What up, Gia? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. The train makes me giddy. Me too, Scav. I love me some train fun. That's for sure. Again, this game was already a 9 out of 10 before they added trains, but man, when they added trains, it was a 10 out of 10. Then they added fluids, and then it was you know, an 11 out of 10, and it's just been keep going from there. This game is awesome, everybody. See, this is how you know they got you, everybody, is if you think about the game all the time when you're not playing it. And that's what I do. I was like, oh man, I gotta go in there, I gotta get that oil power on, and then once I get my oil power going, then I can do the other thing and the other thing, get the other thing going. Yeah, see, that's how they know they got you. And I'm purposely not playing it all day, every day, because you know, it's your first 1.0 playthrough, and you want to just cherish it and have a good time with it. At least that's what I think. Just take your time and try not to just rush to the end. But then again, it's your game. You do what you want to do. For me, I'm definitely not going to rush, everybody. We're going to have a great time getting this going on. All right, and then we're going to go like this, get that lined up. Now, we don't really need the other ones I discovered, because I can just do the one at the end, which is much easier, like this. And then you just do this, and you take this out. And I forgot all about this technique. I know I've used it before. I said, oh, I've done that before. And again, you just put the one at the beginning and at the end, and then make sure you take your lifters out, and always put your lifters back in. Oh, wait, that one's not at the beginning. Hold on, wrong one. Wrong. This one's the beginning. Hold on, let's make sure we do it right. And we got this going the right direction. Like that. All right, hold on. Let's take this one out. Take all this out. Take this out. This is the first one. Make sure we've got where the little arrow is pointing this way. Make sure it's the splitter as well. So what we do is we just make these two, and we connect those two together. Now you can fly up here, or you can do it from down below. I'm gonna do it from up here so you can see why that's so awesome. It's because I can just hold down control, and now it just snaps to the one down below. So it knows it's already down there, especially the one that's really close together right here. That's the real tough one that it's going to know. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on, this is coming out. Now there's something not right with that. So it's gonna come in from over here, and it's gonna go that way. Yep, this is the output. There I go, doing it again. I doed it again, everybody. This is the output, not the input. I'm doing the output first, and sometimes I throw myself off. Because I actually need a merger and not a splitter. So here's a little trick, by the way. You just go back down, and then actually I could have just went down one. And then you grab one of these and put it back up here, because we need the merger to go up here, and we need the green arrow on the top one to go this way. There we go. And then I can just take this back out like this, and then merger over here again. It's okay if you make a mistake, everybody. The most important thing is you recognize the mistake, and you say, okay, wait, I gotta fix that thing. That's the most important part. All right, yes, I knew that felt wrong. All right, there we go. And then again, take out your lifters, never trust them. Those should be the last thing you put in, like this. Otherwise, your whole thing's gonna get messed up. Then we go like this. And then we should see some merging there and outputting over here. Yes, okay, now we're talking. Okay, pick up that merger again. Hold down that control. See, now it's aiming this way. That's how I knew it was wrong. The second it was aiming the opposite direction. That was a dead giveaway. There we go. And again, the ones that are real close to each other are tough. So it's easier to add it and then just put it right on the belt. Much easier to do it that way. And then we can just do this. And then over here, we can do that one. And then on this side, and there we go. Now it's going to run out all that excess stuff that we don't need. And then we're going to go ahead and do our pipes down here. And let's see. Let's do the same thing this time. We're going to just go ahead and get our pipe going. And we're just going to start it right there. We're going to run it straight through here. We're going to have a nice long pipe for right now. We'll mess around with all the other stuff. We'll try to remember to connect all of the connections this time. I missed a connection yesterday. I saw it when I logged in today. Of course, I'm a bit more conscious today, everybody. I got a little bit more rest today than I got yesterday, so I'm a little bit more competent to build a factory today. There's a really weird thing going on with these pipes here, too, with that texturing. Hopefully they get that fixed. I'm not going to bother because it's still working. It just doesn't look great. It's kind of like a texture issue that needs a little love. All right. And again, I'm just sliding underneath the bottom here because it's hard to work up here because these are in the way. But I could always add those last, by the way. I like to add them as I go just so I don't miss anything as well. All right. Those are all looking good. And then we'll want to put one of these in. We got ourselves a little bench here. Let's make ourselves another one here. We're going to definitely end up needing a bunch of these for sure. Mistakes are just happy accidents. Exactly. And little things to learn. Thank you, BMX. Yeah, same. Chilling. There you go, King Lion. Yeah, just chill. Enjoy the journey, everybody. That's what's so fun. There you go. Enjoy the journey. Take your time. Savor that 1.0 playthrough, your first time through on the full release. Oh, that's what I'm doing, everybody. Oh, and I could sit here. I could play this game. I mean, I could just absolutely become absorbed in the game and just play 20 hours a day, just neglect everything else. But we know how that works out, everybody, when you neglect everything else in your life and just do your gaming, right? Yeah, we know how that goes. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not going to work out well. Okay, now we can go ahead and run our piping down the side here as well. And we know we're just going to go ahead and run it just like we did here. So let's just bring this out, rotate a little bit, bring it forward a couple, and we should have our beautiful 90s. And then we're just going to run it down the middle of these things here until we reach way down there, and we'll deal with that later on. And then now we can just go ahead and snap this. Remember, you only got one input when it comes to your oil power, but later you do need more than one in other processes that we'll get to, especially when you get to the way more advanced aluminum. But I'm going to show you this whole entire layout today. We're going to go illustrate it today as well. So if you can't really visualize what I'm doing right now, we'll illustrate it. And then again, that'll be available for my patrons. I'm going to try to get all that out to you guys tomorrow. I did a whole lot of stuff for you guys, like 8 hours today. For all my patrons. It's going to run for the rest of the year. A little special surprise over there. And of course, you guys get to see all that stuff first, and then, a week or so later or whatnot, it also rolls out for other peeps. You'll see. You'll see. And again, I've been working that for a while, and YouTube's not making it easy. Neither was Patreon. Was not making it easy. I had to do all these workarounds to make it work. But now it seems to be working. So we'll see how it goes. And it should go for the whole rest of the year. And I'll let it run out for the rest of the week, and then I'll probably tell you what it is next week. For those of you who are not my patrons, not gone to patreon.com/Kismet yet. Okay, so we're good. What are we doing? We're going to run our oil down in here next. That's what we're doing. Again, I like to infuse it like right here. Boom. At the ends. And then this one is going to be over here, just like this one. And we'll just put it right here. We'll get that started there. All right, you can see that this one goes up and goes up there. Now we want to get this next one and bring that down. In fact, we might be able just to do it. Let's go see. And let's go ahead and go vertical. See if it's going to let us go vertical there. No, it's not going to let us go vertical. But we can do what we did here and try something like this. Let's see how we like that. And sometimes I don't like it to be too symmetrical because I find it a little boring. I love to do stuff like this where it has like these just big pipes running and they're all like nice 90 verticals like that. I just love that kind of stuff. I think it looks amazing. All right, here comes the oil. It's going to be pumping in here, and this stuff will start up when I add some power to it. Let's get over here. Now, this one's got a ways to go to get over to here. And we'll want it to get somewhat around the corner here. And we'll say here and here. We'll come back and like really beautify all of this, everybody. But just at this point, we just want to get it working and get it functional so we can build out the rest of our stuff. We'll say right there on that one. And then we'll run it nice vertical there. Run it across here. Always thinking, get it up to the top and run it down. Okay, get up to the top and run it down. Let gravity do its job. Let gravity let it get into there. All right, now there's one more important thing that we need right over here that we have also on the other side, and that is our awesome sink. So we want to get our awesome sink in here so it can be doing its job all the time. I'll put it down right there and get a kind of a general idea of how to line that up. Maybe the same thing over here. Yeah, let's take this out for right now so we could go ahead and utilize our lifter. Again, this is another great trick. Again, you just make the thing where you can do the line first, and then you snap the merger, or actually this would be a outputter at this point along that line. So this would be a splitter here, and you want to try to snap it to the thing there. Oh, there we go, something like that, and then bring it closer. Yes, and we could try to just run this down. That'll give us a general idea. Again, I think one of the most powerful things they added to the game, everybody, is the ability to hologram it. To hit H and then nudge it. It's just nothing short of brilliant. Right there. Oh, a little closer than what we had there. Awesome sink. There we go. And then H, and then I'll nudge it closer so that it ends up right here. And then you just take that lifter out, and then you just re-add the lifter. And then what it should do is all the excess should end up in the awesome sink itself. Now, what we just need is some power. And that's pretty easy. We'll come up here on the top so we can see what we're doing. Whee! Over here. And we're going to have to tap off one of these powers here. So we'll just go ahead and say power pole number 2. And we'll go ahead and just run this out to the center for now. We're going to use that for sure. Then we'll run a power pole from up here, let's say to the center. And then we'll upgrade that power pole, because this way we can get all the power lines run right into there. Again, that's a little secret right there, everybody. You cannot do that with just a pole. You can't just put a pole down on top of those mergers. You have to actually pull out the power line to put that on there. And it does an incredibly great job. There we go. Actually, this one over here I could take out, and I could go ahead and just add that right there. Okay, so now we got all of that going, and we should be good to go. Now, the most important thing that you want to do is tell it what it needs to be doing, right? In this case, it needs to be producing fuel. So it's going to start doing that, and I can copy the settings right down here at the bottom, or I can just go Control-C, so I'm going to do that. And then paste it into all of the other ones. So I'm going to copy this one and then jump over here. Ooh, okay, missed that. Missed that one apparently. And then paste and then jump over this way. There we go. And paste. And so on. Again, just take your time. Make sure you get it right. You know it's working when stuff starts flowing out of there. Oh yeah, there's our awesome sink already running. We got to get our awesome sink linked in right here. Let that start running. That should queue up. Oh, is that going out of there? I don't see it going out of there. Okay. I don't see it, so we're gonna relink it again. Sure it's coming out of there into there. Yes, there it goes. And our awesome sink should start to spin up. Did I put it backwards? No, that's right. Huh. It's on. Something I messed up there. That's coming out of there into the awesome sink. That's the input. This is a splitter, so it's going to come in, it's going to split right. So it's going out. This is going in. Okay. Apparently that's what we're doing today. Must be something there blocking it. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is me trying to figure it out. Remember, everybody, your FICSIT corporate regulations.
Official FICSIT corporate regulations prohibit backseat gaming. Please backseat when the Learn to Play sign is lit only.
There you go. Now you know. So, So, what is it that's causing this weirdness? This is a splitter. This is the input. This is an output. That's going into the input. This is an output. That should come out of the output and go into the input. Go on. You got this. Do your thing. It can't run if it can't run that in the awesome sink. All right. Bye-bye awesome sink. Bye-bye lifter. Put the awesome sink down again. It's definitely something simple, too. It's always something simple, everybody. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. Connect the power. You know it's the power's on because this is running. Otherwise, you wouldn't see any of this. You wouldn't see your tickets. This is coming down. Let's just run a little belt. Okay, now it's working. Something going on with my lifter there, everybody. It did not like how close I was as the lifter there. Doesn't matter if it should work. It only matters if it does work, everybody. And that's how you see. I had it right. You can see I had it right. Those lifters are the notorious worst thing in the game, everybody. Absolutely. They're always causing mischief. So keep that in mind. Now, we want to go to each of these now and check our overall production. Yes, that's making fuel. This is making fuel. All right, awesome. Yeah. Fuel here. Awesome. Fuel. And fuel. All right, and that resin ran out of there. Okay, so now we're going to put ourselves a nice big fluid buffer right over here. How do we have that line? Just right down the center of that line, like so. Something like that, I believe. Yes, just a little bit forward. Okay, and then again, this is one of the greatest features of the game, is the fact you can just nudge that. And I can just stand here like this. I like to stand in position and then just turn, and then easier to line stuff up. So you can just eyeball it like that. And then what it's going to start to do before I even get to doing all my other stuff, it's going to start to backlog all of that fuel. You might as well, right? So it can start processing and start filling up all the pipes all the way, including backlogging your fluid buffer. That should be among the first thing that you should be doing, is backlogging that fluid buffer so that it has a lot of backlog. Okay, so that's got that. And then again, we're just going to pull this one straight across and just do the same thing that we did over here, and we're going to just back that up. How is that? It's right down in the center there. Yes, it is. Right down in the center, and we're going to move it until it kind of aligns to this one, and this one was, again, just one back from that little metal edge like this. Very nice. And once we have that one in place, we know what to do. We're going to do the same thing again. 3 on this side. And then right here, we're going to line these up. This. Again, have a, again, a gap right here, just enough, and that helps us when we're doing our lifters and all that other stuff. That lines that all up perfectly. And then eventually it'll line up all of our stuff here. So again, working our lifters right here. Turn that around nicely. Geez, has it been 5 hours now? Oh my God, better look at my time. Okay, so, wow, it's only been 50 minutes. Okay. It goes by like that, everybody. It goes by like that. Before you know it, man, it's like 6, 7 hours later. You're like, yeah. God, time went by too fast. All right, and then we got this one over here. We want to put this way. Oh, we're out of motors. Okay, hold on. Let's take time right now. Run over here and grab some motors. Yep, stop for a second to refuel my thingy. There we go. Slide. Motors. How are we looking on motors? Wow, we got a lot of rotors. We need motors. We'll grab some rotors while we're at it too. What the heck? Grab it all. Grab it all. Now, again, we got to get back to the point where we're making motors and we're making reinforced iron plates and all of those various things. But I'm going to, again, illustrate all of this for you. Go pretty fast. It ain't so hard because we have some of this stuff already illustrated. Again, the more of this stuff that we illustrate, the more easy it becomes to illustrate more stuff. Again, it's like perpetuating itself in that way. So, works pretty easy. There we go. All right, and we know what to do. Go to the first one and go to the last one, and let's get these in here like this. And I think this time I'm going to go ahead and make sure to remember to use my mergers this time. There we go. And then also just do the first one and do the last one like this. Make sure they're in the right direction. Take this out, take these out, hit G, take that, and this, just by pressing Control, and then put those back in. Always, always, always put those back in. And then before I actually do that whole top part, I'm just going to do the bottom part. See if I like that sequence better. It's all about build order, everybody. Build order is the key to most things. And again, this whole pipe right here is going to run down to the rest of our factory, which is going to be all of our things right there. So we're going to do all of those again, everybody. All of that again. Again, it's pretty epic at this point. Now, see, if I don't have my lifters there, it just makes it a little easier for me to get in here and try to get these lined up. I've also noticed if you don't have those overhead and you hold down Control, sometimes they actually snap. To the refineries, for some reason, it doesn't snap to those. Yeah, see, that one it does. It doesn't snap to them when it's like right next to something else. That's kind of odd. But you can still see the where it's kind of lined up there. And then over here. So odd that when I'm holding Control, it just doesn't snap right in place. All right, and that just made that bottom part a little easier. So I didn't have these things in my way. Oh yeah, I forgot about the server restart thing. But that's okay. It's reminding me that I have to... Yeah, see, these ones on the top now don't snap. So I added the pipes down below. Interesting. And it does tell me that it's lined up, but it doesn't actually snap along that edge. Now, let's see how it works out. I don't like it when it doesn't snap, because then it could potentially not run the resources in there. But we got that pretty solid. That all looks pretty good. I got all 5 of those. You should see 5 of these lifters. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we should see 5 pipes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, there we go. Now we don't need another awesome sink here. Oh, that's right, because we got to run it the other way. Oh, I just realized I ran that the wrong way. Okay, hold on. On this one, I needed to go that way and not the way that it's going. But that's okay, because we can take all these out and it just will re-heal the belt, which I think is pretty cool. But you definitely want to take your lifters back out, because those are going to be all messed up. Those are going to be confused in there. Okay, and then this one over here, we'll fix this one too. And a great way to fix these is just to put one on the top of it, like that. And then take this one back out, and then we'll just take this out as well. And then put one back on the bottom, and then, of course, aiming in the opposite direction of the way we had the original one. Taking all this back out, just redo all of that so you get this right. And then over here, this one should be going the other way. And that's because we're going to run this back to the one awesome sink. This way we don't need two awesome sinks. And if you have two awesome sinks, you're just wasting 30 power because this is not more than the belt speed. My belt speed right now is about 400. And the amount of this stuff I need to run in the awesome sink is less than 400. So I don't need to make a second awesome sink. Unless you want to. It's your factory. You do what you want. But that's less efficient than if I just run it all at the same place. And me, I'm all about that efficiency. Boom, right there. And then we'll put this one in. Very nice. And we'll get this one. There it is. Okay, and then this one is... How'd we do the last one? I think we brought it around. So, oh, it was a merger. Yeah, no, we made a merger last time. Yeah, that's right, we changed that again. See, I'll put that on top. I'll take this out. I'll take the merger and bring it down here and aim it in the same direction. So it merges and then outputs to the left. And it should still work, but I never trust it, so I'm just going to do it again. The one thing that does work, by the way, is the fact that your belts sometimes will work, where it'll run down. This should be going in. Let's take this belt back out, run that into the merger. This is running out. Again, see, I had to run that belt again. Again, that stuff gets all messed up when you start like trying to put stuff back, but you leave the belts and stuff. That's why typically I'll take out the belts. But the one that usually works is this: when you use the lifter, put the lifter back in and the belts there. That usually works. But up here, when you're doing mergers and splitters, I would definitely take that belt out. And then this allows us to run this around on the outside here, like this. And we'll run this real nice with our awesome new thingy that we can do. Oh, we gotta go the other way. We gotta go this way. So we can make that awesome. No? It's a bummer. Huh. No. How did we do that before? I think we went default and then... Oh, it's because I'm... Oh, because I'm running it the opposite direction. That's right. We had to do this first. Just run this out like this. Then we have affected the direction. So now it knows what direction we want it to go. And then when you do that, it'll do that. Great Kismet workaround for you there, everybody. Set the direction first, and then when you run this back, it'll know that you want to go from that way first, and it will change the direction of which way the belts are being run, which is very cool. And then run this. With our nice straight belts there. Oh, touches it just a little bit, but I think it'll be fine. Okay, and then into there very nicely. Okay, now we just got to run some more of our pipes here. Hello there, Ems. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Always good to see you. How you doing tonight? Astro, what's up? Thanks for coming in, hanging out as well. I appreciate everybody being in the chat. I see you guys talking to each other there. Again, if you have a comment or question for me, and I miss it for any reason, feel free to throw it in the chat again. I never mind. And you go ahead and just put my name in there, Kismet, and make it even easier. And I appreciate everybody who does. All right, now here's a great little trick here at the end, everybody. At the end of this one here, you don't need to add one of these little splitter things. You want to add a nice little ending cap. And again, move that forward by 2, so you got that nice, beautiful 90 degree there. And then we're just going to run that in there and this into here. And now we've got all of those all pumping all the way down. And then other side. And we got this one going pretty good, but it's kind of like right in the way there. So What I would do is just kind of back this up just a little bit to make this nicer, and run this one. But I'd stop it right about there so you can then run it way down here to the end. Now again, another great trick. We go right here to go 1, 2 back, and that's all you need. Bam, perfect little 90 right there. And then go ahead and hold down control, and that'll snap right into the back of that. And now you got that going. So now you have your oil going in on both sides. We have this running back this way and the fuel running out. We have our fuel buffer running there. Remember that pipes run in both directions. So you can see that we've got some fuel already over here. But now we just need to power this up. Whoa, missed the ladder. I just used my jetpack to get up here on top again. And again, let's just bounce across here. Whee! Not sure if we can bring that over. Nope, that's got way too many connections. Let's go ahead and take this one off of here. We're going to pull this one to here. We'll run that over to there. There we go. And then we'll just run another one over here. And then we'll go ahead and use our connections here. Oh, it already upgraded it. Okay, great. And then this here. And you know what? We'll just run these ones right here since that's conveniently right there. And then right there. Now again, those are going to start that up, but you got to tell it what you want to be. Again, more fuel. And then over here. And we'll come back and we'll make even more cool fuel later on. We'll make some turbo fuel and all of that stuff. But right now, we're just kind of in this stage where we're just making our regular yellow fuel, as some people like to call it. But we should see a lot of this filling up. Very nice. Okay. And then we can see that this is now running out. And we can see they're all green, but I never trust that green thing. I always go in and look and make sure that that fuel is actually flowing out of there. Yes, that's the backlogging just a little bit. And that's good. And then over here, it's good. This one is not running out, which means that our lifter might be having an issue here. What's going on over here, Mr. Lifter? Let's get you back in there, because you're probably not working. What's going on with my lifters today? Yeah, this thing's not lined up to that lifter. Let's see if we can get that to work. Come on. There it goes. Yeah, see, it was just ever so slightly off from the lifter, and so it wasn't working. And that's an important thing to look at. See, like this one, same thing. And that's why we should have just did the things first. Oops, actually, we should do this first. Then we can do this, which will snap to that. Now, then we can take this back out, put that back in, and then now it works. Again, yeah, you can see it flowing there. Again, check that flow, everybody. Check that flow. All right, yes, all those are working. Which means I should also go over here and check all of these. That's flowing out. That's good. Those are good. Again, if you see any in the lifter, then there is an issue. See, it should just be flowing through there and then disappearing. Because this is these are Mark IV belts, everybody. So these are very fast. I suggest not to use anything below your max level when you're using your belts. Even if it only requires a level, say, 30 belt or even 60 speed belt, which is basically the Mark I belt, I still use the maximum speed belt, because when you stop your base and then you start it back up again, those belts have to refeed all that stuff in. And if you have it at its maximum speed, it's going to get back up to speed at its maximum time. You're going to have plenty of all of the resources that you need to make all that going once you have a lot of power, like I'm doing now. So there we go. There we go. All right. So now what we need is a whole bunch more of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. That's 20 of those. Okay. So we need 20 more of our fuel generators. Oh, yeah. We're going to need some serious resources for that. Let's go get it. We might have to make some of those motors. I think I'd finally burnt out all of my motors. We definitely have the rubber and encased industrial beams, though. And remember, we haven't built any of this stuff in a really long time, except for a little bit of offline stuff. And that's crazy efficient, everybody. I've been building all these big factories and things like that that I need eventually, but I don't need them right now. And that's the thing. You use it when you need it. And then you backlog a ton of it like I've done over here. And then now we're going to basically just walk over here. I'm going to check this box anyway, but I seriously doubt there's any more of them in there. But over here, we do have a bunch of rotors, which we can take a bunch of those. And then stators. Oh, sorry. The one we just picked up was stators. These ones are rotors. You get the idea. A little dyslexia there. And then I can go over here to this one. And it just so happens that rotors and stators put together, if I can find it in here, rotors and stators equal motors. Now I can just make 400 motors. Just like that. Another smart thing I can do too is while I'm doing this, instead of doing this, I can just go right over here to what I call my offline production, right? So this has got some plates in there, and it's also got some other stuff that we might want to take out of there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this out like this. We're going to do what's known as bleeding the line. So what you want to do is go in and take the reinforced iron plates out. It'll try to put whatever else is in here into the actual machine itself. Oh, if it had power. Why does this have no power? Oh, I must have disconnected it from the power. Okay, I got this. I got this. Right over to there. All right, that should then run that in there. Basically bleed out the lines or take all of the reinforced plates out of the lines. And then I can go over here and check my reinforced iron plates. See how many of these I have in there. I'm going to take all of those out of there. And then I'm going to reconnect all of this together. And then my other one's already out. The bottom one's already out of whatever it was out of. So I'm going to put my stators in there. I'm going to put my rotors in here. And then I'm going to rerun this top part right into there. And then tell this, instead of being what it is now, to be motors. And so that's going to start constructing a bunch of motors for me. Again, I don't have to make a whole complex thing where I'm extracting from the ore node and making all the pieces in between because I already have the parts. I just needed to make the thing. And this is super efficient because this uses 15 megawatts of power as opposed to the extractor, the converter, the smelter, the constructor, and so on and so forth. I've already made the parts earlier, all the stators and rotors that I needed earlier in the very beginning stage of the game, and then had a big backlog of them that I can just make the thing I need when I need the thing. All right, and then it's going to make a bunch of those and stick them here in here. We're going to need about 300 of them. So what we're going to also do is kind of usurp this other one over here, which we were making a bunch of iron case industrial beams. Again, same thing here. We can say, you know what, we want to make motors now. But the problem is we have this concrete on here, right, on this particular side. So we're going to take that out to basically just clear that off the belt. And then we're going to look in here, see how much we got, take all that out of there. And then again, rerun this. And there we go. That's all cleaned out nicely. And then we can just go ahead now and double up our production. Double up our production by taking half of this. You get the idea. And then take half of this. Like this, and then same thing over here. It doesn't matter which one I throw it in as long as they're two separate ones. That into there. I think this one's the output, this one's the input, and into there. Now I have both of these making me some motors, which is awesome. And again, so easy, everybody. So easy just to do offline production. Oh, this one now. Oh, this one's overclocked. Oh, yes, I forgot. I got my summer sloop in there. That's making me twice as much. Yeah, very nice. Oh, man, I got to get me more of them summer sloops. So this is like one of the coolest things in the game, everybody, the summer sloops, how it doubles that up. So this one's outputting 10 per minute. And then this one over here is going to output only 5 per minute. And all you have to do is put the summer sloops in there. That's it. And then you're getting double the thing, which means you're using half the resources to make the same thing. And that's why we put that in there. Very nice. Okay. I love it when that happens. All right, and that's made 9 of them already over there. And then over here we have, oh, we have a bunch of stuff in there. And we've made a bunch more over on that side. So what are we at now? 72. Okay, now also, while they're doing that, I can take a stack from here I'm going to take a stack from up here, down to my inventory, and let's go ahead and race this and see who gets done first. I'll take a stack from each of these, and we're going to race it. So while it's making some, I'm going to make some too, and see who goes faster. Now again, just roll over the craft thing, hit your space bar, take your hands away, and you're good. Again, making motors. Right there, making motors. Making motors just got to go. And what you building, just tune in. I am building my oil power. So what I do in the beginning is I backlog a ton of resources. So I'll make all my rotors and stators and all of those things early game, and I'll use just about 900 coal power to do that, because that's just simple to build that basic power. And then once we do that, we then backlog a whole box of just about every single thing, which you can see I have stacked up behind there. And then that carries us through to the mid stage where I'm at now, where I'm doing my oil power. And instead of putting my oil power where my oil is, we're bringing the oil over here so I don't have to go do it. Because the main thing that I'm always messing with is power, right? Power, or you're upgrading your hub, or you're running stuff to your space elevator. Those are the three things that I'm typically doing. So those three things should be as close to me as any given time, so that I can manage those things. Also, fail safes, like having your backup power, and then you have your online backup power, which is always on. And then if your power starts to drip too far below what you're producing, you've got your electrical to have there as your backup. Now I also have a fail-safe, a whole nother copy of it that's around 2400 power as well. The first one's 2400 power, the other one's 2400 power, and that is offline. So what I do is I fill that all the way up with full battery, and then I turn the switch off, so at any given time, if all my power goes off and I have an issue, I can just go ahead and flip that back on again, and bam, I can use it for starting up my power again after I've fixed whatever issue is going on. Now, the reason why I do that is because it costs me less of my time to build out big old factories that really can't run until I have enough power to run them. So what I do is I build little mini factories, and those little mini factories do the one thing. They have one smelter and one constructor, and they're making iron plates, or they're making screws. And right now they're taking those things and they're putting them in the dimensional depot, so I don't ever have to run over there and grab them now. It just automatically puts those screws and those plates and that concrete and all of those things right in there. Another great example is like steel pipes, which I use a lot of. I'm past the steel beams because I'm using the encased industrial beams. But I am making a bunch of motors so I can make 20 fuel generators on top of the 20 fuel generators I already have. So right now I have about 5,000 power in oil power, and when I'm done doing this, I'll have 10,000 power, and that'll allow us to do whatever we want. Whatever we want. The world, the sky's the limit, everybody. And then, of course, after we do this, we'll continue on to nuclear power and all the other new stuff, which we haven't even played with yet. Don't tell me. Remember, your FICSIT Corporation mandates.
Official FICSIT corporate regulations prohibit backseat gaming. Please backseat when the Learn to Play sign is lit only.
There you go. Now you know, chat. Now you know. You lost track of time playing Satisfactory. You're late tonight. Well, hey, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Yeah, so we're building this out. And again, I'm going to illustrate this here in just a bit. It's going to be real easy for you guys to understand. Again, if you've watched me illustrate stuff here before. Now, we've already done it here also while we're letting this run. I think I can sneak over here and grab this. Right over here, you can see that we went in and actually did a spreadsheet of all the stuff. So we took our 3 raw oil nodes, and we looked at the different rates at which you can overclock them. And for all those peeps who are on mobile, I'll do you a solid, or even more so. You're like, Kismet, where can I get this spreadsheet, brother? Here, I'll hook you guys up right there in my Twitch chat. There you go. Now you got that epic link right there where you can go ahead and look right at this if you want to. And so we have our raw oil nodes, and then we said, okay, what happens if we make it 150%? Well, this is how much oil we're going to get. And then what if we just overclock the heck out of it to maximum? We're going to get 300, 600, and 600, which just happens to work out to be the exact right size for all of your pipes, right? And then we said, well, we don't want to have to run a bunch of pipes like we've done in the past. We want to just put it on a train and bring it over here. So that's what we did. And we brought a bunch over here and we backlogged a bunch while we were building out the rest of our base. And here's the thing, everybody. I feel like overclocking your oil nodes are always to your benefit. Even though it does take more power, because your normal power in here, again, is around... what's my normal power? Base power 40. It's about 40. So this is about 90 more. But if you look at it, you're going from 240 to 600, everybody. You're going, that's a lot. That's a massive amount of oil. And then also, once you overclock that, you never have to touch that thing again, everybody. You don't ever have to touch that raw oil node again. You just set it and forget it, which is one of my favorite things. And then once we do is we look at this, we say, okay, well, we got 600 here. And we take 600 and we divide it by 10, right? That's because each one is 60, or take 600 divided by 60, it'll be 10. That'll be 10 oil refineries. I'll move over here so you guys can take a look. Or actually, even better, I'll just move this over, and then I'll move over here. There we go. And you can see those oil refineries there. So we're going to make 10 oil refineries, which is what we just did. And now, if we take that and say, okay, if we produce 400 fuel from the 600 oil to 400 fuel, that's going to be enough for, over here, 20 of these fuel generators, because it only takes 20 input from each. So that means for each refinery, I can have 2. So basically, that just ends up being 20, right? It's easy math. And the total power output of that is going to be 5,000. Yes, 5,000, everybody. Now, I can do 10,000 power also on oil and all of those things as well. But I don't really need to, because why do it on coal when I can just do it on oil, which oil is way easier, I find. All right, well, that did 36. I did 100. It shows you that you can do it way fast. Oh, here we go again. Here we go again with the bugs in here. My family lets the bugs in, and then I got to deal with them in my face the whole time. I'm sitting here trying to stream. They love these lights, everybody. So I got my little death zapper. So if he comes in front of my face again, he's going to get zapped. Now, of course, I hope everybody's got their golden cup. I can show you how to get one in game, everybody. I got mine at lizarddoggo.com, including my cool coffee shirt as well I got on today. Very, very cool. So we're going to keep this going. So it's did a bunch. I did a bunch. We're like 20 away over here. That's going to give me 3 on that side. And I should be getting 6 over here. 8 over there. All right, there it is. Okay, and then we'll just let the rest of those run so that we have all that set up for later. Now we're literally going to make 5,000 power, because we already have all of the production going. And again, we want to let it run a little bit before we actually turn our power on, because we want to fill up all of the pipes. Look at how nice and solid those pipes are. Very nice over here. Same thing. This should be nice and full. Ah, beautiful. All right, this is ready for some serious power. All righty, so we're going to grab this one, and we're just going to sync this up by lining these up back to back here. And we're going to move these nice and close. We're going to hit H, because that's already lined up that way. And then we're just going to bring this right up in here. Very nice, very nice. A little too close for my comfort. I'm going to move that back just a little bit. And then the cool thing is, this is just going to snap right across the other side. You want to line these up nicely. How do I got that? I got that one on the line. Okay, let's do that one again. Doesn't really matter, everybody, but I like to just do it in sync across. There we go. And then now we just do this a whole bunch more times. Let's go. All right, let's do it. There's number 2. Of course, nicely facing in the wrong direction, because for some reason when you middle mouse button, it doesn't pick up the orientation of the actual thing that you're picking up. I don't know why. That's the other thing I forgot to mention to them. 3. I think I've set that into them before. That's 4. This is 5. Number 6. Number 7. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're out of space. No problem. We got our blueprints, our 5x5s. We're going to aim it at the edge. We're going to hit H. We're going to nudge it nicely right there. Boom. And fill that in like it's no problem. All right. And then the one right here. I would definitely, even though it lines up over there, I would definitely double check. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, that's all good. Another side here, everybody. Let's do it. Again, I don't know why it doesn't pick up the orientation of your factory. It seems a little weird to me, but such is the way it goes. Or your factory machine in this case. Oh, what was that? Oh, surface is uneven. Oh, that's right. We got some more over here. We got to add over this way. And how many is it this way? 2 is this one. Let's just hit H. Yeah, it's 2. Because it's uneven. It's 3 on one side, 2 on the other. So it's hard to remember which side's the 2 and which side's the 3 sometimes. But there we go. We're going to need to do this all the way down. And right about here. There we go. I'm going to speed up. I hope you guys don't mind. If you do have a comment or question, feel free to throw it in the chat. If I missed for any reason, throw it in there again. Use my name, Kismet. That does help a lot. I've been rated. Oh, Luva coming in. What's up, Luva? Thanks for coming in, bringing in that love. I was playing Satisfactory tonight. You were. Were you as addicted to the game as me? I have purposely not been playing it in between updates so I don't get totally burned out on it. So I actually only have several thousand hours in it, but I consider that nothing compared to in this game, everybody. Because we're going all in today. There you go. Only 80 hours plus on 1.0. Yeah, I think I'm about right there too. But in early access, I played it since it originally came out, and again, I could have burnt 10,000 hours on it easy. This game is on par with the amount I would play like Fallout, everybody, and that's really saying something. I mean, this game was made for me. And if you're new to my stream, you're coming in with Luva, who's a good friend of the stream. Feel free to come on in, relax, take it easy, as we're going to be building some serious big stuff today. We're doing our oil power right now, and again, you're going to see that when I put these in, I don't want these to be right across from these things. Because they will block my ability to put down my my splitter, so I'll go ahead and just set it back just a little bit, just so it doesn't block that. And then we're just going to come all the way to the end and go a little extra, and then this is going to be the cool part, everybody. This is one of my favorite things when you have them like this, when you have them across from each other. You're basically setting up 2 connections at the same time, and it makes it so much easier. So if you just hold down Control, it should go and snap right in there nicely, and we'll get the first one up and running. And then also this gives us an opportunity to fill up all these pipes before I start it up. So you can see that I'm not going to run the power lines for right now. I want to just go ahead and start to fill all the pipes, so this will be ready to run by the time, because I don't really need the power right now because I have plenty of power to make all this run. But we're going to have an obscene amount of power for at least this part of the game. Again, I feel like it's very... Oh, and we're out of copper sheets. All right, always out of something. I'm surprised that we're not running... Oh, it's probably because we've been using so much. I'm surprised that not running into our dimensional depot right now. Now, after we get this power done, we are going to start bringing the resources to us, so we never really run out. Also, spending a good amount of time getting your immersive spheres and running around with those and setting up your little dimensional depots is pretty awesome. I don't know if the upgrades are very much worth it. I feel like having each one dedicated to each of your base resources is probably way more valuable. So I'm doing a little bit of a combination of both, where I have a few of the upgrades, and then I... have the rest of them running the basics in. Running all the basics like plates and stuff of that nature. Come on, you. Ooh, being feisty. Get in there. Again, holding down Control, snap that in, put them pipes in there, let them fill up nicely. Now, again, the one at the end is always the one that has a rough time. But again, if you let it fill up, you'll have a better start up of all of these. There we go. And then we don't need this stuff here at the end. We'll take that out. Very nice. And there we go. Another whole big bunch of these, everybody. And again, let these fill up nicely. You want to see that pipe starts to widen out. And so it's going to fill all of this. all the way down. That fill a little bit. We're gonna go back here and we're gonna fly up and over and see how our thing is doing. This fluid buffer is the indicator of how well everything is doing when it comes to your fuel and all of that. You definitely want to have that in there. I call it the fluid balancer because that's what it does. Typically will balance a lot of that fluid issues that you might have where you're just having going up and down and up and down. That will just keep those pipes flowing with as much fluid as possible. And then this will start to backlog ahead of time too. So you have a bunch of extra beyond what's already in the pipes. So very nice. And again, we're just going to kind of watch from on high how our pipes are doing. These are all expanding nicely. See down here at the end, these ones are not quite as expanded as much. Especially when we get way down here at the end again. See, they're not quite as wide usually until they get all the way full. We'll go down here at the end and we'll take a look at that. Yes, that's looking nice. Okay, this is all filled in nicely. Now, another thing that's going to happen is once we start this up, it's going to start taking some of the fuel out of the line and putting it into the machines and start burning it up. I actually suggest that you actually start way out here at the end and work your way backwards so they all kind of start up at the same time. You could also start these ones up here in the back first. It's really up to you. Now I'm going to start using some level 2 poles here. Just make this a little easier. And we're just going to run a whole group of these together. So run 6 of these together. And then your 7th one will be your actual pole that you run to the next group of 6. And then you can just go right over here. And again, just using your quick wire. And then run that there. Now the problem with doing this on the next one is that the next one is going to hit 6. So you can't get that other one in there. And that's because this line is going to be the 6th one. And so you're going to have to kind of alternate as you go. So that's what I will do. And we'll get these going. Now, by the way, these are actually not running right now. And you're like, well, what do you mean they're not running? I see them running. Well, they have fuel and they're running, but they're not really tied into the rest of the power because I haven't run it all the way back yet. So you want to make sure that these are turning green and these are turning on, especially the ones that I'm on top of. And that's starting to feed the fuel. But it allows these ones here at the end to start feeding the fuel first. And then as I'm working forward to where it's closer, where these ones are going to absorb most of it up here in the front. And then it's going to go down like this, called what do they call that? There's load balancer, and then there is, right there. It's right there on the edge of my mind. I'll think of it in a second. Don't tell me. What the heck is that called? Sleep apnea sucks, everybody. I know it's there. I can feel it in there. I can feel it in my brain. I'll think of it in a second, or I won't think of it ever. We'll see. All right, we got all these working, and again, I'm trying to fire those ones up at the end first. Work my way backwards. I think we got this. I think we got all of these lined up nicely. And then we'll want to, oop, I missed my platform there. And then we'll want to tie it into our primary power. And that's it. Set it and forget it. Again, the ones at the end got a bunch of fuel first, and they got a bunch of extra fuel first as I was doing it this way. And then when I tie it in, we should have now double the amount of power. So we should have 10,900. Bam. There it is, baby. Look at that. Boom. Double that oil power. Double that oil power. Let's see it. GG's in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Just finished phase 4. There you go. You haven't since it came out as well? Yes. It is a fantastic game. Fantastic. I played it for like a week for when it first came out, but now I'm also playing a little 7 Days to Die. I'm playing it at the same time. So yes, 10,900 power right there. And you're like, well, Kismet, I don't understand how the whole thing works. Could you illustrate it for us real quick? All right, we'll do it real quick here, everybody. We already have some illustrations that we had already done previously, so that's going to help us. I'm going to go ahead and pull it right over here because I'm not only a gamer, but I'm also an artist, everybody. So if you haven't seen me doing the Kismet rule of 8, and once you master that rule of 8, everybody, you will master this entire game. That's right. I'm telling you the secret right now. Now, this particular one right here takes 2 miners, 4 forges, 8 constructors, 2 assemblers, and so on. Right now, it's using 3 solid biofuel to when it got started, or 2 coal-powered generators to get that going. And what it does right here is pretty simple. It takes the 60 iron from the miner Mark 1 and miner Mark 1 here, and it runs it in there. Now, also, by the way, if I had a Mark 2, it would double that amount, and I could just use 1 ore node to do this whole entire thing as well. But we can go ahead, and then we take the 60 and 60, and we split it. So that's a total of 120 is what you're starting with, and that will perfectly balance the whole rest of the process along the way. And I did illustrate this on stream, everybody, and it went through and balanced all that to 100% efficiency. And I call it the Kismet rule of 8 because I turned the 8 sideways, which is basically an infinite symbol. This will run infinitely and 100% efficiently, and so you're not wasting any power or resources, and it is just running out your plates until the end of time. And right here at the end, you can see that it produces 10 reinforced iron plates. Now, once you have this down, everybody, you can just do this over and over and over and over and over again, right? You can just keep doing that same plan over and over, and you'll be 100% efficient in every single thing. So say you need 50 reinforced iron plates. Well, guess what? You just do this 5 times, and bam, now you're producing 50 iron plates, because your next process might need 50 of them, or 20 of them, or 13. That'd be a little tougher on the 13, but we'll show you how to do that as well. So we illustrated that. We also illustrated my coal power. 2 ways to do coal power, by the way. Right over here, the first way is what I call the easy setup mode, which is this one right here, which is on one side, you can see that we have our coal generators, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there, and then 6 here. And we have 3 of our water extractors. And those 3 water extractors are underclocked, which means you turn them down. And they're 100, 100, 100, and that 300 then flows into your coal power. Then, of course, also you'd want your coal extraction to be running in there, and that's 15 each, which I'll show you in the other section. But this is a great, easy way to group 6 coal power generators with 3 water extractors, and then bring your coal in, and you'll be awesome. Now, if you really want to be tricky, and it does work now, they did fix it, everybody, and the fact that you could use your fluid buffers at the end to buffer and reduce, instead of having 6 water extractors down here and have to underclock them. What you can do is use 5 of them at maximum capacity, which uses less power because you don't have the 6th one. And then you can go ahead and run it out. But you got to think also these are underclocked too. So the power is really negligible. It's really about space, that you have less space that you're using up, and then your line runs are a bit easier. So this produces 240, 240, and 120 water, and that runs in there. And then over here, we're extracting our pure node of 240 coal, and we're running that in there. Or you could have 2 120 nodes that you're combining together, whatever you want to do. And it takes that raw coal of 240 and runs it into our coal power. Now, it's really easy to figure out the math of each of these, because the amount in, by the way, each one of these produce 75 watts, which you can see at the end there. You have your 75 watts out. Each of these use 15 power, and you can see 1 coal miner here at 240. Really, the coal needed was 180, and we have an extra 240. And then again, 120 water times 5, 600 water is what we need. Really, you need 45 per, but I always do 50 so you have extra water, so you can backlog that water in case your power goes off and you want to start it back up again. You could have your fluid buffers that can help you start it back up. But each of these require 15 coal. So if you go in and figure out your numbers here, right, you take 15 times, then you have 6 and 6, right, so it'd be 12 of them, 12 power generators. It'd be 180 what you need. And we also have 240, so that's where that 180 comes from right here. Coal miner, coal needed 180. Actually, I could probably just go like this. Coal needed 12 gens times 15 equals 180 coal. How about that? I'll even illustrate it even more so right there. And again, these will all be available for all my patrons over there as well. So again, these are coal generators. And then over here, we have all of our raw storages. Now, we have a bunch of other things over here on the side that we can use for illustrating. So what I'm going to do is take this one, and we'll go ahead and bring this up here for a second. And we'll save as. And this one is going to be, let's see, this one is going to be oil power. Oil power. And we'll save that in there. Okay. I don't want to accidentally, give away some secrets of cool stuff I have coming up, everybody. I get in trouble because they say NDA, bro, NDA. All right, so Kismet rule of 8, we already talked about that. So we're going to say this one's going to be oil power. All right, and again, we'll get in here. And I'm just going to leave my little 8 in there because I think that's going to be fun. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and think out how many miners and things of that we need. But in this case, it's actually going to be our oil extractors. So oil extractors. Ooh, if I spelled right, extractors. So right now, we're going to use one oil extractor, and then the base extraction is going to equal what we have already marked here in our spreadsheet. So again, if you're not much, if you don't like spreadsheets as much as you like visual, I'm going to show you the visual way of doing it too. So this is going to be a 240. Base is 240, also known as a pure node. Here. Times 250% equals 600. 600 oil. There we go. So that is what we're going to use. So I'm just going to show you one side, because once you know that one side, you just build the second side like I just did, right? I just built another one of the same thing I already had because it was already in equilibrium with itself. All right, so do we need any forges? No. Do we need constructors? No, but we could utilize this for our refineries. Refineries. Oh boy, am I spelling that right? I hope so. I hope so. I can actually just go look at it right over here and see if I'm spelling it right. Now, one of the things that happen when you get sleep apnea, everybody, and you have a constant dizziness is your spelling goes right out the windows. Refinery. Refineries. All right, that looks right. Now, since we did our spreadsheet, we know that we're going to need 10 refineries overall. So we're going to say 10 refineries. So 10 refineries here. And each of those refineries are going to take a certain amount of power. And we'll jump back over here. So these refineries are taking 30 megawatts right now of power. So 30 megawatts each. So that means it's taking a total of 300. Equals 300. Because 30 times 10 is 300. 30 megawatts, 300 megawatts just to run them. So that's what's known as an overhead. So it cost us 300 watts of power to just run the refinery so we can make all the other power. So you got to keep that in mind. So you don't have 10,000 power. You have 10,000 power minus the 300, minus the other 300 because we have two of them running. So that'd be 600 power, 600 megawatts that we are burning on refineries. So keep that in mind as well. Plus, we're also burning that on extractors. So our oil extractors, and we can go in and again, just look these numbers up nice and easy. Just by looking at it right over here, it's taking 40 megawatts for those, and we have two of those running overall. So we're going to have two of those running, but actually we'll put this as one oil extractor, which is, because we're just going to do one of them, and then you can just keep copying that same one, which is 40 megawatts, because that's 40 megawatts. Which is nothing, everybody. Nothing. And this is 40 megawatts base, but times 250% equals our higher rate that we figured out over here, which is our 134.3. So 134.3 megawatts is actually this. So this plus this, right? So these plus those is what we got. Again, we're only doing one side, and so that we're only calculating the one extractor, which is extracting 600. Again, it's totally worth overclocking them, so you got that going. So we got our oil extractors. We know what our overhead there is, 134, and our overhead here is 300, so that's 434.3. So let's just call it 500. So out of 10,000 power, you're using 500 as your overhead, and you have 9,500 left. This is very important because this will cause your factory to go off. So keep in mind that we have 9,500 left that we can use, plus the 900 that we have in our coal factory, and we're just going to let that one keep running just for fun. Okay, now is there anything else that we're going to be adding? And we look over here in our thing here. That's pretty much it. Now we can count our train station in there as well, but not everybody is going to be using a train station, so I'm not going to include it in the illustration. But the important thing is you're extracting the oil and you're getting the oil wherever you need to basically set up your refineries and to set up your actual fuel generators. So that's what we got going over there. And let's pop over this side so we can watch our fuel generators do their thing. That's always a wonderful shot, everybody. Every single time, that's cool. Now, another thing that we have in there is a fluid buffer. So we're going to go ahead and say one fluid. Come on, brain. Buffer. There we go. One fluid buffer. And it can hold... I forget. I think it's like 2,400 or something like that. Let's go see. It can hold 2,400. Yes. One fluid can hold 2,400. And what is it actually called? Like M3 or something like that. M3. Yes. M3. Okay. So now we have our fluid buffer, and this is going to be our fuel fluid buffer. And then on top of these, really actually at the beginning of this, I'm going to move this down, we actually have more fluid buffers at the very beginning. In my case, you don't have to use this many, everybody. You could probably just get away with one, but I'm actually using 6 fluid buffers, not counting the actual buffering that it happens in the train station as well. So this is 6. So this is times... this is 2,400 times 6. And again, in the game, you just hit N, and you can just do 2,400 times 6. 14,400 backlogged right now. 14,400 M3 oil storage, basically. That's a lot of storage. That's a massive amount of storage. Okay, this over here we don't need, so we're going to delete that out. Let's see what we've got so far. So we've kind of established what we've already used. So total megawatts that are being used. Our fluid buffers do not take any power. I'll move these down just a little bit. So our total power overhead. Let's do total power overhead. Is these two numbers combined together, right? So 134 plus 300, and I can just do that in my head. That's 434.3 megawatts. Out of 5,000 megawatts, which is what we're producing. Maybe make this line a little smaller. I'm using a program called Affinity Designer 2. It's like Illustrator, if you've ever used Illustrator before, a program like Illustrator. I stopped using Adobe products because they were being scumbags. So I pieced out, even though I have used their products for 30, 40 years. In fact, I pioneered them and used them in the 80s when they first came out. Yeah, 1980, everybody, before some of you were born. Not all of you, but some of you. So there we go. So there's our total overhead of 434 out of 500 megawatts, which equals our number. So we'll just minus that out. 500 minus 434.3, or 5,000. 5,000 minus 434.3 is 4565.7. 4565.7. I got real serious, everybody, with my illustrations, as you can see. And again, all of this down here, we don't need any of that because we have all of this. And there we go. And let's try to get all this on one line, maybe a little smaller on that font there. And let's go 24, see if we can squeeze it in there. There we go. Nice. Very nice. Now, this is actually all the numbers, but we want to see it in action over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of this, and actually I can just take this line out of here for right now. And then we'll just take all of this and kind of move it over a little bit. over here, like this. Now, all of this stuff that we're going to use here is basically none of the stuff that we need. It's how it goes sometimes, how it goes. That's how it goes. And everything that we have illustrated here, I see we have some smelters and things of that nature in there, and coal power. That's none of the things we need there. But what we can do is we can illustrate this very easily just by making these a bit longer and maybe put a little round thing at the end. All we have to do is symbolize what it is. We don't necessarily have to make it in super detail. I feel like that's what some people do, and they get all wrapped up in the detail, realizing that it's really unnecessary. So I'm going to go ahead and move this over here. Actually, any of these we have that has 2 outputs. Yes, actually, this would probably work a little better. Let's go ahead and grab this. We're going to copy it. And we're going to move over here, and we're just going to paste it. Oh, this program doesn't paste it where you're actually looking. Okay. Copy. Paste. Paste it over there. Okay, good. We're going to go in, and we're going to illustrate this. Now, I'm going to actually turn it this way. Like this. And again, we're going to go in, and we're going to illustrate this real quick. Hope you don't mind if I speed up a little bit, everybody, because these are the inputs. And just going to turn all these around like this. Again, I suggest you use something you've already started with because it's going to save you some time. And then what I'm going to do is use the same kind of shape, except for I'm just going to put a little circle here in the front. Ooh, if it lets me. Whatever that was. Nope. Take this. There we go. So awkward to use a different program than you're used to because you got to press different buttons to make it work. So we'll just say something like this, and then we'll go up and we'll just take a look at it. Let's see, it's a little wider than the circle. Yeah, it's just pretty much a larger square with a little bit of flare in the back, and then an inner square, which kind of goes along, and then we have a little bit of a circle in the back. So we'll go ahead and do this, shrink that down nicely. Oh, it's not scaling my line weights. Just put that at 1 point. Back there, and then there's a little circle in the back here. Now we're going to go ahead and grab this and move this off to the side. We'll grab those, move it off to the side. A little bit of graphic design for you guys. Now remember, I've done this for 30 years. This is like breathing to me, everybody. I don't even think about it anymore. I don't even think about it. It's so second nature. It's just like learning to ride a bike, everybody. Once you learn it, you don't have to think about it anymore. Okay, right back there. Now again, this one actually has the shape, except for the shape I believe is turned the other way. Again, we'll turn that up. Yes, the shape is more square, and then it flares out at the back. Okay, so kind of like goes back and then comes out like this. And this part here is squared off, so we can go in. Move these over, maybe. Actually, it'd be even easier just to make a square. Let's just do this. We'll just click out here. Let's deselect this first. And we'll just make a square. And then we'll just pick up the color of this one. And then we'll change the color over here. Like me teaching a little bit of Infinity Designer. There we go. We just take this one out in the back. And then we're just going to stretch this out a little bit. This one here, we'll make this, and we'll flip it like this. Same thing here. Okay, and then again, it flares out here at the back. So what we want to do is we want to add some points back there to just flare it out a little bit, give a little something, straight across there. Oh wait, that's not what I'm doing. In this program, you can't just add points like that. You've got to go in and do it like this, right? Oh, there's two boxes there now. Hold on, let's take this out. Take this out, put that back in the center. All right, I actually forget how to add points here. Let's see if I can remember how to add points in this program. See, in Illustrator, you just roll over it and it will add a point. But this, I don't think that's adding a point to the actual line. That just added a point on the thing. Yes. this is it here. You go to your node tool. Nope. All right, let's remember how to do this here. Gradient tool. These are contour tools. That's why, what happens when you stop using something for 5 minutes, you forget already. There is a way to add those points. There it is. Hold on. What was it? Shift. Add a point to that, but not to the thing. Very odd that you can't just grab the points. See how that, where you just can't grab the points? It's very odd. I don't remember how to do it here. Drawing a blank. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I can just do it this way. Duh. I could, there is a way to add points in there, but I just can't remember off the top of my head right now. But we're going to do this instead anyway. Copy this, paste this. This is going to be faster anyway. And then just add this on both sides. Like this. And then, let's see. Transform. No, we want to, there it is, geometry add. Yes, okay, that's kind of a weird place to put that, but whatever. I actually don't want to add it, I just want to move these like this. Let's see if that's how that's flaring out. Is that how it's flaring out? No, it's square off and it flares on the inside. Squarely. Huh, that's interesting. Comes in and flattens, goes outward. So it's got an angle. It goes outward and it squares off. So we'll do here, and then we'll do here. Then we'll just bring this out. This. Just to give it a nice square feel to it. Yeah, see, it's not like you can't do it in the thing, which is kind of weird. Because Illustrator, you just bring your pen tool, you roll over the line, and bam, it just does it. So it takes time to get used to new stuff, but there we go. That gives us a little illustration there. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, and I'm going to bring this to the front. And then we'll use that kind of, what's the thickness here of the inner one? Oh, it's just a square in the back. It's a little square in the back. All right, something like this. Again, we're just trying to make a small representation of the thing. We're not trying to, you know, go in and make it super detailed. Again, I feel like that can be an easy problem to have. Spend too much time illustrating it and not enough time doing the actual thing you should be doing, which is putting in all the numbers and all of that. All right, I feel pretty comfortable with that. That's pretty good. Let's bring this to the front and do something like this. That's close enough. Okay, and that'll make a really good visual representation of this as well. And so we'll do this. Now, in here, this particular one, which is this, it doesn't represent water power. But over here, we already represented water as a kind of an arch or a rounded thing there. So we'll go ahead and do this. And there we go. So coal generator, assembler. We'll take this part out in the beginning. And then we're going to say this is our output. So our inputs are going to be, again, we'll just look in the back here. Oh, 10 seconds. Oh, okay, well, let's just log out to the main menu. So our inputs are going to be fluids. In this case, it's going to be oil. But since I'm using the water here as a fluid, I'm going to go ahead and use the same symbol. I'll just use a different color. So again, it just keeps it consistent whenever you're illustrating stuff, that you'll want to keep those symbols consistent. Now, there's actually symbols in real life, by the way, for electrical power, for different types of fluids and things of that nature. We're not going to get that deep dive into it. I totally could. I mean, we could get real serious if we wanted to. But we're not going to do that. We're just going to go and do this. And then I'm going to take about the same size as this, because this is about the perfect size to slide right over here. And then I'm just going to go ahead and take out the corner, and then it'll be nice and square. And then this over here, which is our input, is actually not an input. There's nothing going on there. But in this case, we're just not going to use that input at all. So we're just going to put an X there, like that. We're going to take a break here in just a second, and this is going to be oil, oil in, or oil, as they say here in Tennessee. Yeah, they have a funny way of saying it. And we're going to say black here, and then we're going to turn this to white. There we go, oil in. That'll make that nice and easy. Now, the amount of oil in to the assembler, we have illustrated over here. And again, we're going to wait for the server to restart while we're doing all this. The amount of oil that it costs per is 60 right here, which we made in our spreadsheet. So very easily illustrated over here. So again, if you're more of a visual person, I'm doing this for the visual peeps, and then spreadsheet person, I am both. I can use either or even more powerful, a combination of both of those. And then this over here would be none. So we can just say, delete this out, and we can put X, and then underneath that, we'll put none. Because it doesn't require any kind of actual item to be put in there, because this is an item input, and these other ones are this is a fluid input. So all we need to do here is bring in our 60 oil right over here, and also, by the way, we could also just do this and say 60 oil in right here. And that would make that a little easier, and we can just take that out of there. And there we go. So we got our assembler here written out, but this is actually our refinery. And this is going to make fluid. What is it? Fuel. It's making fuel right over there. And there's actually a specific name for that fuel, too. All right, let's see if our server's back on again. And again, I love illustrating this stuff. It's a lot of fun. I never did a big oil setup. Running solo has made me keep it small and spaghetti. Yes, that's what I did too. I kept it small at this point, and then I start to scale up at this point. And you'll see my little mini factories when we get back to those. But again, hey Siri, set a timer for 10 minutes for break. Just in case I get all wrapped up again, everybody. All right, so this is producing fuel. Now, you can see this is crude oil is actually what that called going in. So we're going to actually say do something like this and then call this crude oil. Really try to illustrate this nicely and try to call it whatever they call it in game. In this case, a little smaller than 5 point. Let's go 5. There we go. Very nice. So crude oil. 60 in is what we need. And this is our refinery, and it's producing fuel right there. And then, of course, we're going to have our outputs. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just take this out because we're going to output both fluids and items. So we're going to go ahead and do this like so. And again, we'll just look at the front of this, right? So the back of this, the input... the oil input is on the left. Okay, let's make sure we remember that. Oil input on the back is on the left, so we want to switch these. I'm very particular about making sure it's like the same thing in the thing, right, in the game, so that it doesn't confuse people. So we'll put that on the left side. This will be on the right side, because we're going to use this later again onto something else. And then these will be like this. Now let's go see the front of it, which side is which. So left coming out is the fuel, and right coming out is the item. So it does keep it consistent where it switches it from one to the other on the output. Interesting. See, some of that stuff you'll never notice unless you illustrated that the input pipe there is actually on the same side as this one here. So that goes all the way through, and then this is on the same side. The item output is the same side as this item output. over there. So we got to illustrate that properly, laying right there. And so these actually should be the way they are. This. Again, they're going in and they're going out in tandem. Okay, now running out of here is going to be our polymer resin. So we'll just say polymer resin. Like that. Got an E in there. R-E-S-I-N, polymer. Sometimes I can't tell whether I spell it right or not. I know we'll just shrink this down just a little bit just to fit that in there. All right, how much polymer resin is going out? 30 per minute. And then 30. Actually, we'll just do this. This one's a really good one to illustrate the other way using our larger text because the output very vitally important. All right, so this is again 30 out. 30 out. Just say that 30 out. Kind of like it, yeah, when I just say what it is here and then how much is coming out up there. Very nice. And then over here, this is going to be fuel. So we'll just say, take this top part out, just say fuel. The fuel is coming out of there, and that fuel is coming out of there at 40. Oh, I hear my train. 40 out. Okay, so now we got 40 out, 40 out, and we got 60 in. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing down here. And let's try to re-illustrate this a different way. I find as I'm illustrating stuff that I will continuously try to upgrade how easy it is to understand. So we're going to do this one. We'll do crude, and then hit return, oil, and then take out this one. And then just have it where it says what's going in and out here, and then how much it's going in and out underneath it, like that. All right, so that's it. 60 crude oil coming in, 40 fuel going out, 30 polymer resin going out. So that makes that really easy to understand. And if you illustrated it properly, then that should work out real nicely. So there we go. And again, that's all you really need to know about those. And then this, we can get rid of that. And we're going to go ahead and do this. Now, another thing that we need is we need one of these things right here, are oil extractors. So two little circles and a kind of a little long square and an outer square. So we'll just do that real quick. And we'll just borrow this. And we'll ungroup that. And we'll just use two little circles. Something like that. Then off to the side. We will go ahead and just put it in a square. Say something like this. Again, it doesn't have to be highly detailed. You can make it highly detailed, but really all you're caring about is the inputs and outputs and all of that stuff. You don't really care about, you know, being it hyper detailed. Again, I feel like that's an issue that happens quite often with illustration. But such is the way it goes. All right, we're just going to put this in here and let's do something like that. And then call this an oil extractor. Oil extractor. And it's producing, I'll get in closer for everybody. And it is producing crude oil. Right there, because there's different types of coal, there's different types of things that you're going to run into. And so you can't just call it coal, or can't just call it oil, because there's very specific types that is going on. And this one, actually, I'm going to rotate it around this way to fit our illustration, which is going to come out of here like this. Let's go ahead and take this, and we're going to just reverse this like this. This is going to have crude oil. And this is going to be 600. Yes, pretty crazy, right? 600 out. Oh, nope. 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 All right. I had to sneeze there, everybody. Look at how it does that weirdness with the font. That's weird. Fine, I'll just write it over here. 600 out. And I'll just back that up. All right, weird. Weird way of doing that. It starts picking up the info of the other one. All right, so this is 600 out. We might want to also do a little bit of an illustration right here so that we know that this is 250% overclocked. Something like that, and then shrink that down like so. It's a bit much. There we go. And then what color do they have for overclocked in here? I think it's white is overclocked. What do we overclock over here? Something over this way. I know purple's the new stuff, so that's fun. That'll be fun to illustrate later on. Now, I usually illustrate like one thing a week or maybe one thing a stream, just to give a better understanding, and then I'll give it out to all my patrons over there so they can utilize it. Let's see. We got this overclock. We're just using our summer sloop there. Overclocked here? No. I think it's white. It's when it turns white. I think I'm correct in that. So what we'll do is we'll use a different type of shape here. We have a lot of different shapes we can choose from. Let's use a cool diamond tool. So what we'll do is we'll do diamond like this. And then we want to, we can just use diamond ends. Ooh, that's an even better idea. Let's see if it has a diamond ending. No. Okay, well here we can just make it like this. So 2 diamonds at the end, and then we'll use our square to connect those together. And then we'll just merge those all into one shape. Again, as an artist, everybody, this is what you're doing all the time, is visualizing. Oops, I didn't get the box behind it. There we go. Visualizing shapes, like how you make shapes. Take a diamond and a square and make it into an elongated with, triangle edge on that, kind of like a signpost. And again, just combining those shapes together. And really, graphic designers just combine symbols, everybody. They make symbols of items. So I'm going to make this white with a black thing like this. Oop, time for that break. And then maybe make this a little smaller, just to give it something a little separate. Really make it stand out like that. I probably want to do it reverse, though. While it does match the thing, I think it probably, oops, not my stroke there, I want the actual fill. It'd probably look better like that, and then we can refresh. But it looks like this, so let's use another color, like a blue. Oh, yeah. Yeah, see how that pops? See how that pops? Makes it really obvious to see that that's 250% overclocked. Okay, now, this is when we really get into having some fun. Let's take this out of here. I think this is the one that we were using. And then we're going to group this together. And then we're going to illustrate all of this. And now that we have these, we can just go ahead and just keep on duplicating these. 3, 4, 5. And again, we need 10 refineries. Now, all of this stuff here is not being used except for this here I'll use later. We'll put that over there. And again, all of this won't be used because I'm not using any of these storages or any of that stuff. We're going to slide that off to the side. This is called the artboard over here, by the way, if you don't know your terms. And if I hit the slash key, which is the one right above the enter key, it'll show or hide the stuff on the artboard, which is kind of cool. It took me forever to find that key, by the way. It took me forever to go, hey, wait a minute, where's my artboard key at? Let's see, is that locked? I think that's probably locked. Let's see if we can unlock all. Yes, and I can always tell. I'll just delete that out. Okay, so we got to take this 600 oil and we've got to put it in these refineries. And actually, let's just take one more. So now we have a set of 5. And then we're going to have another set of 5 right here. And then we'll make ourselves a little oil buffer. Oh, I keep doing that. You got to start it first, and then you can make it a perfect circle. And then I'm just going to make the oil buffer super simple and say do something like this. We just have the square, and then we make the square bigger by the center. And of course, it has no stroke on it, so let's put the stroke, or it has stroke at white. So we'll put that like that, and then this we will switch the other way. Why is this not in the center? There we go. And then we'll take this and run this to the back. And that'll give us our fluid buffer shape there. And then we'll call it fluid buffer by grabbing text here. And no. Go here, copy, paste. Move it over here, rotate it. Already in the front, just can't see it because it's not white. There we go. Up this way. This is going to be our large fluid with an L buffer. 2400 M3. Right there. Okay, so what's the actual name of that thing? It is called industrial fluid buffer. Okay, industrial. Industrial fluid buffer. There we go. All right. That's going to make that easier. And so we're going to have our industrial fluid buffer like this. And how do we want to illustrate this? Do we want to illustrate it sideways or straight up and down? I think straight up and down would be fine. So now what we're going to do is take these and turn these this way, like we have them, like this. And then again, this is going to be, oops, put that group together. In the long line, this is going to be here. These are going to be turned toward each other. And then you can see basically the shape of what I'm doing currently in game with that as well. And this is going to be very long because what we have is we actually have it illustrated in the fact that these three here and these two over here are actually on the other side of the fluid buffer. The fluid buffer is here. And then these ones are actually... something in my way up there. Let's just grab these separate. Rotate them. Bring them back down. There we go. Let's take all this stuff and put that off the artboard as well. Are actually like that. And that's so I can run the fuel out of there, and then also the polymer resin out of there. Now we also need the Awesome Sink. The Awesome Sink is very awesome looking too. Oh, we're way over here. Let's go head over this way, and we still need to take a break. I haven't forgotten. Sometimes I get in the zone, everybody, and I'll run a little bit over just to stay in that zone. Thought-wise. So we've got, let's say, a square on the side. Ooh. Damaging FICSIT property. So let's say square, rectangle, and kind of a square there too. Okay, square. Like this. We've got a rectangle. Like that. And then, is this inset into there? Yes, that's inset into there. Yeah, it's kind of inside this, so we'll move this up and then we'll move this in. That's all you got to do, everybody. Again, it doesn't have to be so elaborate. Again, this is something I try to teach all the time, everybody. It doesn't have to be super elaborate. It just needs to, you know, represent the thing. And then if you put a label on it, even better, because then people know what it is. And then once they establish that's what that means, then you're good. And again, this is our awesome sink. Right there. Very nice. Looks good. And then we have our input, which in this case is going to be this. Let's actually just grab just that part. Back to this. Should really get my command keys down for that. Oh, what is this? Nope. Not what I was looking for. This. Copy that. Copy. Paste. There we go. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and bring in our polymer resin. And this is going to be an in. Versus an out. Okay, and this is our awesome sink. Look how quickly we illustrated that. Easy. And then over here, and our awesome sink is going to be right there. All right, now again, we're going to illustrate the rest of that. Right now, we're just going to go ahead and save that. I hope you guys enjoy this. Are you guys enjoying this? Put a 1 in the chat. Let me know if you guys enjoy me illustrating out all of that fun stuff. Especially cool for my patrons because they will get a copy of it. If you want to join as a patron, you can find my Patreon at patreon.com/Kismet, and you'll get a copy of that as well. Let's go ahead and get some fun going right here in the chat for all of you. We're going to do some words on stream for all you big brains. Work together while I take a quick break. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to finish that up. And then we're going to finish up with our oil here. And get this to work. There we go. And then we're going to finish up with our oil, and then we're going to start building out some really awesome stuff where we start using our rule of 8 against a whole bunch of different processes now that we've already got our oil established. So, all right, everybody, get ready to do some of that in the chat. Let's go right over here. Let's go ahead and press some buttons, see if it comes up. All right, there we go. And I'll turn the game sounds off for right now. We'll just let that run too, so it'll backlog all of that power and get that power going. So here's what you do, everybody. You descramble the words. As you can see right over there, you're going to see a little lock come up. That little lock means you got a word right. If you do get it right, you have to wait for that lock to roll off by the little bar hitting the little unlock. And then you can go ahead and put more words in. So it's going to take everybody in the chat working together to descramble the words. If I see you working together, when I come back, I'll give you a bunch of Kiz Caps for future giveaways as we use them for to buy tickets and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and start this up right over here. I got to press some buttons first. Right over here, pressing all the buttons. And go. All right, and then I'll be back in just a bit. We're doing, chat. Let's take a look. Ooh, X is the bad letter. Let's see, and the hidden letter is A. Ooh, come on, you guys got this. Took. Oh, you already got it. Cockatoo. Wow, look, you guys go. Come on, 2 more to go. Can you get them in the last few seconds? Oh, this is definitely a C word right here. Oh, very good, though. Very good, everybody. Right at the very end. Now, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see it. Hear me. Excellent job. Excellent job there, everybody. That was a tough one. That was a really tough one. That's for sure. Give yourself credit there, everybody. That was a tough one, especially when it's got both a hidden letter and also a fake letter at the same time. All right, I'm back, everybody. Let's get back into it. We got our factory running away over here, doing its thing. We're illustrating it out a bit. And again, you can see the way I've got it set up over here. Let's go! That's right. Let's do it. So what we're going to do, of course, is illustrate this as 600 crude oil in, and then that, of course, is going to go to all of our fuel lines here. So we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a little bit of a square, and we're going to run this over here, and we're going to need inputs and outputs here on our fuel buffer. And actually, we probably should make this like a yellow, now that I think about it. Let's make this like a yellow. Yeah, and then make this like a black. There we go. And then what we'll do is we'll just take all these back out of here, so I don't have to redo all of those. And then we'll just do this again. And then we'll take these two, and then we'll just flippy them over there like this. Very nice. And then we'll just get rid of all of those, and then take this like this. And the reason why I'm doing all of this is because we're going to go ahead and run this fuel right down here. Now this crude oil actually goes back this way, because this is going to go the other way like this. And we'll just illustrate it like this, but we actually have it coming from a fluid buffer, but in this case we'll illustrate it like that. This will be yellow. We'll put a black stroke on it, just so we can see that that's running to the fluid buffer. But we also want to go ahead and run in here and grab this fuel thing right here, and then copy it and pasta it right over here like this. Yeah, very nice. Fuel in, and then wha-bam, fuel out. Very nice. Okay, now we're looking good. And so we'll have our fuel there, and then let me go ahead. Let's just illustrate ourselves a kind of rounded thing here, and we'll go up here to the corner. We'll round out the corners a little bit there, like so. And we'll just put that on the pipe, something like that, and then we'll just make a circle. I'll just make a couple circles. That. I don't know what that actually does, but I can tell you it isn't what I wanted it to do. And then here, and the stroke's too small. Still, now it's too big. All right, somewhere in between. 1.25, 25. Somewhere in there. You can probably guess what this is, but I'm going to illustrate it anyway. Over here, I'll move it forward just a little bit. This is our pumps that we're going to need to illustrate for sure. Because I highly recommend that you put a pump at the beginning, like this. Oh, this one's different. This one has the circles on the side. Okay. Well, we'll just use our... not that. That's terrible. Let's take that out. Let's just use our rounded rectangle tool on these. Hate that when your nose itches, everybody, and then it makes you sneeze. Makes you sneeze. Okay, what are we doing? We're trying to illustrate this. Sneezing, sneezing. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Okay, what color is this thing? Orange with black sides. So we're gonna go ahead and just make this like this. And then we'll take this out. And we'll make this orange. Like so, and do... Nope, that is not what I wanted to do, but alright. There we go. And then we'll grab this over here. Back to this, we'll copy it, we'll paste it. Put it over here. I'm gonna say Mark II pump. There we go. And then we'll just put that right in there like that, and then we'll group all of these together, and that's close enough. All right, then we'll bring that to the front. All right, Mark II pumps there, and then we'll go ahead. What's going on here? There we go. And then we'll just do something like this. Oh, actually, we could rotate it even better. This way it would keep the same consistent size that way. There we go. And then we'll shrink it down. And we'll just illustrate the fact that we are going here, and then this one's going here, and that one's going there. You get the idea. Right, like that, just to illustrate that these are going into our fuel lines. So we have our 2 here and our 3 here that are going into the fuel lines. And then we will just illustrate the fact that all of this resin is going into there. Let's see here. Let's put these in the back so they look like they're actually going underneath in there. Back. There we go. Much nicer. And these are not aligned now, so that's gotta go. And this one can come straight up like this. And you know what? Let's just make sure all of these are aligned to each other. Again, thanks for coming in and hanging out. So I totally get where you're coming from on that point. What's that? When your nose itches and you sneeze? They just need to box it in for spacing things out. I like how you simplicity in illustrations. I had to do a job in 3D solid modeling. I always was that guy who put in way too much detail for the job required. Yeah, you know, one of the things about 3D modeling is that I see people make the biggest mistake. Is like, say you're taking a product shot, right? And you're making the product in 3D, or you're taking a shot of something. And then everybody illustrates the other side. You never see that side. You never see, like, you build a whole building, nobody ever sees the other side of the building because you're taking a front shot. There's no reason to build the whole back of it. I've seen people do that so many times. And I'm like, why are you building all of that out? Well, that's part of the thing. No, you don't need to build that. Just build the part that we're taking a shot of. That's it. Just, it doesn't have to be more complex than that. Actually do the side that we're actually going to see, and don't worry about the other side. That's just a waste of time because no one's going to ever see it. I feel like I want to put a circle around that. Or a border around it. Yeah, that looks much better. Okay, there we go. So now we got our pipes going in there, looking nice. And then we want to go ahead and do our resin. Now, actually, polymer resin is actually blue, or kind of a bluish purple. And again, I like to illustrate it in such a way that it represents the original color. Now, what you can really do if you really want to get tricky, everybody, is you can use your little snapshotter here and bring up Satisfactory, then bring up your snapshotter, then take a snapshot of this, then copy that, and then close it. Then go back here, paste that in there, and then you can use that as a color reference guide. To kind of move that over, and then we can go ahead and change this to polymer resin like this. It's always on the stroke for some reason. I'm going to be standing right by the thing, making lots of noise. That's why I get up on the top, so I have to listen to that clanking. All right, there we go. So now we got it. It's just that my stroke is out of control here. All right, there we go. So that definitely looks better. And here's another great trick. Just click all of these like this. And then we can just pick up that one there, which should totally have picked up the stroke as well. What the heck is going on right now? Really doesn't pick up the stroke and the color at the same time? That's really weird. That's kind of odd that that doesn't just do that on both. I don't know. But I have them all selected, so I'll just bring them all down at the same time. We'll make it 1 point. There we go. And then I no longer need this, so I can then take this and delete that. And there we go. We can just use that as a color reference out of there, and there we go. And we could probably turn these to white. Let's see if these look better in white than they look in that. Yes. They're kind of crowding the edge there a little bit too. I don't like how it's crowding. It's crowding. I don't like it. Yeah, it just makes me want to do this again. I do this a lot, everybody, where I illustrate one, I get one the way I like it, and then I'll just redo the whole thing again. Because that's the efficient way of doing it. Instead of going in and clicking each and every one of those suckers and redoing them all. That's way more efficient. All right, there we go. All right, and then polymer resin here. On this one, we can just go ahead and try to grab it. Just want this. Go to this, the color. There. Oh yeah, there's actually a style picker I just noticed. And then this is white. All right, good enough. And then we can put the border back on. Come on. Little finicky, this program, but then again, you only have to pay for it once, so that's cool. You don't have to pay a monthly fee on it forever until the end of time and be like me and spend $7,000 on it over the last 10 years. I can tell you, that's $70 a month for 10 years, everybody. That's a lot of money. $7,000, and I paid Adobe to use their software for the last 10 years. Have I used $7,000 worth of it? Absolutely not. I definitely did not get my 7,000 value out of it for sure. All right, here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to illustrate this like this, and then we're going to do something like that, and then we're going to go ahead and use our blue. I'm always on this thing. Use blue here. Use the blue to illustrate that, and then we're then going to say that this is going over the top of this, and then again, let's see if we can pick up the style of this. Yes, okay, cool. Yeah, I like that better. So this is going to go, we're just going to offset a little bit so it doesn't overlap too much of that. This one's easy. I always put it on the top first before I put it to the back because it's just easier. And then over here, I'm going to say that this one goes across. That's not right. This goes across here. And then this goes to here. And then runs into our awesome sink. So this is 30 out, 30 out. Now again, if you count these up, this is 30, 30, 30, that's 90. And then this is 120. 150, and that's 150 going into the awesome sink over here. So if we say 150 right here, and this would be 150 it. So this is out, 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 and this is 40, 80. This is 80, it's 160. This is 200. So this is 200 fuel. 200 fuel going in from this side. Like this. Now, because this is going to be a duplicate of the other side, this side yet again we can take out. We're going to take that out about 15 times. Because this is a duplicate, the fuel is also going to backflow in the other direction. So this is also going to be 200 fuel. And again, this is how we figure out all the math, everybody. So 200 fuel and 200 fuel is going to be 400 fuel in. So 400 fuel in into here. And I should probably say 200 in, like that. Let's get a little closer. You guys can see what I'm doing. There we go. 200 fuel in. Take this one out and just put this one. Come on. There we go. Close enough. All right. 200 fuel in. Very nice. Okay. What else do we want to do here? So that's 150 in here. We got 40, 40, 40, and this equals 150, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, sorry, what's 30 times 5? 150. Hey, sorry, what's 40 times 5? 200. All right, always good to double check your numbers. All right, so this whole side is producing 150 polymer resin and 200 fuel. And then all we got to do is take this whole side over here and basically just duplicate it right up here. Now, there's some things we're not going to use, so we're not going to be using our pump here because that's just going to go into there, and we don't need the awesome sink because we're going to run this in another direction. And over here. Come here, you. There we go. And then this one is going to run down like this. This is going to go up to here. And we're just going to do our little thingy here and grab this and put this down here. And yeah, this is actually be better illustrated from this side. Like this. Even though it's not physically on that side. I can make it on that side. It doesn't really matter what side you put it on, really. But it's better illustrated on that side because if you put it on this side, you have to cross over in the thing. So illustrating it on this side is very useful. And then this right here, we could say that this is 150 this way and 150 that way. So we're going to go ahead and back this up just a bit and say 100. Whoop, nope. Come here, you. There we go. 150 there. And then this is going to be 150 here. Like this. Let's back that up a little bit more. That's actually going to be really hard to fit in there. So let's go back some more. And then this is going to be 300. So this is going to be 300 in right here. And then we'll just put a little bit of this just to give it a little separator. So you know these are kind of merging together like that. So again, illustrating that quite nicely. So there we go. That is 330 in polymer resin over both sides. And then this over here, we're going to take this out, and these don't go this far. They just go right here. This one just goes to here. This is going to go all the way back to this. There we go. So that basically illustrates the fuel refinery and the crude oil that's coming through. Oh, wait, we were going to turn that into crude oil. That's what we were doing. And the crude oil is going along the back like this. Something like that. And the crude oil is really easy because you just know that's just flowing in the back like this. And on this side, something like that. Maybe move this forward just a little bit. These forward. This, by the way, there's another little trick to sizing this. If you want to size this, there's a whole bunch, there's a little square down there in the bottom right corner. We can just click on the bottom and then you just change the height. And what it will do is, since you clicked on that, it'll scale toward that thing that you clicked on. And so that'll be your kind of base. And then you can just say like 40, and you see that it brought it down because it used the bottom part here as its scale. And then you don't have to go in there and manually fuddle with it. There we go. Okay, so that's nice. Comes in, goes along here, and then that oil runs along the whole backside here and ends up going in there. Now we could illustrate the ends, but we already got them kind of illustrated here. But we'll go ahead and just at least run this out and then give that a basic overview like that. See how quickly we could illustrate that? Very nice and easy. This one needs to go a little further over here to this one at the top. Right over here. And there we go. Nicely illustrated. Let's definitely save that. That was a good amount of work. Now, the next thing that this is going to do is I'm going to try to keep it on a, 1920 by 1080 here. So I'm going to slide this over this way. And then it's going to basically do this fuel output, and I'm going to run it to the actual constructors. I could also turn it upside down and just have it running down as opposed to up or whatnot. But you get the general idea that it's running in the fuel, it's running out all of that, it's giving all the different numbers and whatnot. And now the next thing we just need to illustrate is going to be our really easy thing, which is our fuel power, right? So this is like a big X. See how the little boxes are going out like that with a kind of a rounded thing in the center? That's a really easy one to illustrate. So what I would do is I would start with like a circle. I would start with a circle. Let's also mute those sounds. Start with a black circle like this. Then I would take a something like this, and then I would rotate it 45. And then I would try to copy it. If I can get the right key here. There we go. And then I would copy it, paste it right back on itself, and then rotate it. Oop, nope, or not. Try that again. Copy, paste, rotate. There we go. And just make an X out of it like that. And then put that right there. So there we go. And then let's see. Then we have a little bit of that same shape on the outside. I see. It's what's known as a sharp corner. So we can go in and make ourselves a square. We can take the square. We can take the corner. It's called a straight corner. There it is. And so we have this kind of outside shape to it. It's much bigger than that, though. Yeah, so it's got its inset from inside there. Okay. So actually we're going to take this circle out, and we're going to use this as the inside. These should be way longer. Something more like that. Take that out again, copy it, paste it, rotate it. Then, that was not a good rotation. Rotate it. So it's square. There we go. Then copy this, paste this, make this bigger. And this is like breathing to me, everybody. Again, I just don't even think about it. And then we take this out. We can just make this into a stroke. Something like that. What is this? This is gray. And that's kind of orange in the front. Okay, and then we just need a square. And just make it simple. Don't make it elaborate, everybody. Just make it simple, understandable. Plus, you're going to put a label on it anyway that says that this is that thing. In just a second here, we'll put that like that, and we'll just put that right up on the front. And this way we know where the front of our thing is. I think that's well good enough. And then this here at the top, we're going to make kind of a gray. Get into like a gray. There we go. Okay, good enough. And these suckers are huge, but compared to a refinery, how big are they? They're about the same length as a refinery. Width-wise, they definitely are about 2 refineries wide. All right, let's give it that. Okay, so that means they're actually not square. But lengthwise, they're about the same. So we'll do something like that. And then that gives us kind of a relative scale. Now remember, it's not perfectly to scale, and I'm not going to put it to perfectly to scale because that's a huge waste of my time. But as long as it fits the purpose. Again, that's all part of the fun. All part of the fun, chat. Are you doing well? Consider going to sleep. I can't sleep. I have insomnia. And I have a really bad constant vertigo. But thanks for the vote of confidence. I appreciate you. Doing the vote of confidence that I could just lay down and go to sleep. Even though for the last 10 years I've had an incredibly bad problem with that. But hey, I appreciate the vote of confidence there. All right, let's go ahead and delete this. And this should go to the back. And there we go. So what we're doing right here, everybody, is we're illustrating stuff that's in Satisfactory. Right now, we're illustrating our things here, our fuel generators, and I'm illustrating out how to run all the fuel generators. So this is a refinery fuel. It's actually not refinery fuel. It's a fuel-powered generator, is what that is. So let's go ahead and change that. Fuel powered generator. There we go. And right over here. Right over there. All right, that's good. I like that. All right, let's do that. And we want to go ahead and snag one of these little labels. Darn little bugs floating around in here. I hate them bugs. Bugs. Bugs, bugs, bugs in my face. All right. So a fuel generator takes 20 in. That's why I put this little thing here in the front, everybody, because that'd be the perfect spot to just put 20 in like that. Or I could just make it like so we could see it like that, even better. Doesn't have to be actually in the direction. All right, so there we go. Group that up. And then this is real easy, everybody. This is super easy. We just take this and we're going to rotate it and we're going to connect it to the end here. And this is pretty much almost done. All we have to do is take this over here, and we'll take this over here, say, run that under there. Where's that going to be? Right about there, I'd say. Right about there, and then we're going to go ahead and run this down, like so. Down, down, down. Like that. Okay, so now we got our fuel generators. And we're going to say 20 in there. And then this one I'm just going to rotate. It's going to be upside down, but that's okay. And then we're putting them directly across from each other. So that'll be 2, and that'll be 4. This will be 6, and so on. 8, and then there's our 10. Very nice. Now, one of the things you can do is if you do group things like that, is you can actually do what's known as equal space between them. It has it in Illustrator and also has it in here. It's called alignment. So you can just press this button and it will space them vertically. And you saw that the distances between them. If you missed it, let me do it again. See how, watch how they'll all kind of equally space in between them. Alignment, align vertically. There you go. So not only are we doing factory illustrations, but I'm teaching a little graphic design at the same time and a little bit about the tools. All right, so again, over here, and this one's real easy because you just run this underneath here because it's going to be on both sides. I feel like these need to go. These need to go a little left. Just group all these now. Yeah, a little left to get that somewhat centered. Very nice. Not sure if that's centered. Let's see if we can get this to be centered. Yeah, that's centered. All right, that's nice. And then all we have to do is do this. Just run that piece down. Holding down the Alt key and Shift. And one more here at the end. And then we'll just tee this one like that. And there you go. Okay, now we only need one little piece left of our illustration here. Let's go ahead and save that. And we're actually going to grab that from our coal power that we illustrated previous day. And we're going to go in and we're going to grab all of this. And we're going to use this as our power outputter. I'm going to stick it over here. And I actually don't know where the actual plug is. Let's go look and see where the actual plug is connected. And we might use that, or we might just choose to do it. Okay, it's actually in the back. Okay, it's in the back. Okay, that's a really great place to illustrate that. So we can go in here and we can rotate this around and just say that it's going to be, well, let's make it nice and big so it's easy to read. And then we can tell it how much megawatts is going out. In this case, each of these are 250 megawatts, which is pretty sweet. So 250 megawatts out like that. Close enough. And then I think those are already grouped, but not very much centered very well there. Much better. And we'll group that. And we'll get it going on. Get it going on. Over here. I'm going to press some buttons and flip some switches real quick, everybody. Hold on a second. Where did I see that thing? It's fooling around in here in my settings, and I forgot where it was. It disappeared. Disappeared, such is the way it goes. There you go. Are the left-hand generators supposed to be upside down? Yes, they're supposed to be upside down. I just mentioned that earlier if you missed it. They're supposed to be that way. That's how we like them. They produce extra power when they're upside down. We just haven't got to that yet. Don't worry. We're putting in the megawatt output first. And then we're going to go over there and we're going to have some fun with those. Because watch this. We're going to take those straight across like that. Hi. Hello. What's up? What's up, Whist? Retweets are good, kids. Did we get 10? Oh, well, look at that. But bam, I need like a retweet achievement unlocked thing that you guys can do. I've been working on those commands. I haven't rolled them out yet. But retweets are good. Yeah, how about retweets are good command? Or retweets good. Yeah, how about that? Yeah, I'll put that in my list of fun things I'll try to add for all my subs. We'll get to that later on, but right now we're trying to illustrate this. Now, they actually have this really cool thing in Illustrator, by the way, that you can go in and I can rotate these all individually. I'm not sure I can do it in here. But when you rotate stuff, it instead of rotating individually like that, they actually rotate in their same positions, which is really cool. There's also 3D programs that do the same thing, and it's pretty cool. But we'll just do what we got to do over here. Just some flippy those. Like so. In fact, we could be way more zoomed in here. Like so. Again, it's easy to come back and do all of this stuff. It's just easy to copy because you want your inputs and outputs to be turned the same direction. This whole switching tools all the time in this program is a little annoying. It's a little annoying because I have to constantly kind of switch. So you have to get into the group first. Like you grab something, then you switch. Then you can modify the stuff in the group. Just takes some getting used to. And then you hit A to go back to the other tool, then V to go back to this tool, and then you can rotate. I mean, hey, it's no Illustrator, but it's also doesn't cost you your monthly fee, so embrace it. Embrace it. It's not that hard to learn either. It just takes time to get used to finding stuff in different places. And there we go. Easy. Right over there. Very nice. All right. 20 into each of those. This is 250. So we'll just go ahead and illustrate off here to the side. All right. This bug is really starting to bug me. Get out of my face, bug. The problem is I can never see the bug. It's in there. I hate it because they touch my arm and stuff. I don't like it. Stay away from me, bug. I know I'm tasty, but leave me alone. All right, so this over here is going to output a total of 5,000 megawatts. So actually, we'll put it up here. So this is 250 times 10. Hey, Siri, what's 250 times 10? That's actually 2,500. Huh. No, we didn't illustrate that right. Hold on. Do we need 10 or do we need 20? Maybe we need 20. I forgot. Let's go back and look. Let's see. Oh, we need 20. Sorry, my bad. My bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, well, here's what we'll do. We'll just do this. Easy. Oh, zoom out just a little bit. And grab this. And do this. Okay, very nice. And then we'll take all of this and just grab all this stuff individually. Grab all of this. Move that over. Ain't nobody else on Twitch illustrating stuff for you, everybody. Ain't nobody else doing this right now. You're welcome. Kismet going way out of his way here for you. To illustrate all of this. And I think we'll just put this. Got room at the bottom. Oops. Got room at the bottom for this. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll actually look pretty nice at the bottom. And we're going to make that way bigger. Just to kind of illustrate that power. And this will make smaller. Like this. So we can put the equals in there. And then center this. I knew there was something I was forgetting. I was forgetting to put a whole nother row in there. And there we go. That'll be 5,000 megawatts out. So this is what happens, everybody. This is what's so cool about factory building. This all starts with 600 oil in. That's it. That's what it starts with. You do all of this other stuff that I just illustrated for you. And then it equals 5,000 power out. That's why you're doing that thing. That's the whole reason why you're doing that thing in the first place. And I'm going to go ahead and make this real nice with a nice little border like this. And we'll go ahead and include this. You know, maybe we'll make something nice for this too. Oh. We'll send this to the back. Grab all of these. And we might do something nice here. Oh, this is, looks like it's at an angle. It's slightly rotated. I don't know, but we're going to move all of this up just a little bit. And a bit to the right. Try to visualize our white space there. Something like that. And then all of this over here, we got everything we needed out of this. And we'll take these out of here. Because we're going to go ahead and put these down here at the bottom. And this is actually 100% efficient. So we'll throw that in there. Yeah, that's what this is all about. That's what the Kismet rule of 8 means, everybody. That you're 100% efficient in everything that you're doing there. So our goal, actually put our goal over here. Our goal, produce oil power. Oil power via fuel. Right there. There's our goal. And I forget what this says down here. What's this say? 100 plates, 100 screws. We don't need that. And then we'll just put this somewhere in here. There you go. So now we got that in there. I kind of feel like we need something else over here for this. So let's grab this back thing. We're going to copy it. We're going to paste it. We're going to grab it here from the side and bring it in. Just to give this kind of a little sidebar. Just give a little something, something, if you know what I mean. These all need to be centered like this. And then aligned center like that. Very nice. A little bit more left, right. And then this same thing. This definitely needs to be centered, grouped, and centered. And then just to kind of set that off a little bit, we'll put like a gray in the background. It's a little heavy of a gray. Just something to give it a little, you know, a little something over on the side there. And there you go. I just illustrated all of that for you, everybody. You're welcome. You're welcome, chat. If you like that, put a GG's in the chat, everybody. If you enjoyed that illustration, let's see, or you can put ones in there, whatever you feel like doing. But there we go. I just illustrated exactly how to do all of that oil power that I just did. And it's not too hard if you think about it, right? So you bring in your oil extractor, right? You run it into your 5 grouping here, and you group 5 over here. Why did I group them separately? The reason why I did that is so I could have a fuel buffer in between, and they'll both run into the fuel buffer because it runs in both directions. And then it starts to backlog, and then you run that out. Oh, let's fix this part right here just a little bit. Then you run that out of there, and then you just run it in your fuel generators, right? I mean, that's not that hard. And then each one of these is producing 250 out. And I can take a line, by the way, everybody, and just run all the little electric lines. But you get the idea that the output is 250 times 10, because we want to have 10 in there. Or, sorry, 250 times 20. I still got that wrong. 20, which equals 5,000 megawatts. And of course, you want to double. Yeah, there we go. If you want to check it, you can go in and say, okay, 250 times 20. Or not. Okay, why's my thing not working? Let's try it again. 250, times this, 20. 5,000. There we go. So 5,000 power. There we go. All right, we got it right. And then up here it can hold 2,500 watts, so it holds 14 times 6. I gotta fix this here so I can see I was not doing that. So that's basically the fluid buffers are holding 14,400 backlog of oil. My oil extractors are producing 240, 250%, which is 600 oil. It's using 134 watts of power at 250%. Our total overhead is 434.3. So that comes out of our 5,000. So it's producing 4,565.7 power that we can use for other things. And then I've done this twice. So I did it once and I did it again because this is optimum, everybody. This is using all 600 of the oil. So it's 100% efficient in the way that it runs. And that's how I try to do my stuff. I try to balance it in the way that it's 100% efficient. Now, again, if you are one of my patrons, you'll get a copy of that right over there. And now we're looking awesome, everybody. We're doing amazing over here as well. So there we go. So yes, let's see how our power's looking. That's not going to show us over here. Let's check our power. How's our power doing? Oh, a little bit upsy downsies there. Yeah, you got to watch out for that. That means there's some sort of something that's making our fuel go up and down. I always look at the ones at the end. The ones at the end are typically the ones that are going to go up and down. I don't see them going up and down. Ooh, FICSIT damage. Okay, what's causing our power to fluctuate there? It looks like it's just one of them. How can I tell? Because one's going 250 up and down, like that. So we have one of these that's starving. It's this one. I could see it's these two. These two are starving for fuel down here at the bottom. Now there is a nice little trick that you can do If one's starving and the other one is not, is you just simply grab the end of this one and you kind of cross-pollinate your things here. Actually, I don't want to go out that far. Yeah, let's go here, say. And then move that forward by 2, so we get our beautiful 90. And then we'll run this over here. Didn't quite make it. Doesn't quite make it. All right, how can we make that run nice and straight right there? Then we'll have this come out. Turn it. We'll line it up nicely. Yes. Something like that. Time to cross-pollinate. There we go. So what that does is any excess that comes down here will go back and end up in here. And then both sides, it will help keep that solid. See how that just went back up to its solid? Because that side will come around this way and the other side will push around there, and actually both of the fuels will connect in the center. It's called hammering, by the way, when it rams into the side of a thing, and that's a great way of balancing that out. Just in case you need a little bit more fuel that way, or it's not quite making it all the way down. Another thing you can do, instead of running it all the way from the end and just having a cascade from one to the other to the next, is to take it and put it into the center. So you lift it up above, you run it in here, and you drop it right in the center, bam, right about here. How many is on that side? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, right here. So you drop it right here in the center, and then instead of it going across there, it goes on the other sides. Another problem could be with your flow speed, that your flow speed is actually slowed down. And sometimes that happens when it goes through like a buffer. Oh, sounds like I hear a storm. When it goes through a buffer or something like that. So again, if you're having that kind of problem, when in doubt, throw down some more pumps. And I'd throw some more down, but I'm out of stuff. So let's run back this way. I just heard a scary storm just go off, everybody. I better save all my stuff. I think I saved that already, that illustration. But let's just save it again just to make sure. Save. There we go. And then right back over here where we were making some of these. Yes, a lot of them in there. Nice. And over here, making some more. Nice, nice. Couldn't resist. All right, let's go. Slide, baby, and then jump. And slide and jump. And slide and jump. Slide and jump and jetpack. Whee! All right, let's go. Let's really give this a big boost. All right, let's go to boost that down the line. And then over here again, we'll make these two different fluids hammer together where they are having trouble way at the end. Again, if I see that trouble, if I see it start to do that kind of up and down stuff, because it should have had plenty of excess in those fluid buffers. It also tells me that my fluid buffers are probably low on one side, probably this side, because it had burnt up that extra fuel, and that's why it's struggling at the end. See? Yep. Absolutely. It was struggling at the end to balance it. But now it should be just fine. Again, they've kind of fixed that whole problem with the level 6 pipes, where if you just connect it in a circuit like that, it should, again, go toward each other. And then if one side has more excess than the other, that extra excess will end up at the end. And that's also what I did with my, look at that, rock solid now. That's what I also did with my other power, the coal power. That's why I have that coal power go through like a circle. And I'll bring that back over here. So that it keeps that hammering from happening. See, it goes up and then circles back. Again, from that water. So when the water comes up, that fluid buffer actually circles back into the system as well as it feeds into the system here. So you have a kind of a constant flow of that water flowing through the pipes. It's actually called circulation of that as well. Okay, so we got that done. That seems like pretty awesome. I hope this storm doesn't knock off my power, everybody. If it does, you know why I disappeared. If it happens to knock me out of there. Now, these over here are saying that they're not running. Oh, crude oil. Crude oil is a problem there. Okay, so some of those fuel generators are also not running. Those ones over there are running. But these ones over here are starved. Now, again, this is all the troubleshooting you need to do. Whenever you see a little yellow stuff like that, you're like, hey, my crude oil's not coming in fast enough. So if we backtrack, we're going to go find the one that this belongs to. Yeah. Yep. Definitely a problem. Yep, that is totally empty. So we're not bringing that oil fast enough. Yeah, not bringing it fast enough, and we're not pumping it through fast enough. It's filling, though. How about this one? That one's totally full. Weird. Why is this one full and the other one not? See, these are totally full over here. That one's full. This one's not. Yeah, it's like the second one is empty. That's something to do with my train. Get over here, train. I want to see what you're doing. Now, another thing about that, everybody, again, cross-pollinating or cross-connecting will help us with that a little bit. Like this. And like this. And just cross-connect that. There we go. Then if this has excess, it'll bring that excess over to this side, which will keep that rocking. And then I'm just going to do the same thing over here again. If you see a problem, all you got to do is know how you can affect in the solution. And you can see that those will, those are the same height, so those will run between the two pipes. And then if one has more than the other, it'll balance it out by using all of the buffers. That's why we have the buffers there. Let's see what's going on here. This one's not filling. Why is this one not filling up? Oh, here it comes. Weird, it's kind of going separate than the other ones. Oh. What's going on with our train? Let's go find out. Something funky going on with this train, everybody. I don't think I've ever ridden down here in the car before. It's kind of fun. Kind of fun to ride in the car. Why is that not backlogging that one as much as it's backlogging that other one? See, the other one's full. So it tells me that there's something going on there. That one of these is not filling as fast as the other one. Or draining as fast. But again, once I cross-connect that, it should balance out that fluid issue. And then again, I'll cross-connect both of those. Those will both be hopefully balanced. Now again, this train takes a while to get over here and then come back with the fuel. So if there's a fuel issue or a fuel imbalance, we're going to need to definitely take a look. And this is what I always go into troubleshooting mode after I build something, just to make sure that everything's working. Now you can actually figure out the actual rate at which this is going. It is actually better for you to run the pipes or to convert it into package it and then run the packaging of it. The packaging, you need like 50 packagers, everybody, to run this much oil. That's a lot. That's a lot of power and a lot of packagers. It'd be smarter for me just to run the pipes, because I could run the pipes. Let me do this so I don't have to sound like I'm talking over that. I could just run the pipes down the side, which I have done before. And it'd just be two 300 level pipes and one 300, two 600 pipes all the way there and all the way to my base. And then it would just be consistently bringing that oil in all the time, and it would just never stop. It would just be perfect. Trains, though, have a lag time. They have a lag time between the time in which they bring the oil over there and the time they come over here to pick the oil up. Let's see what's going on. So it's this one right here. That was totally full. Yeah, see, that one's over full. Yeah, see, this is only 1,600. So we need a second train is what we need. Yep, we need a second train. All right, second train it is. Let's go. Now, what we need is we need another train to come over here and pick it up because that's not fast enough. It doesn't have enough oil being run back and forth. And so what I like to do is to sync my trains separate from each other. We might get into a bit of that. But right now, what do we need to do here? We need to go ahead. That's running down. Oh, that's running that power down. Okay, so we got to find a way of putting two trains on the same track. Thank you very much for bringing that Kismet love train. I am Death coming in, showing some love. I feel like I want to move this up out of the way here. Let's get our zooming on. Move this kind of out here. And we're going to have to redo all these connections. And let's turn it this way. Redo all these connections that this one has, which in this case comes from way over there. So we're going to take this, also connect it to that one. Oh, is it too long? Oh, it's too long. That's why that's there. I see. Okay. So, what can we do? Oh, let's just bring the power on the other side. Even better. Okay. Now, if you already have the tower, connecting it way over here is not too difficult. But it's got to be within distance. Okay, so I pushed it out there. It's too far. Let's bring it closer. I make these things all day long. I'll take the other ones out when I've got what I need first. Like that. Okay, there we go. I kind of like that one there, too. Even though it's kind of unnecessary, but we'll leave it there anyway. I like it. Okay, this one we don't need. We're going to take that out. Now, we got to figure out all of the connections that this one's connected to. Like, right now, it's connected to this pump. So we'll take this pump and we'll connect it this way. This one is connected to the actual train station, so we're going to take that out. And down here, we'll connect that to the train station. There we go. That one's connected over there. It's also connected to something back here, which is our hypertube entrance. All right, so we can take that out. And then the only other connection it has is going down. And honestly, I can't remember what it is out here that I'm connecting to. Oh, I'm connecting to the primary power that's running downward. Okay. So we're going to do a little bit of sneaky power. A little hidden power where we grab this and we just run it straight down. And then we can just take that. We'll do that here in a minute. We'll run this over here, which is where we're pulling that power. And we're running it over to here. Yes. Take that out. Take this out. And then we'll go ahead. And I believe it's from this one. I hope so. We'll find out here in a second, won't we? Because this is our primary power that's running all the way down to our oil extractors. Put that back in there. I like to hide my power like that. It's a great way to just to make it where you don't see it. It's actually pretty awesome. All right, I hear all my pumps still pumping, so that is working well. Where's this going to? Oh, this is going to the hypertube. This is going up to there. Okay, and that hypertube is working because we can see the little stuff going in there. All right, now the tricky part, making it so this train goes around in a circle. So instead of a push-pull train, which is what we're using right now, we're going to have to turn this into a rounded train. Now, we could make a split track where it goes back and then it goes off. When it's going back, it's going down this other track, and then this one's coming this way. And you can sync that up to where it's going one way or another. But I think at this point, we'll just do a rounded track because that's kind of fun. We haven't done that in a real long time. Now, the hardest thing is getting this thing to corner. I always find this to be the toughest thing because, I mean, that should work. I mean, that should totally work right there. But the problem with trains is you have to go forward usually by 3. So you normally have to go 1, 2, 3 forward. We've got our stuff in the way right here too, so that's a bit of a problem. So 3 forward here, and then 1, 2, and then we'll throw down a blueprint here because we're going to need to use a lot of these little suckers right there. And see if we can get around the corner here. Right there. So we'll go into our train set down here in our setup. And we're going to awkwardly make this. I don't know why this doesn't rotate. It's so awkward. Why don't you rotate the other way when I do the scroll wheel? Very awkward. Yes. I don't know why it doesn't just go the way I want it to go, but I guess I can just click it like this first. Let's just get it in the center, and that should let me do it like this. And then we can try to do this. So I always like pre-make a thing, and then it will give me that corner that I want. See how beautiful that corner is too, everybody? Very, very nice. That's a beautiful turn. And then I just take this part out. And then again, now we want to go ahead and bring it back in this direction and basically run it on the side of what we already have. So again, we'll want to go ahead and take our thing. Now, if it's like this, everybody, and you try to use your scroll wheel and it doesn't rotate, just put the edge of it in the center like that. And then when you pull it out, it'll actually be perfectly centered. I know it's a bit awkward, but you know, you do what you got to do your thing, everybody. You got to do what you got to do. Also, you can hold down control, by the way, which is supposed to make these go perfectly straight. But I always check it to see if it looks straight to me. It looks good. So we got to get this to end up over there, like that. And that's going to be awkward. It's going to be real awkward. Awkward. Again, because all these curves are the worst. I don't know why they made this such a difficult to do curved systems. I don't know. I don't make the games, everybody. I just play them. All right, like this. See if we can get a curve there. Too close. Something like that. Nope. Turns too sharply. And we get a little bit of something here. Worst thing in here is when it does this weird thing with the curves of your stuff. We're gonna have to go out and then back. Yeah. Ah. I don't know why they didn't make this where it just auto matches up. Oh, that's not right. That's not right. Try that again. Off by a foundation. There we go. Okay. And we can make this bend to our will if we want to. So again, I'm just gonna see if I can make it work with it doing it itself. Yeah, you could go half. You can go half. This is like really unnecessary though. That's really far and unnecessary to go that far. But, well, okay, sure, that's what I wanted to do. Nope. Look how awkward this is. Alright, that's not bad. Not bad. But it's just really awkward to do, everybody. I don't know. I feel like there should be a much better way of doing that. It should just curve around and go this way. But you know what? We could actually cut this and make this smaller. It doesn't have to really go that far, but it's just the way that the default rails work. I really feel like it needs a lot of work in making that work better. But we're going to just do our own thing here to make that more efficient. I don't know what their thinking was behind that, or if they just never got around to fixing that. But we're definitely not doing that, because that sucks. That's a way unnecessary amount of track that we don't need. Again, we want this just to turn around and go back this way. Again, this is yellow. And we're going to put that right there in that kind of edge. And then we're going to bring this around. Try to straighten her out a little bit. Like that. Let's see, now we're getting a nice curve right there. It's just really awkward the way they thought of this, and the way they thought, hey, this is the way people want to do trains. And I can tell you, that ain't the way people want to do trains. It's just really awkward. And all right, and then we'll put that there. And then we'll just run that into there. You see, that's much better, everybody. That's much better than doing that whole, like, funky thing out there. It's just like, come in, turn around, go back the other way, but bing, bada bing, bada boom. Kismet's showing you some of his best train techniques there. And you get even more into it, by the way, and make that even more crazy, but I'm just going to go ahead and take this and run this railway back. Now, you're going to be like, well, Kismet, how can you run your rail all the way back? Why not just run it on the same rail? You totally can run it on the same rail. But the problem with running on the same rail is that your other train has to stop at some point if you don't have them perfectly synced. If you have them perfectly synced, you can just have one, when the other one's coming back, you just have it go off on a side track. And then this one comes back, and then this one goes like that. They actually have real-life trains that do that, everybody. They're perfectly synced, where they'll go in two different directions at the same time. But I have plenty of foundations and plenty of resources, so I can run this all day long. Oh, actually, I want this over just one more, maybe. Actually, let's take that out. We'll move this over, because we have all of our power down there in the way. So we'll run this back. Or should I go left? I've already got my piping there. Yeah, left isn't bad, but this way, I think it's gonna be more fun. So yeah, let's do it this way, because this will be on the inside, which means we'll be ever so closer to our other end. I'm gonna run this with zooping for right now across here. And then we got ourselves a nice blueprint that we made because we were smart and we thought ahead. Our 2x4 foundations here. And our 2x4, we can go ahead and do this. We also have our 5x5 or 2x5 that we can use that goes even further and is more awesome than the one before. Boom. See, it does a lot of those things for me. We'll line it up right down the center like we did before. This is almost center here. Almost center. And again, give yourself about 3 out wherever you're going to start. This is actually going the right way now. Finally. So I'm just going to run this as far as I can. The second it turns red, you know you're kind of at your maximum. I like to back up, hold down control, and run that as straight as possible. I like to run it in the middle of the foundations and not in the center. This way, if you jump off, you have a place to land when you're running in your train. And that should just be enough room. Make that circle come out real nice. And it'll come around and circle back the other direction. And then we can put as many trains on here as we want. We can put 15 trains on here if we want to. But we're, of course, going to have to watch out a little bit. You know what I should have done? I should have put this on my train bar over here. Why didn't I put this on my train bar? Yeah, right there. Bam. Now I can just click that button and it just comes right up. Nice. Nice. Let's just go ahead and run a bunch of these, because this is going to take a minute. To get those out there. And then we'll get our train thing. And again, it's so cool how far away you can click these. Just be careful that you are actually clicking the thing. Because it's very easy to miss that. And then you just start putting it down. And then you have like a gap in your track. I've had that problem before. For sure. By the way, I have not done a circle train like this in a while. I think I did one quite a while ago. But this is a little special feature I'm doing just for all of you, so we can get our oil really up to speed. Okay, that's not enough track space, so we'll put some more in there. And then we'll run this. Again, holding that control. That nice and straight. And let's figure out how many of these we do per thing. I bet you it's going to be probably 3, but we'll go ahead and do 2. And let's see if it's 2 or is it 3. Oh, it's 2. Okay, so 2 beyond what we've already got. At some point, it's going to be 3 because that one had a lot more plates left at the end. So we'll just say we'll do 2 and we'll look at it. And we probably should just do 3 from now on anyway, just to accommodate it. Because I have a feeling, yeah, it's definitely 3. Definitely 3. Again, this one's not really ready for more trains until I get the track done. Let's see, while I'm doing this, it's building the track behind me, by the way. That's why I immediately turn away, so I can then go and rebuild the track. To do this while that's filling in. And run this. Hold control. Again, no problemo. That's why I left this this kind of side here. I was thinking of doing it on the other side. But that side has all my piping and is probably a better side for piping. And then this is the inside track. And this also gets me a little bit closer in this direction. You'll see me fill all this in over time, everybody. We're going to town. I mean, we're not just messing around up in here. We're going to tap every node. We're going to do everything we can. We're going to use every single item in the game. That means vehicles and everything, which I made a little vehicle track at the beginning. If you guys missed that, on how vehicles work and whatnot. But we'll get into more fun vehicle stuff later on. Right now, we just want to have a cool little train track that we can, instead of a push-pull train, which is what we're using right now, which is a train that has 2 engines that face in 2 separate directions. And so your stations also face in 2 separate directions to make that work. So you got your trains in 2 directions and your stations in 2 directions. And again, we'll run this out. And we'll run that right there. Again, blueprints really help a lot when you're doing this. This just makes this go way, way faster. Now, we could just run all the blueprints first as well. And then we have to think about transitioning and whatnot. Between that side and this side. Just run a bunch of these. Aim your little hammer at the other one until it highlights. And the cool thing is, while I'm doing this, it's putting more of this stuff that I'm using into the dimensional depot, which is pretty cool. Very, very cool. More track building. Now, by the way, I could already have the track down on these little segments, but I don't like to build small segments of stuff. I like to build at max segment length, so max hypertube length, max belt length, and also max train length, because if you find a problem with something, it usually has to do with that particular segment. If you have a bunch of smaller segments, it just makes it more difficult to figure that out, what's wrong with it. And so I don't like to use smaller segments if I can not. So 1, 2, almost to the turn here. Very good. And 3. Again, I'm just using the keys on the side of my mouse. I have a wireless Corsair Scimitar, which is awesome. It has these 12 buttons on the side, and that's correlating to the bottom part down there. Makes it easy. Is there a limit to the amount of carriage you can have per train? No. You can have as many as you want, really, but for every 4 cars, you want another engine. So just keep that in mind. So for every 4 cars, add another engine, and you'll be all golden. Otherwise, your train will get really slowed down, and you'll start having some problems. Now, this right here, I seriously doubt that that's going to fit perfectly, but we'll give it a try. Yeah, I didn't think so. So what we need to do, now there's actually a transition period or a transition thing happening between 2 separate grids. This grid is the grid of the extractor. So the main extractor that I'm using. So that's on its own whole grid. This other one here is on the world grid. So what I need to do is transition between this grid and the world grid. So we'll start to use this grid instead. So I'm just going to go ahead and pick up some of these and zoop these in here to get us to the end here. And then we're going to transition from one to the other. And you can see there's just a little bit of a gap. I mean, not as much as you'll fall in there, but there is a little bit of a gap there. And the game doesn't care. The game doesn't care that there's a gap. Now, there's more of a gap this way than there is the other way. This is more of a you hazard than a them hazard. There's also other foundations that we can get to fill that in. I haven't got those other foundations yet. Or you can just do this. Now, I don't like doing that, but you can. And I can also come in and make this perfectly curve, everybody, if I wanted to. And that's real simple to do. You just go into your architecture here, use your catwalks. You put your catwalks over here, and you can go ahead and rotate them. Now, the problem is sometimes the catwalks don't rotate all that well. When you're up against a thing, you have to go out like this, then hold down Control, and then it does this weird thing now where I have to rotate it all the way around. But you can affect the angle of how you want your things to snap. If you have the smaller ones, then they'll snap fairly well. The smaller foundations. But in this case, you can see I can go in and I can, you know, make this like that, zoom that out. And then I can take these. And again, this is an inside corner. And then I'm just snapping it like that. And then again, you can see that it's starting to arch out. And it has this overlap, and some people are cool with that overlap, and some people aren't. Some days I am, and some days I'm not. And again, you can use smaller segments so you get a sharper turn. I don't bother, everybody. I don't bother. I just do this. Boom. Easy peasy. I move on. On to the next thing. Like transitioning from that grid into this grid. So now we're on the world grid. This is the world grid side. We're just going to go ahead and run it down here. Now, it doesn't, the railroad doesn't care, by the way, everybody. It doesn't care at all. So if we want to go ahead and do our nice curve, right? So we're going to come up here. Here's our curve area. So we want to go back by 3 and then 3 this way relatively. And you have a little bit of extra gap there. It doesn't care, but you can just go ahead and put it here like this. And then what I'll do is I'll build out this side over here to max length, just for funsies. Again, I told you I was going to show you how to transition between one and another. And again, you can take the time and make it all perfectly flush and all of that, because you get the general gist now. But we're going to go right here. And again, I just absolutely hated this thing does not rotate the way I want it to rotate. Why do you not rotate in the direction in which I want you to go? So weird. So odd. All right. And then we're going to put that right there in the center, which will get us this. I just happen to know that it should let me rotate that with the scroll wheel, but it doesn't. I don't know what they're thinking, but oh well. And that's it. So you just put the straight lines on the side, and then the curve takes care of itself simply by just going in and clicking, and then bam. Now you can connect those curves really nicely. And again, it doesn't care. It doesn't care whether you're on the, you know, the grid that has to do with the extractors or the grid, the world grid. It'll just transition right across there just fine, and you're all good. So now we're just going to run back world grid. And I'm always, you know, even the actual extractors themselves are on different grids. So you might have, you know, a node right next to another node, and it's on a completely different grid, which I think is funny. They did not align all of those to the world grid. I don't know why. I guess to make it more interesting, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. There's some reason. But all of us ADHD people, we don't like it that it doesn't align to the world grid. But, you know, you do what you got to do. Life doesn't align to a world grid either. So you gotta do what you gotta do. And then we'll click that, run this out. Getting there. This is gonna be fun too. I've been playing for 2 hours. Nope, I've been playing for 4 hours. Get your numbers straight, Gabe. I don't even need to look. I can tell you already because we did 2 hours and then the server had to reset, and then 2 others. Oh, Polypop reward. I forgot about it. Bam, there you go, Luba. I just noticed that it's over there. Hold up. What else? Hydrate. All right, I'm on it. Even though that was like 2 hours ago. I get focused, as you can see, chat. Yeah. So again, every 4 cars that you put on a train, add another train. Add another engine. To keep your train from slowing down when you're going up and down ramps. Now, in my case, I don't go up and down ramps. I keep my trains nice and flat. Nice and flat, way up high, and they smoke. All right, like that. All right, I'm getting a little far here. Getting a little far there. I'm going to be out of plates. Ah, bummer. So close. You. I could use a lift, train. Get over here. Kismet needs a lift. So, yeah, one of the cool things, though, is it will start putting my plates back in. Right now, there's 17, 18, 19. But I think by the time that gets done, I could run back and grab some more. Here comes the train. You just get up and you hit E. Don't be in front of it. I find if you get in front of it, sometimes it knocks you back. But if you get up above it and then aim down, bam, hit E, and now you're in the train. Very cool. Riding the train, everybody. Oh, we're very close, though. Very close. Well, really not that close. Somewhat close to making our train go around in a circle. Now, you can do really complex intersections. You can use your stop things and all of that. But we'll put our stop stuff in just in case. We'll add different segments based on how many trains you have. Is how many segments you should set up, especially when you're going in and out of the station. We'll do a little bit of that. We're not going to do anything complex for right now, but we'll do a little bit of that. I'm out. I'm just here for the plates. So while it's filling up those plates again, I've probably got some sitting right over here that I don't have to wait for. Right over there. And if I'm quick, I can get back over this way. And I can start running in this direction while I wait for my train to come and find me. And let's see if I get back before the train comes back in the other direction. And this is why I will have the wider train run. So as the train comes back, I can hop the train. It'll take me where I need to go, and I can jump off while it's going and doing its thing. But I find quite often that you can just get there just as fast by doing a little slide jump, use your jetpack to keep your momentum going. And slide jump. I know, I just do it for fun. It's just fun sometimes, slide and jump. Because sliding is actually faster than running, usually. And it's usually more in the beginning game than before you have your skids or your rollerblades. Oh, I hear it coming. Ha-ha! Jump the train. You gotta hit E fast. Look at the cool waterfall. My little mini factory down there. Mini factory. Doing its thing. All right, this is my stop. Later. All righty. I think we can go much further than this. Add another one. Delete D. Oh, actually, it was right there. Okay. This is some serious track setting up right here. Really, you only need to put stops, I find. If you have a circle like this, then all you have to do is put in stops on by the station. In case one is staying at the station longer, and you don't want one to run into it, so you always put one going in and out of the station, which is super useful. And we'll test it here in a bit. Once we get this train in, we're able to add more trains so we can just keep our oil flow at maximum potential. I find this is the fastest way to build train tracks, especially when you're going really far. Is definitely use your blueprints. I think when it's got some left over, I'll just do 2. Yeah. Then it's got like 3 left over. We'll do 2 again. Because this is 10 and that's 12. I guess I could just count how many it is. So that's 2. Let's see how close we get to the end here. Oh yeah. All the way to the end. So actually that was pretty good. That's as far as that goes. So yeah, if it has 2 left at the end, then you're good. But here we'll have to do 3. Again, it'll vary based on where you started. We'll do 3. Run that. Back that up. Because I'm also backing it up a little bit too, so. And then we'll just do 2. Yeah, it's like every second one you're gonna need to do 3. You can do 2 to start. Yeah, or you can do 2 and then 3 and 2 and 3. I'm talking about 3, putting 3 sets of these foundations down. Okay. By the way, notice how the foundations match perfectly here. It means we're in the same grid line, which is the world grid, where I originally started my whole entire factory, and it's all based off that kind of Rosetta Stone that's right by the base elevator over there, where we started a world foundation grid. Went from there. And over there. So glad I ran all of this stuff into my dimensional depot. It's paying off right now. Oh, I should be telling it to prioritize. Take from inventory before depot. I am. Okay. This way allows my depot to fill back up a bit. That's why I'm using all my plates from my inventory. Certainly running it faster than we did when we ran it out, that's for sure. Ah. Right when I clicked. Come on. Time and effort. That's all it takes. And a bit of patience. Looking good, looking good. First thing when you're doing this is to find out that all your foundations are crooked or offset. I did that when I was building my way out. It actually, my foundations got crooked. I had to fix them. Because I don't like that. No. We're off by 2 there. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll just fill those in with a little bit of zipping like that. And then like this. Okay, and then again, we're going to come into the corner. So we'll go 1, 2, 3. So we'll go back here and say right there. And then 1, 2, 3 here. Is it this way? Overlapping other objects. What am I overlapping? Something weird going on there. Let's take it out. Shouldn't have been overlapping anything. I don't trust it when it does that. 1, 2, 3. And now it's going the right way. So I want to put it this way because all my stuff is that way. And that's why we put it on the inside. Another good reason to bring that back around. All right, and then we just want this to be one long segment here. Yeah, it's kind of like you turn sideways and then it does it. Where's it at? 1, 2, 3, right here. I don't know what's causing that to go sideways versus this. I don't know, it seems weird to me. Let's just go with that. Run this as far as we can. There we go. And then we'll go put in our corner. Now the thing, the stations are facing two separate directions. So right now, these stations would actually not work. Put those in nicely. Because this one's going this way and the other one's going that way. So if I were to go this way and then try to make it go back to the other thing, it's not going to work. So we'll have to change the direction of the station to one way or another. And I'm just going to go ahead and try a little thing here where I do this. And wouldn't that be amazing if you could just go like this and click that? Oh, why? Why can you not just do that? I don't get it. Why can't you just do that? Whatever. Whatevs. Alright, let's go here. I don't know why that just doesn't let you do that. Don't get it. We'll go a little wider. We'll go 45 there. We'll go a little wider. We'll go 45 here. Still won't let us get that. Let's go back from the 45 edge. This one a little back from the 45 edge. These are the things I like to test. There's some sort of combo that will actually make that work. Again, I'm just trying to sync them so they're in the same kind of arc. And see, it's this arc that's not wanting to arc it out. Arc it out, baby. Let's go. Arc that crap out already. So dumb. So dumb that that just doesn't work. Fine. We'll just go way out here and do this. Trying to find it where if I arc out on both sides to say here, and I can just cap that off at the end, but it doesn't want to do that. It doesn't need to go out that far. Let's go like this. And then we'll create a little some. Like this. Nope. One, two, three, four, five. Wants to be 5 wide. FICSIT property damage. Alright, we're gonna have to do little half arcs. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do little halfy arcs. So, we're gonna go forward. Like this. And then we're gonna half arc. See if we can get away with some half arcs here. Come on, you. This is what I call half arcs, where you're just kind of doing little tiny arcs to try to turn the corner. Come on, I know you go there. There you are. There it is. There it is. It's pretty much the same. Still went out 5 wide, but curved back into the thing. We could probably get away with, now that we have this, that we could probably get away with this whole thing being one piece. Let's see if we can make it happen. Nope. Nope. Why does that not work? That's so weird. The way it calculates its train tracks really needs to be worked on. There it is. Yeah, the way it calculates its curves, it really needs to be worked on big time. But such is the way it goes. All right, so our train track here is going in this direction. Let's get our transport. We'll do train station. Now this train station is aiming in this direction. So I can either choose to turn this one, keep this one the way it's going and have it go this way, or to turn it around and go the other way, which means that the train is going to go that way and then come back through here and then go back that way. This is a good question. I kind of feel like going this way is the better of the two ways that I'll want it to go. So we'll go change the direction of the other one. And away we go. We'll see if we outrun the train. Let's see if the train can catch up to us here. Now again, I can just make another train now and just ride on the train. But, and I could ride on that other side track too, over there by itself. Because again, this train's not going to go on that side track until I tell it. But I like to always see if I can outrun the train with the hypertube. Of course, it had to stop, unload, and then try to catch back up to me. The hypertube in the train, if it's flat, is about the same speed. But you can actually make the hypertube, if you use a hypertube cannon or multiple entrances, you can make it go like 1,000 miles an hour if you want to. I don't do it. It's kind of like breaking the game physics as well. Is the radius too small for the length of the train car? No, it's just their arcs are really weird. I mean, you can make it work, and then it just works just fine, just like you saw. But you can't just do it in one move. You can't just do it in one move, which is dumb, because you can do it if you do it in small segments, but you can't just do it in one move. And this happens in all the corners. When you go to do the corners, it does that weird thing. So that's why you have to do a segment on one side and a segment on another, or you can do a half thing and a half thing, and whatnot. It's always been that way. It's always been kind of funky when it comes to curves. So hopefully they'll, you know, fine-tune that some more at some point, where you can just put a curve in a corner, and it will let you do it. Because it lets you do it anyway. Again, if you just finagle it, it'll just do it anyway. Again, that's why I think that also foundations should work like train tracks. Where you should have a mode where you just, you know, you make a curve using foundations, and the train track is actually shaped like a foundation. So you can just make arcs. I mean, you can already do it with the train track. Why not just make it flat? And make it the size of a foundation, and then people can just put arcs in the corners, and then they'd have rounded corners that they could do. It'd be easy. I mean, you already have the tool. You already developed the technology to make that train track work and make it do arcs and all of that stuff. Why not just use it for foundations too? I don't know. That's just me and my crazy thoughts. All right, so our oil train station is going in this direction, and we want it to go... Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. I think we want to do the other one, because this one's going this way. And that goes back that way. That'll go through that way. No, yeah, we want this to go the other way. Oh, and our train's here, though. Hold on, we gotta wait for our train. Yeah, load that oil, brother. Load all of it. Now, see, I can backlog 2,400, but it can only carry 1,600. So that's why it's a good idea to have a couple trains going eventually. Take it easy. Get on out of there so I can fix this station. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take this out. Bam. And then we're going to take the train station, and we are going to turn it in the opposite direction, this way. like this, so it matches the direction of the train. So that train's going to go through there. It's going to go through that train thing. It's going to come down this other side and end up over here. Now that's all I really need to do. I'm also going to go ahead and just run a power line, even though the power line, this power line goes all the way back to my base. I just like it to be connected to my thing here. Actually, it's got to go down there. There we go. All right, now this one doesn't have a name anymore because it's now changed it to some Sweden name. Oil Depot. Close enough. Hit that a couple times, by the way. Sometimes it doesn't work. Now my train is only going to go to HQ station and is not going to the oil depot because I took it out and added it back in again. So now I'm going to go ahead and add that as a thing, and then I'm going to save. Then in theory, it should go forward, and we should see it come down this side of the track. If we did it correctly, it'll come down this side of the track, come back, end up at our station. The only problem is, I just thought of a big problem, is that this station is on the wrong side of the thing. An important thing to fix, everybody. Now I'm taking the station out. The train should stop, by the way. Now we got to take all this out, too. An important thing, because it's got to be on the same side as the other side, otherwise the station will be on the wrong side, and thus the cars will not fill because they'll be on the wrong side of the station. So important to fill that in, and then our hypertube is a bit in the way here. Back up, hypertube, you're in the way. And let's just go ahead and put it back in, though, before I forget. I'm just going to move it over just a little bit. And then we'll connect this in there. My hypertube entrance. There it is. And then we'll connect this to whatever is convenient. Nothing is convenient. Awesome. We'll put that there, and then we'll connect that. Make me walk all the way back here. Fine. There we go. Okay, now we got to have it going in the right direction. That's vitally important. Then we also have to have this connected over here. Let's hope it doesn't give us any trouble. Should just connect nicely. Yep, there we go. Very nice. Turn my light back on. Again, we want it to go in this direction, but again, when the train comes in, it needs to fill the oil. So if I have it on that side, it's just going to sit there, come into the train station, and then leave and not actually load the oil, which is what we wanted to do. All right, again, oil depot. Did it a few times. Go back to my train again. Edit timetable, oil depot, and there we go. So it's save changes, and it should now. Actually, I want to go. I think it's going there first. Yes, now it's going to oil depot. It was still docking with the other one. Okay, so again, it should show up on this side now, and end up going in here and picking up all of the oil from the other side. Now we can actually take out the train in the back once it shows up. Any train that's still sticking out the outside here, I no longer need, just the front part of the train. And that front part of the train should pull all of these things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I have 5. So I should take that train and turn it the other way to help it go, but you can go ahead and do it. Can you upgrade the trains to carry more stuff? Only by adding more train cars. And that's it. Oh, look at the cool spiral galaxy going down there. Oh, God, we didn't take our other break either. We didn't take our other break after our first break we didn't take on time. Oh, that's okay. We'll take a break here in a second. We'll make sure our train is working first. And then we'll get a couple trains going, and we'll work on a bit. Did we unlock our block signals? We did. Okay, good. Good. Now, what block signals do, I guess we can do this while we're waiting, is they basically cut up your segments here into, or your track into separate segments. Like, so if you put one here, and then I go ahead and put one up here in the front, basically to block the train station against any other vehicle going in this direction. I gotta make sure it's going in the same direction. Come on here. There we go. Going in the same direction. You'll actually see if you go into your block signal that your tracks take on different colors as well. If I got this going in the right direction, so in case, and you definitely want to do it in your train station because you don't want them to crash into each other. So basically, it'll say, "Oh, is there anything on this track?" If there's something on that track, then it will not enter that station. And this should be, everything's green right now. So in theory, that should work fine. And again, this one in the back, we can just take that out. Oh, can't take it out yet. All right, we want the train to stop now. So we'll go here and open the train menu and turn off self-driving. So basically, it'll turn itself off. It'll still load all of the stuff, but it's going to turn that self-driving off. And you have to wait for it to go through and do all that loading, and then it will stop. And then I'm going to take this locomotive out. And again, it'll probably be fine without that locomotive because, again, the reason why you have multiple locomotives is if you're going up and down track. So let's go test it. Let's go see. Let's go see if this thing can get up to 120. Oh, you can see it starts slower. $118 is just struggling to get there. Okay, it took about that long to get up to 120. All right, now we're gonna take two engines, stick them on the front. Hopefully they're not going opposite directions like that. Come on now, you should automatically know to reorient it in the other direction, but whatever. All right, now we got two trains. And let's see how fast that goes up to 120. That's way faster. I mean, that's obviously faster, everybody, with two trains on it. Hasn't hit 120 yet, but it's definitely faster. Yeah, see, so it gets up to speed faster because it has two trains, and since you're beyond that 4 trains, it's definitely going to be way faster. Now, I'm manually driving it right now. And I'm just going to drive it straight through and see how it drives. And this is just making it look slow because it's such a long distance. But trains are fast. They're the fastest vehicle in the game. They're very, very fast. But again, this is just such a long span in here. That's pretty crazy. Plus, I need to go put some block signals on my other side. Again, we can see it's got the dual train on there, which is really cool looking. Look at the dual train rocking it. That's cool, everybody. I don't care who you are. That's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome. Love the trains in this game. They're so good. All right, here we are. Whoa! Step, 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 step. All right. Let's see if we can put our block signals in. Why do I not have my block signal here? Now, pad signals, we'll deal with those later on. But we definitely want a block signal. You know, when you're going in, you can put it on your stuff here. But you definitely want to put it on your station. Because it should be just long enough to fit in your station. The problem is when you have a double train on the front, is the fact that it's going to stop, and then basically the things are not going to be lined up. So we're going to stop that, and we're going to put this locomotive actually in the back, like we had before, but in the same direction we had that, because this is going to be just one, because I only have because I didn't leave a space. You can actually add another one, by the way, that just adds a space if you want to have the double train in the front. I'm just going to put one in the back just because I already have it set up. Just makes it easier. Put it in the back. It's not going to worry about it back there. But you can put a gap between your thing and move it forward. Just put a gap in there to accommodate that second train. Okay, so we got that in there. We're doing block signals. That's what we're doing. So I also need to accommodate that train, this train here, when I'm doing my block signals. Otherwise, it'll crash into that other train. So I'm just going to go ahead and... oh, I should pull this all the way into the station first. Just go ahead and tell this to... turn on self-driving. I'm going to get off. And again, now it should line up to the fact that it can go in and unload all of that. And again, you'll see this car is just going to stick out from the back. Okay? So you don't put your thing right here, otherwise, bam, this thing will run into it. I could actually add another one in the back here. How far are we from the edge? Yeah, I think I might. I don't think I can do it on the other side. The other side doesn't have enough room. So it doesn't really matter. You don't have to have it there. The real trick is just put your thing back here to prevent it from crashing into the back of that, your block signal. And then you want to put one in the back and in the front, just to kind of break up this particular segment. And I'll wait for all this to get out the way first. And look at that, it took all the oil that time. And again, not that way. Around this way. Yeah, let's say there. Oh, and you saw it there, everybody. See how it changed to a different color? See, that's two separate colors there now. And anything that's on the green, it'll automatically say, okay, wait, this is yellow. See, that one's yellow out there. So if you're on the yellow track, and it checks to see if there's anything on the green track. And then notice we also have the red track over here, which is also the other side. So we need to go back and make sure that we have accommodated that other train in the back there. And again, you can just add another blank station to make up for it. But then we're going to add more trains. And we're going to let these trains just kick butt and bring all this oil over here. Because again, it's not bringing the oil fast enough. And if the trains are running and you got just a tiny bit of oil in there and not really that much, that's okay, because at least we're not at a deficit of oil, right? Where all the oil's sitting over there and it's not over here running our power. And that's our biggest problem. And that's why we did a backlog of it first, to try to see if it's bringing in the oil fast enough to keep that backlog going, which it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't keep it going. But it's using 100% of that oil too, so we definitely want to get some fun trains going. I think we're catching up to the trade. Catching up to it. The cool thing about the hypertubes versus the train riding the trains that are automated is the fact that the hypertube will just drop you there at the end result, where the train will just keep going. I mean, you can ride the train all day long, 24 hours a day if you want to, which is pretty funny. That they'll just keep going on and on and on forever on our server. It'll just keep going forever. Let's go check this side. Ta-da! Yeah, it's grabbing all that oil. Yeah, see both those, one's pushing it, one's pulling it, getting it done. Now how much oil is left over? They half the oil there. Yeah, all half of the oil is left over. It is filling back up right now. And by the time that train gets all the way, I'd say, ooh, even halfway, it might fill. Oh, this one is completely full. So, yeah. So, again, we didn't accommodate that extra train, I don't think. It kind of looks like I did. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to go back a bit more. I feel like more back here. That one's going that way. These things are a little squirrely, I think. Yeah, let's just say back here. Say back there, we'll take this one out. So this is all one segment. See how it turns orange? See, that's one segment, then it goes yellow. This is red. So it's basically saying, hey, don't go through there if there's already a train there. And then we're going to make another train. So train, and then train car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then another train in the back. Like that. Easy as that, everybody. And then you go into your timetables. Actually, I do it from in here, or I can do it from the track here. So we'll go to timetables, big oil train. Now we'll just call this one oil train. Oil train 1. Select all of that. Hit it a bunch of times because it loves to just change the name, even though I just told it to change the name. There we go. So oil train 1. You can probably guess what we're going to call this one. Oil train 2. Then hit it and then type it in for a second time for no reason. Just because that's the way it works. And then we're going to say oil depot first, and then Tycoon HQ. And then turn on self-driving, and that's it, everybody. That's it. That's how easy it is to do that. So now this one's going to go in here. It's going to say, okay, it's just fine. And then we're going to make another trade. So you're saying oil train 3. Go in there. All right. Oil depot. Train HQ. Save. Go. Now our other train should be coming back this way. So this one's going here. It's still docking. So now we have 3 trains going. And so that other train's going to head back, and that one is still docking. Now, if you do this perfectly, everybody, the train should be going at different rates, right? And then eventually when this train shows up, this train will already be gone. And that's why I started that first train. So while this one is loading, the other train is coming back. And you can get a whole concert of trains going. Like I probably put 4, 5, 6 trains on here, and it'd be fine, except for it wouldn't. Oh, look at it being the whole ghosty train thing. It fixes that later, by the way, when it first takes it out of there. It does this kind of weird ghost textured thing. But again, at some point, the trains might overlap each other, and I can see the trains are passing each other right there, which is really cool. You can see them passing each other right there. But eventually the trains are going to catch up to each other. Again, I don't know why this train is waiting. Oh, that train is waiting because the other train has not got off this next track. Ah, I see. We gotta cut that track way up there because this whole entire part after this, from where I'm at all the way to that next part, is considered one piece of track. So this is waiting for that to get off that track, and when it goes into the station, this one will start going. Be kind of fun to watch. The second it goes into the station. Yeah, it's going in the station now. Watch, it'll all of a sudden start going. If we did it right, we'll see. We'll see. Yep, there it goes. And so that one's going out, and this one's coming in. So it will not ride on the same track, that whole entire track, which is not what you want. You want it to be synced in such a way that it is halfway there while the other one is coming into the thing. And if it needs to stop before it goes in the station, it will. Yeah, so again, when it's on, I should basically cut it about halfway and see how that goes. I'm gonna get on the train here. Now again, I don't think there's much here to grab. There's probably a little bit, but then this is going to be a lot better in the delivery speed of the thing. I kind of feel like I need a fourth one as well. Now the same problem on the other side of the track is that track is also not cut up into segments. So the best thing to do is to cut that thing up into segments, I think. Cut it up into train site segments as we go along, so that it's not stopped. So yeah, see, this one's waiting. This one's doing the same thing. It's waiting for that other train to get off of that segment. So yeah, we'll cut it about halfway and see if that helps it go a little bit better. And again, we could just put it in a whole bunch of different segments so that at any time when they get close to each other, it'll stop. But if you have long segments like this, it just sits and waits, which it could be traveling over there at this point. You just want to keep it from colliding into each other. Best to just go through and make a bunch of segments. And then it will just, and really what you want to do is make it the size of your train. So you make each segment the size of your train, and then it will do it just fine. All right, Bug. Come over here. This Bug is bugging me. They take off, and then they come back when I'm not paying attention. Bugs. All right, here we go. So again, we'll cut this about halfway on both sides so the trains can keep going. And if we sync it just right, it'll be fine. Or again, I can go and just run down the tracks themselves and cut it into smaller segments. So both trains can keep moving, because now the other train that's over there is not moving because this side is taken up by that train. These are train logistics for you. And again, all part of the fun. If I only had two trains, I don't think it would be that big of a difference, because if I had them on both sides, then they'd be on opposite sides the whole time, but I have three trains, so that's a little bit trickier. Let's say right about here. Whee! Oh wait, I'm not actually in the train. I'm on the train. And there's a difference. Okay. And so let's just go ahead and add a little bit of a segment there. See, this one's coming back now because that other train did that. And then over here. Come on, little guy. Over here, going this direction, not that way. Don't want to go that way, just use my scroll wheel, I guess. Oh. And now those are big separate segments. And that train should start back while this train is still going. And then this train should start back while that train is getting into the station. Yes, that one's pulling in the station. This one's coming out. All right, that's looking good. And see, this one's now in the station, and this one's going to be in the station. So when this one starts, we've got that pretty well synced. We actually want to take this train when it's coming by. Come get me! And we can make even more trains too, everybody. I mean, you can go crazy. You go absolutely nuts with trains in this game, which is super fun. Again, I'm just showing you some of the basics. We'll get into more advanced stuff later. Ba-da! All right. Yeah, just cut it about halfway on these ones. Because it's not really critical if there is something on that line, because eventually it's going to get into the station, and then it will free it up to go. Like this one now is going the other way, and this one is already past that point in which we turned it off. So by the time that one gets to this other point, this one will already be to the station. And again, syncing that up is pretty awesome. So oil train 3 should already start before we get into the station. Well, it's still probably loading. But yeah, it's already started. You can see it starting. Even before we got fully into the station, it already started. So there we go. All right, do your thing, trains. Let's see if we're getting some better flow over here now. Oh, yes. The oil must flow. The oil must flow. Very nice. I feel like I want to cross-connect some of these, too. I don't know. I feel like it. I feel like it's the thing to do. So let's do it. Connect these two together. Connect them in the front and in the back. So we're getting that combined oil action going on. Then if there's any extra in either of them, it can pump it to either side of our backlog. And that's good because we want to pump all this out of here as quickly as possible. Yes. It's all good. Yeah, it's all getting pumped out. Good, good. And that shouldn't be doing anything because that's not going anywhere. All right, so that should help our production. And we can go look at our station here. And we can see, look at that rock solid power, everybody. Very nice. By going to our train here. Where is it? Have an efficient day. Where is it? That's all good. I thought there was something that told us info. Let's see how much of this it actually puts in here. My other train should be making its way back. Yeah, see, my other train's making its way back because this is already in the station. And that one's already over there. So about 600. Seems good to me. How do I know? Because my power's on. That's how I know. That's a dead giveaway. Whoa, get the ladder. That's how you know it's working. It's as simple as that, everybody. Look at this power. Ultimate power, everybody. We have 10,000 power going right now. It is pretty sweet. What a great shot. What a great shot right there. Hold on. We'll just get up here. If it'll let me get on the top here and just bask in the glory that is a 10,000 power right there. A 10,000 oil power. Yeah, so you just cut it off in the center. That'd be more than enough. And again, you could really go in there and make it into smaller segments. So if you have a lot of trains running, you don't have that issue. But I don't need it on mine. Mine's very long distance, and the way I have them spread out now, they should be fine. And if they aren't fine, what'll happen is they'll automatically resync themselves because of the different segments. So if one is on that segment, the other one will wait, and then it'll then sync itself where that one's in the thing, and then it'll do it automatically because you have those segments. That's what those segments do. Keep your trains paced to each other. And again, see, this one's coming down. This one's about to go into the station. That one's on the way back. I could even add a fourth one if I wanted to. But I think 3 of them are more than enough. And we should have a lot of crude oil up here on the top, which we do. This one's good. We have a lot. We have a huge backlog of oil. Now let's check our second one down. That's about half full. And then this one's about half. Oop, maybe that was the first one. No, that's a down and a quarter. Okay, good. Good, good, good. So again, it still has enough up there at the top that is pumping that all out of there. And it's keeping our power going. If our power goes off, then we know there's something wrong with what we're doing. All right, I think that's pretty epic. Pretty epic amount of oil power going on. And now we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to build all of our various processes again. And we're going to use our level, our Mark II blueprinter to make some mini factories that are going to optimize each and every factory that we build. Meaning that we can just use segments or modular parts to basically build out we're going to start with our plates, and then we'll do our rods and so on and so forth. Now we have some basic plates and basic rods going. We're going to leave those as is using our basic extractor. Again, it doesn't, it's not optimizing that particular thing. It's not making a massive amount of plates, but it only needs to be doing that basic stuff to start with. And then we can start using other nodes and other locations for doing other things like reinforced iron plates and things of that nature. So we're going to get all of that going here in just a moment. But first, we're going to pull up some words on stream while we let our stuff run here for a bit and see how it goes. And so I'm going to take a break. I got to find the thingy. Where's the thingy that starts it? I got to get the starter thingy over here. There we go. All right, so take a little bit of a break. You guys go ahead and enjoy some words on stream. I'll be back in just a bit. Here we go. back, everybody. You're not just making Human and M's do all the work, are you? No, I see Gia in there. There we go. All right, let's work together. Let's get this done, chat. Let's do it. All right, Yen's in there. Yen's getting it done. Let's go. What else we got? Manly. Oh, you already got that. Manly. Main. We got that. Mini. There we go. Mini. Lane. Ooh. Wow. I can't think of anything else. Nail. Good one. Nye. Main. We already got main. Inlay. Inlay is a word. That's inlay, everybody. Inlay. Let me try it. Inlay. Ha! Kismet got a word. Because I know inlays. I do a lot of inlays as a graphic designer. There you go. Kismet helping you guys out. All right, come on. We can get some more. Let's go. Let's do it. Oh, wow. Good one, Gia. ML. Wow. I would have never got that one. Or maybe you're just doing random letters. That's what I do sometimes. Yamin. Let's try Yamin. Yaymn. I don't know. Yeah. Well, hey, at least we got her done. And you guys get a whole bunch of Kiscats for working together. That was fun. It's always amazing when I get a word, everybody. It's like a miracle. You just watch a miracle happen. I really bad sleep apnea and vertigo and insomnia at the same time. So it's not going to get any better, everybody. That's the thing. My ability to do words and sentences is not going to get any better. So I'm like terrible at that normally. You're so bad at that? Me too. I'm right there with you, Big Mike. I'm usually incredibly terrible at that game. But occasionally, even a blind squirrel gets an acorn from time to time. Oh, look how nice this is shaping up in here. All right, so now we got all of our power nice and nearby in case we need to do anything with that. We got our backup power. And now we're ready to make some fun factories. So let's go figure out some factory fun. Now, the first thing that we want to do is think about our reinforced iron plates, because those are our thing that we have taken out and that we're going to eventually run out. Now, I probably still have a ton of them over here. Let's just go take a look. Yeah, I still got a ton of them, but eventually you need reinforced iron plates to make more modular frames. So we're going to go ahead and go to our little blueprinter over here, and we're going to have a little bit of fun. Now, some people will not put down foundations. Now, because I build mine in a modular style and I build mine in a tower style, I typically will put down foundations. So to make it really easy, I can just load the blueprint that I already have from before and just use that as a starting base. Now, this particular location is going to be the bottom part. It's going to be very similar to what we did with our other parts, except for this particular one, we're going to be able to move it around a little bit because we're going to make the extractor separate from the interior of the base. So say we wanted to do our perfect setup here, right over here. And we'll get, oh, I closed it. Let me bring it back up again. Hold on, let me put it back over here, and I gotta bring it back up. Let's see, factory designs right there. I should call it oil power or something. Kismet rule of 8. Okay, so we want to set this up again, right? So we want to have this where it's all kind of like in a factory or multiple factories that we could use together. So we need smelters, which are these. These are constructors. These are all constructors here. And then this is an assembler. And we're going to try to put that all together. So the first thing we got to start with is our 4 smelters. Now, again, the inputs here, we can work with all of that in a bit. But let's go ahead and start with the smelter. Where are you, smelters? Right in front of my face. There you are. So we want to think about which side is the front, right? This is the front. And do we want the iron or the raw ore to come in the front, or do we want it to go in the back? Something in my face. Something in my face. Hair or something. So do we want it to go in the front, or do we want it to go in the back? And that's really the question that we want to start with first. I'm going to say in the back. Or do I just want the front to face toward this way? And then I put the extractor. So I'm going to put the extractor most likely in the center some way. So again, since this is a 5x5, it has this kind of plus-like thing here in the center, which makes that the exact center of the thing. So if we wanted to bring it in from the front, it might actually be easier because then we could just aim it. We could just aim it in that direction. Just aim the arrow directly at the extractor. I think that might be a good idea. Okay, and are we going to lift the extractor up, or are we going to leave it at the bottom? I would probably not. The first thing that I like to start with is typically my automatic gate here in the center. And then this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the automatic gate where it's opposite of each other, like this. I got to back away first, and then when you come up on it, see it'll slide open. It'll double slide open. This will single slide open. And that one's down like that. Why'd you go down like that, you crazy little thing? There we go. And then this one again, this will be the main one where the extractor is. So we're going in there. But if we go here, it's just going to give us a real wide area to run in and out. I love those doors at the bottom. It just makes it so easy. Pew, pew. It just makes it so easy to get that going. That is for sure. And then same thing here. We will go. Do I want that to go that way? And then just have this one be the odd one out. And then we have the center is double wide on that side, and then double wide here, and then single in the corner. Yeah, kind of like that. I'm going to go with that. Okay, so I'm going to assume that the center is going to be where we're going to be running in one of these directions or all of these directions. Oops, put it way out there. Where our extractor is going to be coming in. So the first thing we want to do, of course, if we're using an ore node, depending on how many ore nodes we're bringing in, and how much ore node do we need? Well, we need 120 raw ore to do this kind of setup that we want to do that is perfectly balanced for plates. And then all we have to do is think about what is the output of how many plates we're outputting, which in this case is 10. And then if we need 20 of them, we just build 2 of these, right? 2 factories with two ore nodes, or in this case, if we use Mark IIs, it's going to give us 120. Or if we might find a node that has is already a normal node, I mean a pure node, and then a pure node would automatically be at 120. And we put a Mark II in there, then we can make 2 of these factories from that one node. And that's why I'm going to have the actual extractor separate from the actual internal factory. So we can make one that is just for storing raw ore and stuff like that, but we could just build that fairly easily when we need it. But for right now, we're going to assume that this is coming in at the higher level. And so we're going to go ahead and say, okay, we're going to put a conveyor wall up here. And say that's going to, you know, lift up, end up there on that top part. Now, I'm not sure it's going to have enough distance based on what we've been doing lately, but I can also offset that back a little bit. Or we could offset it forward too. There's a lot of things we could do. But first we're going to do that. And then what we want to do is put this into our smelters, and we need 4 smelters. So we want to just bring it in and then basically run it in such a way that it's going to run those smelters. So let's go ahead and put on the inside a lifter to bring it back down again into this lower part like this. Or we could just run it in. Yeah. well, let's go up first and see what we want to do. So now what we're on this one, we're going to be building a multi-level factory. Now, I like to just use the 1 meters, and the reason why I use the 1 meters is so that I have a lot of headroom. Hey, Blitz, what's up? So I have a lot of headroom in my factory. So and this is what's we're going to build what's known as a sandwich layer or a logistics layer down here, which is going to handle all of the basic ore. It's going to bring that ore in and then feed that ore where it needs to go. So our actual smelters are going to be up here, nicely arranged into the minimum space that it needs. And so this is the center here. And we're just going to put these, say, right here. And then we're just going to key those off each other. Something like that, but it's not quite centered. So I'm going to go ahead and recenter this a little better. And do something, I'd say something like that. I'm going to try to center them in the blueprint, or on this level at least. It needs to go over just a little bit. Just a little bit so that it is lined up with the other one on the other side. No, still no. All right, you. Put it there and hit H. Can we nudge it? Okay, it's either in or it's out. Yeah, see, that's not, it's not really centering in this. Not going to center off of that. Interesting. Huh. Can't nudge it in any further. Let's put that over there. And then take this out. Oh, let's turn the sound back on. Yeah, it's not gonna perfectly center. Weird. That's just the way that works out sometimes. Yeah, so you'd think you'd go here. And then when you put this one down, it would be centered off that foundation, but it doesn't. Doesn't really matter in the long run anyway, but it's kind of interesting. Okay, now what we want to do is we want to bring this raw ore in, and we want to bring it up to all of these. So what we're going to do is do our wall, or in this case, floor holes, like this. Then we're going to do our lifters, and we're going to make sure to tell it what direction we want it to go, in this case, going up. So what we want to do is put basically 4 splitters in down here at the bottom that match up to all of these. Now this does not match up in the center, so I should have probably put that in the center anyway, even though it's, see how it's offset on in this. Now I could move that other one out and that would probably fit the offsets on both sides. But I'm going to be bringing it in via the center, so we definitely want to redo this. We got to be careful in the background. My space elevator is there. Let's go ahead and do this. I mean, it's not like I couldn't put it back in again. Take all that out. Thanks for bringing in that Kismet Love Train. Who's that? A crazy Aussie with the 77 months of a sub love. Thank you very much for coming in and hanging out. We are building out our blueprints for our future factories right there. Okay, let's see how that looks. See if we like that better. Too bad. Actually, we should bring it back just a bit. Okay, so or this might still work out. Let's go. So we're gonna bring our splitter in, but you're gonna see I'm gonna stack the splitter up. No, we got to go forward. I'm going to stack the splitter up so that basically the splitter is going to be there, and I actually don't need the lifter. I just put the lifter there to just get a bit of a distance between the wall. And then this actually needs to go forward. So I can actually go in and say, let's say something like that. And then we'll take this, and then this is going to go in the opposite direction. And that should be able to go like that pretty nicely. Okay, I like that. And then let's readjust where our stuff is. So you'll see me put stuff in, take it out, put stuff in. I do it a lot to get it to the way I want it to be, especially the logistics of what goes where with what. And that's going to come out of there and end up in there nicely. Okay, now we can just go off the center one here. And like I was doing originally, I wanted to see if I could try something else, but it does not want to do that. So we'll just go that, and we'll kind of favor the left side here, because we only need 4 of them. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and, oh, I forgot to put the floor things in. Put all of our floor holes in here. There we go. And then we already know where these go. The hardest thing is lining them up to the thing that's already there. I mean, we can line it up this way, but is it going to show us the other way? Doubt it. That's because that's up in the air. Oh, yeah. But if we did this, then it might. Or even better, just do this. See if it does that. Oh, it does. Okay. So it does give us both directions if we have some sort of something there. Now this needs to go in this direction where the output... Again, this is a splitter. The green should be coming out that way. How's this one? This one should be coming in from this side. Yes, in there, going out, out, and out this way. Okay, so that one's going out through here. This should be the input on this side. There we go. I can see it's the input because it has the 3 lines. And again, this is 3 lines here. So we see that's input, then it splits left, then it stays straight, then it goes straight. Because it's going to end up going to this one here. Now, the last one, we don't actually need a splitter. Because the last one, you can just run it out of here into the thing if it lets you do that. But it seems like it's a little close for that. So if it's a little close, then we might as well just do the splitter and do our thing here. Take all these out. Now the cool thing is, see how they're lifted up and I can walk underneath them? That's pretty cool. And then this runs into here. That runs into... Oh, that's offset. Why's that offset like that? Oh, because this one's going the wrong way. Yes. Wrong way. Okay, and we went that way, and then we have another one this way, so we'll bring this down just to let it align us here. Splitter. See how that works. That looks good, and in this case, we want it to go that way. Again, we should see an output into an input. Now, never trust the lifters, everybody. Take these lifters back out again. And make sure you got your lifters going the right direction and they are put in properly. I always put these in last. This has tripped me up so many times, I can't tell you. Okay, so that's going to come in, and then it's going to roll up. And it's going to end up here. And again, taking all these out, re-putting them back in again. Now remember, we can do whatever we want now. We got lots and lots of power, 10,000 power. So we can make stuff all day, every day. Okay, so that's gone in there, and that's producing our iron ignits. And so that's 4 of those. So now we have 4 of those, and then 3 of these are going to go to constructors. So those are going to be making plates, and then 2 of these are going to go to making rods, and then 2 of that's going to go to 3 more constructors. So we got to try to fit all of that in here, or we can go ahead and make multiple factories that connect to each other in a modular style. This is pretty good here. We could definitely get some constructors up here in the front. Right here. And then again, what we're going to do is just have these go down the aisle here. Because these are not going to perfectly line up to the constructors. Because of the way that how close they are to each other. So they're not going to be perfectly lined up. But we can do... Oh, manifold! That's what it's called. I knew it would come back to me, everybody. Manifold. Manifold is load balancing, and then there's manifolds. Manifolds is this, where you have it go in and then it just cascades down the line, kind of like what we're doing with our power. Look at our cool power running over there. Basically, that's a manifold where you just feed it in one side and it just goes down. It fills the first one, then it fills the second one. And whatnot. It takes time for it to get up to speed, but it's a lot less effort and time. As long as you know your numbers are balanced, eventually to get up to maximum efficiency. And that's vitally important. Okay, so how we want to do this? We want to merge these. We know we want to do that. So let's go in and get our merges on while we're thinking about what we want to do. Let's merge it to the left. Like this. And I always get up on the top here, everybody. I highly recommend getting up on the top here. This is definitely going to help you a ton. Visualize what you're doing. I feel like it also kind of snaps a bit better when you're up on top. And then just double click here, double click, double click, double click, and so on. And then GG's, everybody. GG's. That's all connected. Okay, so that's going to go in, and that's going to merge across there and become various iron ingots. And then end up at the end here. Now, we can run it back, or we can run it over the top. If we run it over the top, it's going to take less space, but you're still going to have the lifter that'll have to be there anyway. So let's put down our constructor and see how much space it's going to take. And we'll just hit H. Let's say we're trying to line these up like this. Yeah, these are definitely not going to line up easily, but we could say do something like that. And then on the top of these mergers, you could just go ahead and switch to a splitter. Just have it do this. I've done this many times where it goes down and then it just merges down in there. It's probably best to do it this way. And so this basically takes all of these and just reroutes them back. Oh, but you'd have to go... Yes, there we go. You have to do the old squash technique there. Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad, but not great either. See, we can't actually see it running, which I don't like. I don't like the fact that you can't see it running, though that is totally a legit way of doing it. You do what you want to do. Me, I'm going to not do that. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not going to do it if I don't like it. All right, splitter. And we're going to take that out. We're going to take this out, this one out, and then we're going to add that back in again. So that's got some pizzazz. This actually should go the other way, like this, into there. Because I like to be able to have a little gap there, and I like to see them running up and getting into here and running down the way. And so let's get our directions good. Where's our input? There it is. We'll just do the rest of these. And we'll hit FG. Yeah. Take them out one at a time. Good enough. So these are going to come back. The opposite direction. And they're going to feed into these. Okay. Other way there, constructor. Constructor. Now again, this is where the problem lies. Where see how they're not lined up to each other? When they're not lined up to each other, you can't just feed it back down, and you'd have to widen out your smelters. How many of these are we trying to get in here? We're trying to get 3 for our... We're just working on iron plates first. So 3 of these equals 3 of these. Yeah, again, that's this is all about saving space. Because we're going to have to merge the ones in the front. Not necessarily. We could just go and bring this forward and merge those across there. And we could do the same thing here and just use our logistics level. Another thing they need a thing that just limits it to the blueprint. You can only deconstruct stuff while you're in the blueprint. This way you don't deconstruct something way off in the side like that. I think that would be another nice addition, that you limit deconstruction just to the blueprint area. That would be cool. Okay, so let's think of this in another way. If we go in and we say, okay, I'm just going to run this back down. All of this output down. All right. And so we'll go down, 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 down. Goes in, goes down, and then yeah, we could just merge down. But we can also just line them up. Yeah, oh, and I need some more fuel too. Yeah, 3 to 1. And then 2, 1 to the other 2. So the real question is, can we get 5 of those across? Yeah, does 5 across. You think so, because it would fit 5 across just perfect. Got to get ourselves some more fuel here. And let's go over here. What's holding this up? Put all those in there. Grab some more fuel. All right. Yeah, I think that would work. That would totally work. Because if you think about the way that this works, is you have 1 that goes to 2, and then 3 that go to the other 3. And the way that that works kind of lends itself to doing this 5 across, which makes the 5x5 perfect for this, if you think about it. So let's go and do that. So if we take this out, and we do something more like this. And then we go in and do our constructor. Stay right here up against the thing. And it does snap really well to the blueprint, or to the foundations now. Then we can just use the old basic technique here to go 5 across. Bingo. Very nice. Now, sometimes what you want to do is start with the end and work your way backwards. In this case, I want to end up with 5. So I want them to go in, use these 4 to basically run 5 of these constructors. And we can perfectly load balance them, or we can use our thing I just said earlier, brain. I know it's right there. It's right there in my head. Manifold. There it is. All right. Now I'm getting it. I should write it down. God, this is what happens when your brain really becomes mush. Let's see. Load balancing versus manifolds. All right, I'll write it down so that I don't have to keep struggling to find that word over and over again. Or basically, it's just like an inline splitting. So you're just doing it all in one. But we could load balance this pretty well. By running it underneath. Yes, so the smart thing to do is to put this one in the middle of those two. Right? Yes. Maybe I want to put my rods on the other side. See, these will be my rods, and they take one to do two, and then each of these take their own individual one. And again, it's not hard to run the ore to all of those. And again, over here, we actually only need 4 smelters to make that happen. So we'd go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and then this one would run those 2. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I think you can build a whole entire factory in here at a 5x5. Absolutely. And then normally what I like to do also is to backlog the raw ore. But in this case, the whole ore node is going to go toward this, so it should never stop doing that. I also feel like this is way too far forward. This is way too far forward. And this should actually move back a little bit. Let's move this back down. And then what we're going to do is we're going to move this back and just make that straight come in. Yeah. Let's take this door out. Let's bring this down. Let's bring this down to here. We're going to take that sliding door out. We're going to bring this in from over here. Should be our splitter. We'll take this out. We're going to take all this other stuff out. We're going to center everything. Take all these belts out. Take that out for now. Again, sometimes I just like to mess around because normally I'd use the 4x4 by 4 one, which I have that one down as well in modular style. But this one shouldn't require multiple if you have it going on. So again, this one just, if I have the extractor out here, or I could have the extractor way over there, just run a line into there, whatever I want to do. But with a 5x5x5, you should be able to do the whole thing. And if we back it up a little bit, that'll give us a little bit of extra space here. So we'll bring it in and then we'll stack it. Oh, that's the problem, is stacking it. Yeah, so no, you do still want to be up here. So that you can stack it and then it's up out of your way. Like that. So it's coming in. And then we have our floor holes there. And then this is totally not lined up. This, oh, come on. Come on now. Right there. And then this is lined up to that. There we go. And then you'd want your offsets to be centered. This one would be in this center here, where all the rest of these would be in the center like it is here. And I'll show you why here in just a second. So that one would want to be right there, and then this one is right there. And then you could just say this over here and try to align it to that up there, but you have to bring your thing down just to help you align it. But I would definitely take those out later on. Yeah, those will help you align that. This is going in that direction. Same thing here. I love these new lines they added to the game, but it really does help if you get it down. And then these here. And that's nice. And then take these out. Never trust them. Not one time. Don't do it. Make sure also your direction is good. There we go. Okay, and then these are connected this way. Those are nice and centered. Centered, centered, centered. Very nice. And then this one will be the odd one. Because it's going to be off by itself. But it'll be right there. And turn it this way. Pick this up so you can get both directions. And the top one will be with an input. Come on. Wow. Crazy mouse. There we go. Right there. And this, take this back out. Never trust it. Do it again. Make sure the direction is good. There we go. Going up that way, and then this one's going to run down here. Now, since we did that, what we can do is align these. Oh, actually, that wasn't even lined up in the center. Just hit G, take all these out. Okay, now what we're going to do is take our smelters here. And we're going to line them up off of these things that are coming up here, down the center. And again, remember, I'm going to be giving this out to you guys, if you're one of my patrons, on Patreon. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. Or Friday. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I think of tomorrow as Friday, but tomorrow is today, which is Wednesday. And I got to get up and deal with this whole garage door thing. It's always some stupid thing that I got to do, everybody. You know, I want to do 100 other things. I want to be making videos and doing other stuff, but instead of getting to do that stuff, I got to deal with this IRL stuff. Now, the reason why we put those in the center, everybody, is so they'll line up perfectly with our constructors, and that allows us to move our constructors back. So let's just go ahead and take these all out now. And we should be able to bring our constructors right back over here. Oh, that actually can go forward just a little bit. And then these will be all lined up to each other. And then this one, you definitely want to go back because you'd want to split this right here. So this one's going to get split. And then this one will be, nope, this will be here, like where it was. Because you want this to come out of here and this to go out of there. Oh, that's not centered. Not centered. Yeah, you can tell by that side's kind of funky. And it's not oriented properly either. All right. Let's get up here. Nudge it out. Okay, now this should look like perfect 90s. There we go. See, should have that perfect 90 feel. This is load balancing, what I'm doing here. I'm load balancing that into both of those. This I'm just straight running without any splitters or anything like that. So these will all be dedicated to each of these. Like that. So that's going to be bringing 30 in. These will be iron plates. Ooh, over jumping. Iron plates. Again, I'm going to pre-make these so they'll already be the thing I want them to be. And this will be rod. This will be rod. Right there. Okay, now we have the problem of getting these screws over here. So these plates we can merge and then run up. So that's what we want to do here. I want to create a merger and we want to run this way. Or we could run it down. Yeah, that'll probably take up less room if we run it down to the logistics level and then deal with it there. Like this. And run that down. And we'll test it out, and then see what you want to do is test it out and then tweak it to make it work even better. Now, I also want to do the same thing, but on the other side, and I think I can get away with it here. Like this. Like this, and like this. Because we'll want those to go down and merge as well. So the other thing we'll want to do is turn this way. And put those... those are a little close. I mean, it'll work. But it's a little close. Yeah, that's not going to work there. That's too close. Let's go back over this way. And make some walls. Okay, and then foundations. Let's see what we can get away with up here. These are what's known as soft clipping. So they're clipping through the top of here a bit. But it does allow you to go over here and modify these while you're up there. No, these are going to be iron ingots. Here, we're going to just set those now. While we're thinking about it, we might end up taking all that out back again and trying something different, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And again, just make a whole nother level. So what we want to do is make a bunch of stuff on that bottom level, and then end up with 2 assemblers. That's the thing we want. That's our end goal. Is these assemblers. But we can't put it here because this is, that's going to be in the way. Could put a half wall in there. But we'll just go for a full wall, see how it goes. Alright, let's just try to put an assembler down, see if it'll let us do it. Yes, it will. Okay, so we do have the ability to go up here, and I think we have even more room up here as well. And what if we went up one more? Yeah, and this is all new by using the 5x5x5, which is fun. Fun to try new stuff. Maybe we can get our assemblers way up on the top here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think we can go with another one, but I think we could go there. But let's try it anyway. Let's try it over here. Now we're just fooling around, see if we can get away with it. Oh my god, you can put it up there. Wow, okay, that just barely makes it. Okay, well, cool. Let's put that on the top then. Let's take all these out. We got plenty of room then. All right, no worries, no worries. Plenty of room to make it happen. I don't like to really squeeze my stuff together and get like the, you know, everything jammed in there. I like to leave a little space for me to walk around. I don't like to jam it all up in there. It's not my favorite way of doing it. But our ultimate goal of this factory is to end up there with the assemblers. And then also have them have their own stuff. But I feel like over here we could probably get away with our constructors somewhere here. Or just put it up by one more level. And then just take all of these out. Yeah. Again, we don't have to jam it all in there. All so close. We don't want to. We got lots of room, actually. We got a crazy ton of room. Crazy ton of room to make this happen. And then I want this to be turned around the other way. I also want room for storage, so I'm thinking about how to store all this stuff eventually. So it has its own built-in storage, so it can backlog should other stuff get full. And then eventually overflow. All of it as well. So again, our ultimate goal is for this assembler to end up aiming this way into some storage. Yeah, both of these assemblers. Both assemblers. Going that way. And then storing the output, which can be just run out of the front here. Like this. Again, I'm just putting the pieces and parts together so that we can see. Can't stack that any higher. But we can run it to the end and then alternate. Like this. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a lot of sweet storage right there. So what we can do is combine these together. Put one, yeah, we'd actually want to put it the other way. So one at the end, and then it would cascade its way down. And then the actual output would be on this side, and it'd have like five boxes of plates in there. Or reinforced iron plates, which is pretty awesome. All right, that's plenty of room. Holy mackerel, that's a ton of room. Look at all that room in there. What we want to do is get our basics going down here. Again, so used to trying that 4x4 one that we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do this either. We can just go up with these. I'll probably just go straight up too. These plates, so yeah, and we'll just do a merger. We'll just do some load balancing versus our manifolds. So we're gonna just do merger out to the front. Yeah, because eventually we can just go this way. Oh wait, let's get our perfect 90s. I already had it on. Okay, my little straight belts. So again, this is load balancing. So this is perfectly going to go to the center. Then we'll have all of our plates. We can run to the top and then just split it again when we get it to the top. Same thing here. We can go ahead and merge this, but we also our output of our merger is important. So we have it too far to the edge. We won't be able to run that out of there, but we can run it outside, by the way. I've done that many times where I built blueprints and then I build to the outside of the thing. Also, we can just use a manifold on this one so we can turn it this way. Yeah, or even better, we just put one here. And then this one will go into there, and then this one will just turn this way. And now you've got your rods and your plates kind of in the same direction. So this is all good for right now. And then we'll want to turn our rods into screws. And I always enjoy backlogging screws, because screws are just like a crazy thing. All right, so let's just say that we bring this out. I'm going to put one down here just to make it easier for me to kind of line it up. It's about halfway on the thing like that. And then in theory, if we do this, it should just go right up in there. Nice. Okay. And then this one, same one. Just do this. Get an idea. bring that one down. Yeah, that one actually could be closer. When we bring it down, it'll be nice and close. Like this. I mean, we'll be able to see it going up the thing, but that'll save us a little bit of space there. Running it that way. And again, we'll test the whole entire thing. Speaking of testing things, and making sure that we don't have to do them again, is to go over here and actually save this sucker right here too. Right now it's called the 5x5 Foundations, but we're going to call it the Rule of 8. Rule of 8. Too bad I can't make an 8 sideways. I'm sure there's some sort of alt command that I could do somewhere. Or ANSI character. Rule 8, this is reinforced iron plates. Is that what we're doing? I already forgot. Reinforced iron plates, yes. Reinforced iron plates. Quick, 100% efficient iron reinforced iron plates factory. Just add 120 iron ore, raw iron ore, and you're good to go. All right, and we're gonna go ahead and select a different icon here because we're gonna say that this is parts or reinforced iron plates here. Then we'll give it another color. Let's give it a green as our kind of starter stuff. For no reason other than I feel like it. All right, let's save that. All right, now we got it saved to the hard drive in case things go horribly, horribly wrong. Okay, so we got that going there. And again, we could just run all of this down and then just run it through a separate one that would go up. But we can just do this just as easy. Okay. Now, we've got this one, which needs to go up to the top. Again, how is that in there? It's like in the center. Like this. That's going up like that. Very nice. Okay, and then this is going to come out of here. And then these will be our screws. So we'll go ahead and, again, look at our little diagram. Our diagram says we're going to need 3 constructors for screws. I kind of feel like, why is this saying this is clipping? I've been playing for 4 hours. What a surprise to nobody. Go right there, and we'll just do our splitter first. Just to get that going. Okay, take this out, because you know that's going to be an issue. You just know that's going to be a problem. And then same thing here. We're just going to go ahead and go right off this. And this is the wrong way. There we go. A little bit of clipping up above. Let's say right there. And then... not snapping. There we go. Yeah, I think it's the thing is sticking up above. By the way, if you already have your other things here, even if that sticks up above, then it won't be red. So you know, like it's a build order. You build this first, and then you build that. Then it has a tendency to work. All right, and then this is super easy, everybody. This is just running those rods into our screws right there. And then we just want to merge our screws together and then run them up in here. And that is not aligned at all. Not aligned at all. And we could definitely bring this like this, but then you have to run it. We could merge on the low side and run it on the upside in. So you kind of merge it down here. Kidoki. Say merge and turn this way. I'm gonna move that right on top of that. You'll see why here in a second. Like that, and then these should move forward. Actually, I should move forward and line up like that. Probably could get it even closer. Just making more room in the back there. That is not the same. That is not the same. Bring this a little closer. Short outputs that way. All right, close enough. Okay, how's the back looking here? I don't like where that's coming up. Don't like it. Gotta go. It's because these we gotta come up and have the both inputs make their way in here. So we're gonna put this up, and we'll put the outside one up. Yeah, then we have it come up and then just be a splitter in the center. Let's say like this. And yeah, that's definitely not going to do that. That one's not going to do it either. They're too close. We're too close for that. Bummer. Move it back a little bit. See what we can do. No. Yeah, there we go. Back just a little bit ought to get her done. And then this is where we want to bring that up. And then over here, same thing. We will go this way. To our splitter. Again, we're working from the end way up. And then this is where the other one's going to come up. And that's going to go up into there. And then, again, this one's going to go up into there. That's going to feed that two. This will feed these two. This is going to go this way, right? Yes. Coming out of that one, going into that one. Okay. Just getting our logistics together of these. Okay, that seems fine. Now we just got to get our two things, our screws and our plates, to end up in these spots. So that's it. That's all we got to do. So this is coming in. This is making this. And so we got to get that to line up there. And I guess we could put it in the right direction. Could go in and make this the other way, which will end up here. All right, let's try that. Again, there's 100 different ways to do this, or maybe even 1,000 ways of doing this, but I like to try different ways each time. So here's our plates here, and these plates we can say are going to end up here, and the screws are going to end up over here. So let's bring this down and say, all right, so this is screws. Let's take this out. And then this will be plates, which is already here. So we'll just bring this down to right there. Run that up into there. We'll take this out. And we'll go down here. Say this. Let's go here. And just bring this up so it's not in our way. That is not at the same level. One more up, so it's like 2 down. Yeah. There we go. That's going to make them plates, put them together, and then run them up right there where it needs to go. And that'll go all the way up. And that's already ready to go. Okay, cool. And then what we'll do is we'll bring the things and just run it straight toward this thing, because that'll be way easier. So again, merger right here, and our merger will aim its way into there. And then we'll just backward engineer this, everybody, like this. We'll just backward engineer it, where we get our nice straight belts. And over here, we're not quite center, so I want to kind of go maybe something like that. And then maybe something like that. All right, we'll take a look at that, see how we like it. And then put this here, and hit H. And I'm just kind of lining these up. I'll have to probably do the side ones again, but I'm just getting an idea of what I want there. Yeah, right there. Take this back out, take these out. And then screws here. Oh, wait. No, better idea. Always good to backlog screws. So, let's see. Can we run that all the way back? We absolutely can. Better idea. All right, let's take this out. We're going to run this all the way back. And then we're going to do a splitter. So we're going to run this to here. Yeah, let's try to line it up a little bit. Run it to here. And we're going to have that come out this way. Then we're going to have it do a splitter. There. And then we'll put our constructor in front of this. Way too close. Oh, there's another one underneath it. Get that one out of there. Right there. And then two more. Come on. You got this, brother. Get snapped in there. I'm gonna try to snap it. It's like it's trying to go to the floor above if I stand up on something. All right. This into there, this into here, that into there. Again, these are going to be screws. Oh, I can't go any higher. It's right on the edge. And then we're going to copy this. Hash this. Get the pasta going on. Okay, so all of that's going to end up over here. But you might want to put some storage in here. So, well, I don't have enough to make any storage. Do I really want to do any storage there? I can make screws separate. I don't really need to do storage there. Let's just make a merger. Well, this already is a merger. I got a double thing there again. This already is a merger, so I can just go like this. Like that. Like this. Yeah. But now I don't like them way back there. That's just the way it goes. Alright, put them back up here. I think I had it right the first way. See, now the thing about this game, everybody, is very subjective to what you want to do. Not necessarily what is the ultimate thing to do, but what do you want to do and how do you want to do it in the long run. I totally feel like I'm going to come back and redo this for sure. And again, just balancing those out. Get down here, so not awkward when I put that down. Ow, you little. No. There you go. Very nice, very nice. That's all in there. Then that goes up that lifter. And that gives us our screws. So we want to go ahead and take all this out. there and take this and move this splitter. The real trick part is making sure all your directions are right. And then that, we'll put that in like that. And we don't need this one back here. Again, there's so much room in here for like storage and stuff like that. Makes me want to put storage in there. Because then not only is it making plates, but it's also backlogging all my other resources, like plates, like rods, like this. So if there's an overflow or it fills up the box with that stuff, it will then start making the individual items and saving those. So I feel like I'm going to come back and do that. But I feel like we'll just go ahead and do this just to get our plates going so we can let those run. And then I'll definitely come back and make like storage for each thing, because you could really do this. You don't even need the logistics level on this. So you could make the smelters down below and then they go into their own storage. Then you go to the next thing and you got your rods and you got your plates and they go into their own storage. And then you have your screws, and then you go into a lot of screw storage because you always need screws. And then goes to the top, which then stores the last one. So again, this all can be redone for sure. For sure. But we're kind of out of time, so here's what we'll do. We may come back on Friday and do some more of this. We're just going to leave it right there. And we're definitely going to just bring that down. Yeah, bring that down. And just make each level its own thing. Then this one plant will make all of my resources and backlog them. So if I need any raw ore for whatever reason, if I have some overflow, I can flow that out. If I need any plates, if I need whatever. Now, the real smart thing to do is to take this and to couple this with the dimensional depot. So the dimensional depot is part of this, right? So when you're running out and you're like, okay, I have a bunch of extra reinforced iron plates, it goes into the dimensional depot. Then any extra screws, dimensional depot. Any extra rods, dimensional depot. You get the idea. So you'd want to integrate your dimensional depot in here, or integrate a way in which you can put the dimensional depot in and just run a line from the storages and be just fine. And I feel like that's what I want to do. I definitely want to do that. And see, while this is really good, this part here where you're doing your load balancing, it's not very space efficient. So if you're trying to be super space efficient in your blueprint here, it'd be smarter to put all the forges and kind of smash them together and then put it into a bunch of storage. And then so you have your forges at the bottom. Or you can have them actually reversed if you want. If you want to have the plates at the bottom and then have the plates run out at the bottom, you can just start with the forges on the, or the smelters on the top and work your way down. That's also a very legit way of doing it. Maybe we want to do that. Maybe we want to take our raw... Oh, we could build our raw storage into our extractors like we did last time. So yeah, build a thing that's just for the extractors. It collects the raw storage and it climbs this way up 5 blocks. Then it attaches to the top. And then the topmost thing is your smelters. And then it goes down and works its way down, because what is the thing you're going to be most looking for out of a reinforced iron plates location is reinforced iron plates. Now, another cool thing I can do on top of all of those cool things that I can do, everybody, is I can make an output for each level of each different item, and each of those items can then run to a train station, and that train station can come and pick up all that cool stuff. That's even cooler, I think. So I think that's what we're going to do. I should write all this down. I should write all this down here, everybody. Hold on. So again, because we're running out of time. So there's no way I'm going to get all that done right now. I'd love to hang out even longer, but I got to rest up, come back and do it all over again. And I got to do this whole like garage door thing, so it's cutting into my streaming time here. So next time, we want to redo this layout, redo blueprint, rule of 8 blueprint. And what we want to do is forges on the top, make a separate blueprint for extractor raw storage that matches up 5 high, and then first level smelters, or top level smelters, then plates and maybe rods, and then screws, first level equals reinforced iron plates, or whatever the heck that name of the thing is that I can't think of all of a sudden. It is called a assembler. Okay, and then note outputs for each type of production that leads to external runs to train. Okay, so yeah, I think that'll work well. And then our trains can go pick up plates, rods, screws, and reinforced iron plates all at the same time. So basically it'll have 4 cars that picks up those 4 things and then runs them to me, so I don't have to run and get them. It'll bring it to me, and we'll have the dimensional depot on each of those as well. And so, yeah, we'll just leave a spot for the dimensional depot. Leave spot among storage for dimensional depot. Oh man, that's going to be fun. That's going to be really fun to build that, everybody. That's going to be awesome. So again, see, I'm just kind of tinkering here. What I do is always tinker first and get an idea of what I'd like. And I think I'd like it reversed. So this is at the bottom, and the things that I'm not going to look at very often at the top, which in this case would be like my plates, right? Your plates, you just want those running in the dimensional depot all the time, and then also backlogging. So this factory would be like a 4-in-1 factory, where it would produce all of those other things. So eventually it's going to make enough reinforced iron plates that, you know, I only need really 1 box of reinforced iron plates at any given time. At this stage, later on, there's some stuff that you need a bunch of plates for. But at this stage, I only need like 1 box of it. And really the same thing with everything right now. I just need 1 box of it, and if I need more, I can spin up and put it in the dimensional depot. That's for sure. Yeah, so I can have 1 box be a backlog, and then at the end of that box will be the dimensional depot. And when that fills, it'll backlog, and then our overflow and each item, each of the 4 items having a smart splitter with overflow to awesome sink. So we'll incorporate the awesome sink as well, because we got plenty of space in here that we can throw down an awesome sink, I'm sure. As long as these things aren't peeking up through there and getting in our way. Let's just even try to put one down. Oh yeah, I could make that fit. I could absolutely make that fit. Especially if just the smelters are up here on the top. Again, if I have extra raw ore, I can run the raw ore. If I have extra, and I'll probably have to sink this though, because the top of it's a little tall. So I have to. Oh! Did we just dismantle our thing? We sure did. Ah, I knew I was gonna get it at some point. That's okay. We'll just build it back up again. I knew I was gonna get it at some point. I was hoping to get to doing this, but man, getting all involved here. Hit H. Put that back. Put that back where it came from. Put that thing back where it came from before we all die. There we go. See, when you hit H, it lets you lean it off the side, by the way. Another great Kismet tip there. Even if it's not totally off the side. You know, I'm going to take it out again. And bring it back in again. Psych. I'm going to put it forward a little bit so it's not actually going off the side. There we go. All right, it's going to reconnect and do all of that stuff. So, again, we're going to need a spot for the awesome sink as well. It's going to have to go multi-level. Oh, I don't have enough clearance. Approaching another object's clearance. Get out of here. I'm totally redoing all of this. Redoing all of this. Yep, there goes the space elevator again. My bad. What the heck is it? Is it too tall? Wow, it's still too tall. Wow, okay. Down another one. God, how tall that sucker is. That awesome sink is freaking tall. There we go. That thing's very big. I forgot how tall it was. I don't know, was it always that tall? I could have sworn I put a bunch of awesome sinks in blueprints before. But yeah, it's exactly 4 tall. So yeah, we would want to put that at the bottom level. Yeah, put that at the bottom level where we have our plates and stuff. Yeah, let's just do that now while I'm thinking about it. And this is one of my favorite things to do, everybody, is to just go in and try out different things, you know, and you got some that are like your gold standards, which you've done before. But then you have some that you just want to try something different. So just like way back in the corner as far as I can get it. Just put that there. That will allow me when I get to the top here, I'm doing my smelters, to do that. And then you can just run all your excess down. You can do an overflow run. That'll all go down into the awesome sink. And just stick it there in the corner. All right. We got lots to do, everybody, but we're going to go ahead and just got this going on. Let's go and go to the Kismet Love Train. All right, let's go ahead and catch up on chat here. Again, thanks everybody for coming in. Good morning, Deadline. I use the overflow thing, but when it comes to big factories, the last ones don't get enough material. Is in pure numbers, there is more than enough on the conveyor. Am I doing something wrong? No, it takes time for them to spin up. You have to wait until it spins up all of them, because what it's going to do is overflow, and eventually it's going to reach that max limit. Here's the thing that's even easier. If you are doing manifolds or overflow techniques, what you want to do is backlog a bunch of resources first. So say you're making steel, right? And you've done this kind of whole long line of manifolds. And you've already figured out the numbers, and the numbers are perfect. So you backlog a bunch of resources. Say you make a bunch of just a bunch of your smelters, or whatever they're called, foundries. And so you backlog the iron ore, you backlog the coal. You've got it all ready. You're about to start it up. You start it up, and then you take some of it and you put it in the last one. Just straight away. Boom. Put it straight in the last one, and that one can then run while the rest of it's filling up. And then eventually when that fills up, I actually put it in all of them. I just backlog a bunch of resources and put it in all of them, so they all spin up right away. They all spin up right away, and then while it's running all of the resources and getting all the resources going, I do the same thing with water. I'll backlog water, I'll backlog fuel, I'll backlog all of that stuff first. Then you start your factory, not just start it up right away when it's starved for resources, because then it just does this the whole entire time, does this porpoising of up and down and up and down. So each stage should have a backlog so that you can just start it up when you're ready, and you have that backlog. You don't have to keep going back and tinkering with it. And this is why I use a bunch of backlogs, like I was just talking about there in that blueprint, where I have raw resources backlogged, so I don't have to wait for my stuff to build up. I have a bunch of other stuff backlogged as well, so I don't have to wait for all of that to start up. And again, you can load balance it like I was doing there, but load balancing takes a lot of space. Manifolds do not. And again, you can just straight feed it in there and it'll be fine. Especially when you're kind of waiting for your extractors to start up. That's why I'm going to create a separate one for extractors, and it'll just be a straight one that just comes out from the extractors, and it'll be just the extractor and the storage, what I did last time. And then I said I had a bunch of storage, but I didn't try to line it up to the height of another factory, which I just thought of there, because you could just stack it, so it ends up 5 high. And so you put your, extractor down, then you put your factory down, and you just run the line right into your factory, and then boom, it's running all that excess raw ore in there at 400, which is way faster than it needs to be in that particular factory as well. There we go. How do you build a water geyser, please? We haven't got to that yet. I don't want to spoil it for you, but you have to unlock it somewhere. You have to unlock it. Don't want to spoil it, but you have to unlock it, and then you have a whole bunch of stuff to build before you can do your geysers. So definitely look for it around where you can unlock things. Again, since we haven't gotten to it, I'm not going to tell you exactly where it is. I don't want to spoil it for peeps who haven't gotten there yet. But once I get to it, then I'll show you. You finished your latest factory run already for your daddy? Wow. Me and your friends lost our minds sharing power grid. Yes, you don't want to do that. Make them make their own power grid. You're welcome. You're welcome. You didn't use the sink until like phase 5? Yeah, I'm in phase. I think I finished 5 and 6, so I'm working on 7 and 8 right now. And I'm in no hurry. I don't want to rush because, you only get that one 1.0 playthrough. And I don't want to rush to the end. And again, don't tell me anything. Don't backseat game or anything like that, or I will permaban you forever. I don't like to have my journey shortened. I like to go on the full journey, if you know what I mean. Now that server will keep going. Had I got my plates going there, everybody, it would have just kept running my plates. It'd be interesting when we come back on Friday and see if our power's still on. That'll be the test, everybody. If that's run for like 2 or 3 days, my server just keeps running the whole time. So if it's run for 2 or 3 days and that power is still rock solid, then we know we got that well balanced with our trains and all of our stuff. So that's a good thing. So we're gonna go ahead and give you guys the schedule over here. Speaking of. We're going to come back Wednesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, playing some 7 Days to Die Solo Wanderer. We're building a big mega base over in the wasteland over there. So we're going to be doing that on Wednesday, Thursday, and then maybe a bonus stream on Friday. We'll see how it works out with the family. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we're going to be playing with my team again with 7 Days to Die, where we actually turn on Twitch integration during Horde Night, and you guys can have some fun in the chat. You can either help us or hurt us, which is always a fun time for sure. So that's it for me, everybody. I'm going to head on out of here, but you can go ahead and do me a favor real quick and just pop over this social media over here. Show some love on youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button. Jump over to Twitter, hit the follow, check out the Discord, check out the website, especially check out patreon.com/Kismet, where you're going to find all sorts of unique items over there, including exclusives for all my patrons, including all of those kind of manifold setups and balancing setups. Which I have up there, plus blueprints that I'm making. And this blueprint I'm making right now will be up there eventually as well. So thanks, everybody, for being here. I'm going to go ahead and shower you guys with a bunch of kids caps for being awesome and staying all the way to the end of the stream. Always a smart idea. I'm going to roll on out of here. Now that we did our coal power, we got 900, and then today we brought our oil power in, where we got another 10,000 power. So 10 times as much power from our oil power from our coal power, and now we have 11,000 power. Everybody, we can build stuff all day long and just have a great old time. Once we get this factory down, we can actually use this factory for multiple things, including like reinforced iron plates, but also we can go ahead and make it for things where we're doing for our copper and all of those things, and wire and all of that. Making a more expansive factory that can do each stage of those things, and then output them, and then my trains can come pick them up and bring them back to me, which is pretty awesome. And again, all these things we're going to turn into towers that are going to end up way up as well. So that's it for me, everybody. I will see you guys again later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll see you all then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button.